The Mill at Alder Brook, episodes 1 to 4. The Mill at Alder Brook, episode 1. The Key Beneath the Millstone. The lane ran straight for half a mile before it began to curve alongside the alders. Tessa Vale had walked it twice before, once as a child on a school trip, and once on a damp Tuesday when she had driven past without stopping. Neither visit had prepared her for the late afternoon light in October, falling through leaves that were green at their centers and yellow at the edges. She carried a canvas rucksack and a small leather satchel. The satchel held a notebook, a pencil, a tin of tea, and a box of matches. The rucksack held clothes for the week and a loaf of bread wrapped in a cloth. The bus had left her at the crossroads 3 miles back. There was no point bringing a car farther because the lane narrowed after the bridge and offered nowhere easy to turn. The walk had warmed her. The straps pressed comfortably against her shoulders, and the steady sound of Alder Brook moved somewhere beyond the trees to her left. She could not see the water yet, but she could hear its ordinary passage over stones and beneath low branches. At the next bend, the alders opened around a narrow wooden footbridge. Its single handrail had once been painted white and was now mostly gray. Beyond it lay a cobbled yard, and beyond the yard stood the mill. The building was smaller than she remembered, or perhaps she had simply grown into a different measure of it. It rose 2.5 stories in gray stone beneath a dark slate roof. Moss filled the shallow valleys between the roof pitches. On the brookside, a wooden waterwheel rested against the wall, its buckets dark with moisture and completely still. The wheel stood in its own channel. Only a shallow film of water remained across the stones beneath it, too little to form a current. The fuller sound came from the natural brook beyond, where the water continued past the mill, without entering the wheel channel. Tessa crossed the footbridge and set her rucksack beside the bench near the door. The cobbles were smooth from old feet and cartwheels. An iron ring remained fixed to a wooden post near the wall, though there had been no horse tied there for a very long time. She had been told to arrive before 4. It was a little after 3, and John Bell had not yet come. She did not mind. The afternoon was warm for October, the bench was dry, and the mill gave her plenty to look at. A blackbird moved along the roof ridge. Beyond the eastern gable, an orchard spread across a gentle slope. The grass was long, and apples showed among the branches in muted red, green, and gold. 20 minutes later, footsteps sounded on the bridge. John Bell crossed into the yard wearing a tweed jacket over a woolen waistcoat. His hair was white and cut short, and his face looked lined more by weather than by worry. From one hand hung a small key on a leather thong. "Tessa," he said, as though they had spoken the day before. "You found it all right. The lane's easy enough to follow." He nodded and went to the oak door. The key turned heavily in the lock, and the bolt drew back with a solid sound. "The shutters open from inside," he said. "Main switch is downstairs in the wheel room. Kitchen's through the back. The water's on, and I filled the tank this morning." He held out the key. The leather thong was warm when she took it. "Anything I should avoid?" "The wheel," he said, glancing toward the side wall. "Though it won't trouble you. The sluice is closed and the race is drained. Leave all that as it is." "I will." He stepped inside with her while she set her bags on the long workbench beneath the windows. The main floor was dim, but not cold. It smelled of flour dust, old oak, and iron that had once been wet and had dried slowly. 2 great millstones occupied the center of the room. One rested above the other in a wooden frame, held slightly raised by iron rods and wooden wedges. Their gray surfaces were cut with deep radiating grooves. Along one wall stood 8 wooden bins, their lids closed and faded numbers painted on their fronts. A ladder rose to a trapdoor in the ceiling, while a narrow stone staircase led down. As John turned back toward the door, Tessa noticed a small wooden disc at the base of the millstone frame. It was partly caught beneath the edge, darkened with dust. She bent and eased it free. It was about the width of her palm, with a 7 burned into one face and a circle crossed by 2 straight lines carved on the other. John looked at it and gave a small nod. "Old sack marker," he said. "Number matched the bin. The mark on the back belonged to the mill. They kept the count straight when sacks were moving in and out. So it goes with bin 7. That's right. There used to be a crate of them in the loft." There was nothing secret in the object, only a practical purpose worn smooth by use. Tessa brushed away the dust and set it on the workbench beside her satchel. "I'll put it with the others if I find the crate." John nodded again. Then he crossed the yard and the footbridge and continued along the alder-lined lane until the bend hid him. Tessa returned to the doorway. The mill was hers to care for now, at least for the week. She stood at the threshold until her eyes adjusted fully, then began her first circuit. She opened the 4 main floor shutters, 2 facing the yard and 2 facing the orchard. Each iron latch lifted with a little resistance. As the shutters swung outward, bands of gold light crossed the oak floor and showed flour dust resting in the corners. She looked into each numbered bin without reaching inside. All 8 were empty, clean, and dry. The folded canvas sacks at the end of the workbench were soft with age but neatly stacked. Nothing on the main floor appeared disturbed. The millstones remained raised and still. She descended the stone stairs to the wheel room. The ceiling was low there, and the air held the cool dampness of stone close to water. Through an opening in the outer wall she could see the wheel, dark against the afternoon. Its main timber shaft passed into the room and met a series of wooden gears. Their teeth were worn smooth, fitted together, and motionless. The channel below held no moving water. A shallow puddle lay among the stones, no more than an inch deep. Beyond the wall, the natural brook continued on its separate course, and its quiet vibration could be felt through the floor. Beside the stairs stood the switchbox John had mentioned. Tessa opened its cover and found a row of fuses and a master switch labeled main in faded ink. There was light enough for her circuit, so she left it untouched. Back on the main floor, she raised the trapdoor and climbed into the grain loft. Warm air rested beneath the roof. Dark beams crossed overhead and long rectangles of light fell through the gable windows. Canvas sacks stood against the walls, some full and tied with twine, others empty and folded. A few carried pencil labels: wheat, rye, barley. Tessa counted them slowly. 23 full, 12 empty. She pressed one full sack lightly with her palm. The grain inside was settled and dry. She did not loosen any ties or open any canvas. At the far end, tucked between the last sack and the sloping wall, she saw the corner of a plain wooden crate. She drew it just far enough into the light to lift its loose lid. More wooden markers lay inside on a bed of old straw, their numbered faces visible. She fetched the marker from the workbench, returned to the loft, and placed number 7 with the others. It settled with a soft wooden knock. Then she replaced the lid and moved the crate back into its sheltered corner. The small matter was complete. From the orchard-side window, she could see the narrow millrace leading upstream. Its lined bed lay pale and empty. Farther away, the natural brook caught the light as it moved past the closed sluice. The 2 courses were easy to distinguish, one flowing freely through the meadow, the other drained and waiting beside the mill. Tessa closed the crate, counted the sacks once more in her head, and climbed down. The kitchen lay beyond the main floor. It was a small room with a stone floor, a wooden table, a cast-iron stove, and a sink with one tap. A kettle waited on the stove. The cupboards held a few plates, bowls, cups, and a knife. John's tin of tea sat on the shelf, though she had brought her own. She turned the tap. The water ran cold and clear. Beside the stove was a box of kindling and several beech logs, enough for the evening. A door beyond the kitchen opened into a little scullery, and then the kitchen garden. Tessa stepped outside. Rosemary, thyme, and sage remained visible among the weeds, and a few late flowers had gone to seed. Beyond the low bed stood the bakehouse. Its door was ajar. Inside, a brick oven filled the far wall, its iron door closed. A wooden peel leaned nearby, and a long table occupied the center of the room. Its surface had been scrubbed pale, with a shallow depression worn by years of kneading. The room smelled faintly of ash and flour. Tessa did not touch the oven. She simply included the table, shelves, peel, and door in her growing map. From the bakehouse she followed the path into the orchard. There were perhaps 30 trees, some old and bent, others younger and straighter. Long grass brushed her boots. Windfall apples lay beneath the branches in scattered drifts. She picked up one small red apple. Its skin was unbroken, and it smelled clean and sweet, so she slipped it into her pocket. At the far end of the orchard, the ground opened into the sluice meadow. The dry millrace followed its edge lined with stone. A narrow path ran beside it, toward the wooden sluice gate upstream. Tessa walked only far enough to see the gate clearly. Its iron handle was down, and the gate remained closed. Water passed through the natural brook instead, moving around the ordinary stones and continuing beside the mill. She did not touch the handle. She had confirmed what John had told her. The sluice was closed, the supply race was drained, and the wheel had no water passing through it. From the meadow she looked back. The mill stood with its shutters open to the last of the afternoon. The wheel rested against the side wall. Beyond the kitchen garden were the bakehouse and orchard. Within the mill were the kitchen, main floor, wheel room, and loft. The lane and footbridge returned from the yard toward the road. The geography had become simple in her mind, each place joined to the next. She retraced her steps through the orchard and kitchen garden. Inside, she placed her rucksack near the loft ladder and carried the bread into the kitchen. Then she laid kindling in the stove, struck a match, and waited until the thin wood caught before adding one small log. While the kettle heated, she opened her notebook at the kitchen table. She wrote the date, then made a plain evening record. Arrived at 3:30, John Bell gave me the key. Shutters opened. Main floor, wheel room, loft, kitchen, scullery, bakehouse, kitchen garden, orchard, mill race, and sluice meadow checked. Wheel stationary, sluice closed, supply race drained. Natural brook flowing past the mill. 8 bins empty and dry. 23 full sacks and 12 empty sacks in loft. Water clear. Stove lit. Below that, she added, wooden disc found beneath millstone frame. John identified it as an old sack marker for bin 7. Returned it to the marker crate in the loft. She read the entry once. It was enough for an evening log. Arrival time, rooms checked, water state, grain count, stove, and anything moved. She could use the same order on the evenings ahead. The kettle began to murmur. Tessa spooned tea into the chipped enamel cup, poured in the hot water, and carried it to the table. She set the red apple beside her notebook and left it whole for morning. Outside the kitchen window, the orchard was growing dim. A band of orange remained below the deepening blue of the sky. The stove gave off a mild warmth, and the brook continued beyond the wall with its steady, unhurried sound. Tessa held the cup in both hands. The key lay safely beside the notebook. The old marker was back with the others. The sacks had been counted, the bins checked, the rooms opened, and the route to the sluice understood. Nothing had been left unexplained, and nothing in the mill required movement tonight. She drank her tea slowly while the wheel rested beside the moving brook. When the cup was empty, she would close the shutters in the same order she had opened them, check the stove, and leave the notebook ready for the next round. The first circuit was complete, and the mill now had a simple evening routine. Tessa left the empty cup on the draining board and stood for a moment with one hand resting on the edge of the sink. The kitchen had grown warmer while she drank her tea. A mild heat came from the cast iron stove, carrying the dry scent of beech smoke. and the stone floor no longer felt quite so cool beneath her boots. Outside the window, the orchard had lost most of its color. The apples beneath the trees were dim red and green shapes in the long grass. Above them, the last orange light had narrowed to a thin band beyond the alders. Her first circuit of the mill was complete. She knew where each room led, where the lane crossed the footbridge, and how the kitchen garden opened toward the bakehouse and orchard. She knew that the narrow path beyond the orchard followed the drained millrace upstream to the sluice meadow. She knew the gate was closed, the wheel was still, and the natural brook continued on its own course beside the mill. There was another round she would need before the evening ended. The ordinary work of closing the place for the night. It was not time for that yet. The mill still held the last of the daylight through its open shutters and windows. The oak door stood open to the yard, and the garden door remained open beyond the scullery. Tessa wanted to establish the order now, while she could consider it without hurry, then leave the actual closing until the final round. She returned to the table and opened her notebook. Beneath the evening record, she drew a short line and wrote a second heading, closing round. She considered the rooms she had visited and put them into an order that would save her from going back and forth. Bakehouse door, garden door, stove, main floor bins and workbench, wheel room, loft windows, main shutters, oak door. It was a prospective list rather than a record of completed work. Tomorrow she could follow it again, adding or removing a step if the mill showed her a better way. Tessa added one more line beneath it. Check once in this order before closing tonight. She slipped the pencil into the fold of the notebook and left the book open on the table. Then she took the box of matches from her satchel and lit the small lamp on the kitchen shelf. The wick caught with a low flame. She adjusted it until the glass held an even amber light, bright enough to carry without throwing hard shadows across the room. With the lamp in one hand, she crossed the scullery and stepped through the open outer door. The evening air felt cool after the kitchen. Rosemary and damp soil scented the garden, and somewhere in the orchard a blackbird gave one last brief call before becoming quiet. Tessa followed the path to the bakehouse. Its door was still ajar, just as she had found it. She pushed it open a little farther and raised the lamp. The brick oven stood dark at the far wall, its iron door closed. The wooden peel remained propped beside it. The long table was bare, and the shelves held only the bowls she had already seen. Nothing had been lit, moved, or left in need of attention. Beside the door, the plain wooden bar rested ready for the final closing round. Tessa lifted it once to feel its weight, and fitted one end briefly into the iron catch. The movement was simple. When the time came, she would draw the door shut, settle the bar into place, and test it once. For now she removed the bar and returned it to its resting position. She left the bakehouse door ajar as it had been. On the walk back, the lamp showed a small circle of thyme, sage, weeds, and pale stones. Beyond that circle, the garden rested in blue dusk. There was no need to inspect the orchard again. She had walked it once, seen the windfall apples and the path into the meadow, and confirmed the closed sluice from a respectful distance. At the scullery, she examined the garden door without closing it. Its key was already in the lock. The bolt moved cleanly when she turned the key partway, so she returned it to the open position. Later, after the last outside circuit, the door could be drawn in, locked, and tested. She stepped back into the kitchen, leaving the garden door open behind her. The stove had burned down from flame to a steady bed of red embers around the small log. Tessa did not add more wood. She adjusted the damper slightly and watched until the embers remained calm and even. For the final round, the kettle could be moved from the hot plate to the cooler iron. The tea tin would be closed, the matches kept dry, and the cup left rinsed on the draining board. Those small kitchen states were already clear enough that she did not need to write them separately. She picked up the lamp and moved into the main room. The millstones occupied the center of the floor, large and quiet in the amber light. Their radiating grooves caught narrow lines of shadow. The upper stone remained slightly raised in its wooden frame, held by the same rods and wedges she had examined earlier. Nothing about it had changed. Along the wall, the 8 bins stood with their lids closed. Tessa did not open them again. She passed a hand lightly over each lid, confirming that it had settled flat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At number 7, she remembered the wooden marker she had found beneath the millstone frame. It was no longer on the workbench. John had identified it before he left, and Tessa had already carried it upstairs and returned it to the plain crate with the other markers. The small matter had begun and ended within the same afternoon. The token belonged to an ordinary counting system, and it was back where it belonged. At the workbench, the folded canvas sacks remained in their neat stack. Her rucksack stood near the loft ladder. The satchel was in the kitchen, beside the notebook. The mill key lay on its leather thong near the open page, where she would see it before the final round began. Tessa looked toward the 4 open shutters. Their latches were simple and all within reach. She could close the 2 orchard side shutters first, cross the room and close the 2 facing the yard. The oak door would remain until last, allowing her one final look outside before she locked it. She left every shutter open. Then she crossed to the stone stairs and descended into the wheel room. The lamp made the room appear lower than it had in daylight. Its glow reached the main timber shaft, the nearest gear, and part of the iron brackets fixed into the wall. Beyond them, the rest settled into soft shadow. She held the lamp away from the wood and stood on the last stair. The mechanism remained completely still. Wooden teeth rested between wooden teeth. The massive shaft carried no movement from the wheel outside, and no tremor passed through the frame. The only vibration came faintly through the stone floor from the natural brook beyond the wall. Tessa looked down into the wheel channel. A shallow film of water remained among the stones, no more than she had seen before. It had no current. The supply race leading from the closed sluice was drained, and no water entered the wheel. She went to the switch box beside the stairs and lifted its cover. The master switch still stood where she had left it. She had managed with daylight and the lamp, so there was nothing electrical to turn off. She closed the cover until its small catch clicked. For a few breaths she listened to the 2 kinds of quiet in the room. There was the stillness of the mechanism, deliberate and complete. Beneath it was the soft passage of the brook outside, moving steadily along its natural bed. One rested, the other continued. The distinction was clear. The mechanism needed no further investigation. The wheel was stationary, the switch was untouched, and the shallow water in the channel had no current. Still, the wheel room would remain in the written closing order. Tessa would descend once during the final round, not to investigate anything new, but simply to confirm that its state had remained unchanged before she closed the mill for the night. Tessa climbed back to the main floor and paused beside the ladder. The loft was the one place that needed a little preparation before the final round. Its windows could remain open until later, but the cot beneath the roof slope was not yet ready. She set the lamp on the workbench, raised the trapdoor, and climbed with both hands free. When she reached the top, she lifted the lamp through after her. Warmth from the day still rested beneath the slate roof. The 23 full sacks stood against the walls, their tied necks leaning at slightly different angles. The 12 empty sacks remained folded apart from them. Nothing had shifted since her count. The marker crate was tucked between the last sack and the sloping wall. Tessa did not draw it out or lift its lid. She could picture the wooden number 7, lying with the other old markers, its mill mark turned toward the straw or toward another token. Its exact position did not matter. It had been identified and returned. A narrow cot stood beneath one roof slope, with a folded blanket at its foot. Tessa had noticed it during her first circuit, but had not yet prepared it. She set the lamp on the floor well away from the blanket. Then she lifted the folded wool and shook it out once. A faint scent of cedar and dry storage rose from it. The blanket was plain brown, lighter at the creases where it had been protected from dust. Tessa spread it across the cot, smoothed it from the head toward the foot, and folded back one corner. The mattress beneath was narrow but even. She pressed it once with her palm. It gave gently and returned to shape. A flat pillow rested against the wall, its linen cover clean and cool. Tessa lifted it, gave it one small shake, and set it back. Her rucksack could remain below until she was ready to bring up what she needed. There was no reason to unpack everything. The cot, blanket, and pillow were enough to give the night a prepared place without ending the evening before its proper time. Tessa went to the orchard-side gable window. It remained open. Cool air passed through it, carrying the faint sweetness of apples and long grass. The latch moved easily when she touched it, and the frame drew inward without resistance. She let it rest back in its open position. At the opposite gable, she did the same with the window facing the lane. Through it, the pale curve of the road could still be made out between the alders. Below the roofline, the yard and footbridge lay in deepening shade. When the final round came, she would close the orchard window first and the lane window second. For now both remained open, allowing the loft to keep the last of the evening air. Tessa carried the lamp back to the ladder and climbed down. She lowered the trapdoor gently rather than letting it fall. It met the frame with a wooden sound and settled flush with the ceiling. The main floor remained open around her. Fading light entered through all 4 windows. The oak entrance still stood open toward the cobbled yard. From where Tessa stood, she could see the empty bench, the old post with its iron ring, and part of the gray footbridge rail. She walked once around the millstone frame, keeping enough distance that her sleeve did not brush the wood. She checked the workbench, the folded sacks, the closed bins, the stone stairs, and the lowered loft door. Everything had a place. Everything she had opened was still open by choice, or ready to be closed later in the order she had written. Tessa stepped through the oak doorway into the yard. The cooler air touched her face. Nothing remained on the bench. The footbridge rested beyond the cobbles, and the alder-lined lane had begun to fade into dusk. She rested her hand briefly on the edge of the heavy door. It moved smoothly enough on its hinges. The old lock would resist at the first fraction of a turn, as it had when John opened it, but the key was ready on the kitchen table. The oak door would be last. Tessa left it open. She carried the lamp back through the main room and into the kitchen. The room received her with the mild warmth of the stove. Through the open scullery came a narrow thread of cool garden air, scented with rosemary and damp earth. She set the lamp beside the notebook and sat. Beneath the prospective closing list, she added a few notes. Bakehouse bar fits. Garden door lock moves freely. Stove low. Bins and workbench clear. Wheel and gears stationary. Switch untouched. No further mechanism investigation needed. Confirm unchanged state during final closing round. Cot prepared. Loft window latches sound. Main shutters and oak door to remain open until final round. After that she wrote, "Closing order should work." She read the page from the beginning. It held the arrival time, the rooms, the water state, the sack count, the stove, the old marker and its explanation, and now the shape of the later closing round. Nothing depended on memory alone. The mill had not been closed too soon. The bakehouse remained ajar. The garden door, main shutters, loft windows, and oak door remained open. The stove continued at a low, steady warmth. The wheel had been confirmed and required no further investigation. Its one remaining place in the evening was the ordinary final confirmation already written into the closing order. Above, the cot waited with its blanket spread and one corner folded back. Tessa set the pencil across the open notebook without closing the cover. The mill key remained beside it in its loose circle of leather. The golden edge of the lamp flame moved once beneath the glass and settled again. She lifted the kettle from the cooler iron and judged its weight. There was enough water for another cup if she wanted one later. She returned it to the stove without moving it onto the hottest plate. For a little while she listened. The stove gave a soft tick. Air moved faintly through the scullery. Alder Brook continued beyond the wall with its steady, ordinary voice. The wheel made no sound at all. Her first circuit had shown her the mill in daylight. This smaller round had given the final closure a dependable shape without completing it before its time. When the evening reached its proper end, she could follow the list plainly: bakehouse, garden door, stove, main floor, wheel room, loft windows, shutters, and oak door. In the wheel room, she would need only to stand on the landing, with the lamp held clear of the timber, and confirm what she already knew. The shaft would remain at rest in its brackets. The wooden teeth would remain fitted together without movement. The switch would remain untouched, and the shallow water in the channel would remain still. Once those unchanged states were seen, she could climb back upstairs and continue through the rest of the list. Until then, the mill could remain open around her. Tessa rested both hands on the warm wooden table. The notebook and key were ready. The cot was prepared. The stationary wheel had been confirmed, and nothing in the mechanism had been touched or left uncertain. Behind her, the kitchen stayed open to the cool scullery and the darkening garden. Beyond the doorway, the main floor still held the last soft light from its open shutters. The final round waited in a clear and settled order. It would return her once to the quiet wheel room, then carry her upward to the loft windows, across the main floor to the shutters, and at last to the oak door. Tessa remained calmly in the kitchen, with that order written down, and the final closure waiting for later. Tessa remained at the kitchen table, with the prospective closing round open before her. The lamp stood beside the notebook, though there was still enough evening light to see without it. Through the doorway to the main floor, the 4 open shutters admitted long, amber shapes across the oak boards. Cool air moved in from the garden through the scullery, carrying rosemary, damp soil, and the faint sweetness of the orchard. The stove held a low, steady warmth. The kettle rested on the cooler iron. Beside the notebook lay the mill key, its leather thong arranged in a loose circle where Tessa had placed it. Nothing needed to be closed yet. She read the final line she had written. Closing order should work. The words were plain and sufficient. Bakehouse, garden door, stove, main floor, wheel room, loft windows, shutters, oak door. When the last of the light had gone, she could follow that path once and leave every part of the mill settled for the night. For now, the building remained open around her. Tessa lifted the lamp and carried it into the main room. She set it on the workbench, well away from the folded canvas sacks, then stood beneath the loft ladder. There was one small thing she wanted to confirm before turning to quieter work. John had already explained the wooden disc she had found beneath the millstone frame. It was an old sack marker. The 7 matched bin 7, and the crossed circle on the reverse belonged to the mill. Tessa had returned it to the crate in the loft during her first circuit. The matter was already understood. Still, when she had opened the crate, she had noticed the edges of other numbered markers resting in the straw. She wanted one brief look at the set, enough to fix John's explanation in her mind before she left the box alone. She raised the trapdoor and climbed. Warm air remained beneath the roof. It carried the dry scents of canvas, timber, and settled grain. Both gable windows stood open as she had left them, and the fading light entered from opposite ends of the loft. The cot waited beneath the roof slope, with its brown blanket spread smoothly across it. One corner remained folded back. The flat pillow rested against the wall. Nothing there needed attention. Tessa walked to the far end of the loft. The full sack stood tied and undisturbed along the wall. The empty canvas remained folded apart. She did not count either group again. Their numbers were already written in the notebook, and nothing had happened that could have changed them. The marker crate rested between the last sack and the sloping timber. Its plain lid sat loosely over the top. Tessa drew the box a little way into the light and knelt beside it. When she lifted the lid, one wooden marker touched another with a soft knock. The discs lay on their bed of old straw. A 2 showed near the front. A 5 rested partly on its edge. Number 7 lay beneath the rim of another marker, exactly where it had settled when Tessa returned it. She picked it up. The pale wood had darkened around the edges from years of handling. The burned numeral remained clear. On the reverse, the crossed circle was shallow but easy to recognize. John's explanation needed nothing added to it. The number connected the marker to the matching bin. The mark showed that the disc belonged here at the mill. It was a small reusable label, made to keep an ordinary exchange in order. Tessa turned over the marker beside it. Number 8 carried the same crossed circle. So did number 5. Each mark differed slightly, because it had been cut by hand, but the design remained the same. As she replaced the 5th marker, she noticed the corner of a folded paper resting against the inner side of the crate. It was not hidden. The loose straw had simply shifted around it, leaving one yellowed edge in view. Tessa drew the paper out and opened it carefully across the lid. The pencil writing had faded, but only 2 short instructions remained necessary to read. Sack markers belong with the numbered bins. Return each marker to the box when the sack comes back empty. Below them in smaller writing was a final note. Crossed circle, Bell & Son, Alder Brook. Tessa read the lines once. They confirmed what John had told her. The number belonged with the bin. The crossed circle belonged to the mill, and the marker returned to the crate when its small piece of work was over. There was no further question in it. She folded the paper along its old creases and placed it against the inner wall of the crate, above the straw where the next person could find it without moving the markers. Then she returned number 7 to the others and lowered the lid. The small discovery was complete almost as soon as it had begun. Tessa remained kneeling. For a moment, one hand resting lightly on the top of the box. The crate was not a place of secrets. The folded paper had not been left as a message for her. They were working things kept together for the convenience of whoever next needed them. That plainness suited the mill. A wooden marker could stray beneath a frame. Someone could find it, recognize its number, and put it back. If an explanation was needed, the note remained with the box. Once the object had returned to its place, the matter ended. Tessa pushed the crate into its sheltered position beneath the sloping roof. She brushed a few pieces of straw dust from her fingertips and stood. At the orchard-side gable window, the evening had deepened but not yet darkened. The kitchen garden lay below, its paths between the herb beds. Beyond the bakehouse, orchard branches spread over the long grass. Apples showed among the leaves in softened red, green, and gold. Farther on, the edge of the sluice meadow rested beneath the lowering light. A section of the drained millrace could be seen between the grass and the wall. Its exposed stones were pale and dry. Beyond it, Alder Brook continued along its natural course. No water turned toward the mill. Tessa rested both hands on the sill. From the loft, the brook sounded quieter than it did in the yard. Stone, timber, and distance softened the separate movements of water into one even passage. It rose slightly where the brook crossed shallow stones and eased again beneath the alders. The wheel gave no sound at all. Cool air entered through the open window and passed across Tessa's hands. Behind her, the loft held the day's remaining warmth. The two temperatures met gently beneath the roof without disturbing the sacks, the cot, or the closed marker crate. She stayed there for a little while. Nothing in the view required her to go out again. She had already seen the orchard, the drained race, and the closed sluice. The path beside the meadow was known. The wheel room had been checked, and the mechanism rested completely still. The evening could narrow now. The marker was understood. The crate was closed. The paper had been returned. When Tessa left the window, she did not look inside the box again. She crossed the loft at an easy pace, lowered herself onto the ladder, and climbed down to the main floor. The lamp remained on the workbench. Its amber flame was growing more visible as the daylight softened. Beside it, a stack of folded canvas sacks rested unchanged. Tessa bins 7. She did not lift the lid. She had already confirmed that all 8 bins were empty, clean and dry. Instead, she placed her fingertips against the faded painted number on the front. 7 on the bin. 7 on the marker. The same simple connection John had described. She let her hand fall and moved away. Tessa opened the notebook beneath the lines about the closing round. She added one brief entry. Marker note confirms John's explanation. Numbers match the bins. Crossed circle is the Bell and Son mill mark. Number 7 returned to the crate. She read it once, closed the notebook, and carried it back to the kitchen. The entry needed no longer a count. She had not put the system to use, moved any sack, or opened any bin. She had only read the note and returned it to the place where it belonged. Tessa set the notebook beside the key. The kettle still held enough water for another cup, but she did not make tea yet. She went through the scullery and paused at the open garden door. Evening air moved over the stone threshold. Rosemary stood nearest the path, with thyme spreading low beside it, and broad sage leaves farther along the bed. The bakehouse door remained ajar, as it had been during her first circuit. Its wooden bar waited beside the frame for the final closing round. She stepped outside and walked only as far as the first herb bed. A fallen alder leaf lay across one of the path stones. Tessa bent, picked it up by the stem, and placed it on the dark soil beside the rosemary. The leaf settled there with its yellow side uppermost. She did not continue to the bakehouse or orchard. Those places were already part of her map. There would be time to learn their working order more carefully before the light ended. Without turning the marker's explanation into the beginning of another large circuit. For the moment, she stood beside the herbs and listened. From here the brook sounded clearer. Water passed beyond the mill wall, steady and separate from the drained channel beneath the wheel. A slight breeze moved through the orchard leaves. Somewhere near the roof, the blackbird shifted once and then became quiet again. Tessa rubbed a rosemary leaf gently between her fingers. Its clean scent remained on her skin. Then she returned through the scullery. In the kitchen, the stove had settled around the small beech log. No flame showed when she looked through the firebox opening, only a mild red glow, and the occasional quiet movement of ash. The kettle waited on the cooler iron. Tessa filled her cup with the water that remained warm, added a little tea, and carried it to the table. She sat with the notebook and key before her. The light moved slowly across the stone floor. A narrow amber band touched one table leg, then withdrew as the sun lowered behind the alders. The lamp's glow replaced it without any sudden change. Tessa held the cup between both hands. The mill had several small forms of order, and she did not need to learn all of them in one evening. Some were already clear. The key belonged beside the notebook when it was not in her hand. The lamp belonged where its light could be carried safely. The shutters and windows remained open until the closing round. The stove was kept low. The sluice stayed closed, the race stayed drained, and the wheel remained still. The marker had its own equally modest place. A number matched a bin. The crossed circle named the mill. When the marker's use was finished, it returned to the crate. Tessa drank her tea slowly. The cup warmed her palms. Rosemary lingered faintly on her fingers beneath the scent of the tea. Nothing about the discovery had altered the mill. It had not created a new task or changed the order of the evening. It had only confirmed that one worn object belonged to the same practical rhythm as everything around it. When the cup was empty, she rinsed it and set it upside down on the draining board. The mill remained open. Air still passed through the main floor shutters and the two gable windows above. The oak door stood open toward the cobbled yard. The garden door remained open through the scullery. The bakehouse door was still ajar, waiting to be secured when the closing round began. There was enough light left for a little gentle work before then. Tessa stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the main floor. The lamp behind her gave the wood a mild amber edge. Ahead, the last daylight lay across the closed bins and the raised millstones. Fine flour dust showed along the wall beneath the workbench and in the shallow seams of the oak floor. The broom hung from its pegs beside the kitchen door. A wooden-edged dustpan rested below it. Tessa looked at the clear boards, the settled bins, and the quiet frame around the stones. The marker was back in its crate. The note was folded above the straw. The explanation was entered in the notebook. Nothing about it needed another inspection. She left the notebook and key together on the kitchen table and reached for the broom. The mill remained open to the evening, ready for one small unhurried piece of work before the familiar closing round. The mill remained open to the evening. Tessa stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the main floor, one hand resting against the warm wooden frame. Behind her, the notebook and mill key lay together on the kitchen table. Above, both loft windows were open. The 4 main floor shutters stood wide, and the oak door admitted a long shape of amber light from the yard. The small discovery in the marker crate was complete. Number 7 was back with the other sack markers. The folded instruction rested above the straw. Each numbered marker corresponded to a bin and carried the Bell and Son mill mark. When its sack came back empty, the marker returned to the crate. Tessa had entered the same plain explanation in her notebook. Marker note confirms John's explanation. Numbers match the bins. Crossed circle is the Bell and Son mill mark. Number 7 returned to the crate. Nothing about it needed another thought. There was still light enough for a modest round, and Tessa knew what she wanted from it. She had already passed through the rooms beyond the kitchen as part of her first broad circuit. Now she could learn that quieter side of the mill more carefully. The kitchen, the scullery, the garden, the bakehouse, and the beginning of the orchard path. Not to clean the rooms or prepare them for work, only to notice their order and understand how one place led to the next. Before going outside, she looked down at the main floorboards. Fine flour dust lay along the wall and beneath the workbench. It had gathered in the seams around the feet of the empty bins and in a pale curve near the millstone frame. The dust wasn't troublesome. It was simply what remained when a working room had rested for a while. A broom hung from 2 pegs beside the kitchen door. Its handle was smooth from use, and the bristles were worn shorter on one side. A shallow wooden-edged dustpan stood beneath it. Tessa reached toward the broom, then let her hand rest at her side. Sweeping the main floor would be easy enough, but it would also turn this quiet orientation into another task. The dust could remain until a later round. It did not block the floor, threaten the grain, or require attention before night. The broom and pan were where she would expect to find them when they were needed. That was enough to know. She left them on their pegs. The 8 bin lids remained closed. The millstones stayed raised and still. Nothing lay beneath the frame now that the old marker had been returned to its crate. The clear walking space between the kitchen, workbench, bins, stairs, and oak door was easy to follow without moving anything. Tessa stepped back into the kitchen. The room had a simple center. The table stood within easy reach of the stove and sink. The kettle could pass from the tap to the iron, without being carried across the room. The tea tin and matches belonged on the shelf above. Cups, plates, bowls, and the kitchen knife occupied the cupboards nearest the table. The stove held one small beech log, settled to a mild red glow behind the firebox door. Tessa added no more wood. The kettle already rested on the cooler part of the iron, and the damper remained where she had set it. Beside the stove, the kindling box was nearly full. The beech logs were stacked with their cut ends facing outward. The ash bucket stood nearby. Nothing blocked the space around the stove, and nothing needed rearranging. At the sink, the tap was fully closed. Her rinsed cup rested upside down on the draining board. Tessa stood in the middle of the room and looked from one useful place to the next. Table, stove, sink, cupboard, shelf. The order was ordinary and easy to remember. Tea could be made without crossing the room twice. Bread could be cut at the table, and the knife returned to the cupboard. Water, fire, and dishes each had their own small area. She didn't open the cupboards again. She had already seen what they held. She didn't wipe the table or lift the stove lid. This was only a second quieter look at a room she would use each evening. Cool air reached her through the scullery. Tessa followed it. The scullery was narrower than the kitchen and cooler underfoot. A stone shelf ran along one wall. Beneath it stood two buckets, one nested inside the other, and a low wooden crate held folded cloths. 3 hooks had been fixed beside the garden door. One held a plain canvas apron. The other 2 were empty. There was no need to move any of these things. Buckets below the shelf, cloths in the crate, apron beside the outside door. The scullery made a small passage between indoor work and outdoor work, and its objects suited that purpose. Muddy boots could pause on the stone. A bucket could be carried into the garden without passing around the kitchen table. A damp cloth could hang near the moving air. The garden door stood open, as it had since her first circuit. Tessa stepped across the threshold. Rosemary and thyme scented the cooler air. The path stones were dry on their upper surfaces, but still dark at the edges where the lowering sun had not reached them. Sage grew in a pale, broad cluster near the wall. A few late flowers had gone to seed among the weeds. The garden didn't need tending. Its paths remained clear enough, and the herbs were easy to recognize. Rosemary stood nearest the mill. Thyme spread low beside the stones. Sage occupied the broader patch beyond. Tessa walked slowly along the path, keeping her hands at her sides. She did not pull the weeds or gather the herbs. Those small acts could wait until there was a reason for them. For now, the plants marked the route as plainly as any sign. Past the beds, the path divided gently. One short branch led to the bakehouse door. The other passed around the bakehouse wall and continued toward the orchard. Tessa took the shorter branch. The bakehouse door remained ajar, just as it had during her first circuit, and her earlier look at the wooden bar. She put one hand against the outer edge, and opened it only far enough to enter without brushing the frame. Cool, dry air met her. The brick oven filled the far wall. Its iron door was closed, and no warmth came from it. The wooden peel leaned nearby. Bowls stood nested on the shelves, and the long pale table occupied the center of the room. Tessa remained near the doorway at first. The room's working order was visible without touching anything. Bowls belonged on the wall shelves. The table provided space for mixing and kneading. The peel stood within reach of the oven. The wooden bar waited beside the door for the closing round. She walked once around the table. Its shallow kneading hollow caught a little light from the open doorway. The worn place showed where hands and dough had returned over many years, but the table required nothing from her now. There was no flour to mix, no dough to shape, and no fire to lay. Tessa did not open the oven. She did not lift the bowls or look beneath the table. She did not sweep the floor, wipe the wood, or begin arranging the room for baking. Those belonged to another day, when the bakehouse itself would be the evening's work. Tonight she needed only the broad arrangement. Shelves along the wall, table at the center, peel beside the oven, bar beside the door. The oven remained cold and closed. The room remained dry. The doorway opened directly toward the herb beds, while the path around the outer wall led to the orchard. That was enough. Tessa stepped outside and returned the door to its earlier ajar position. She left the wooden bar where it was. The bakehouse would be secured during the final closing round, in the order already written in her notebook. Nothing needed to be closed before its time. She followed the path around the low bakehouse wall. Dry lavender heads leaned over one edge, carrying only the faintest scent when the air moved. Beyond them, the orchard opened across the gentle slope. Tessa walked only as far as the first row of trees. Long grass moved around her boots. Windfall apples lay beneath the branches in quiet drifts of red, green, and muted gold. Some were whole and firm. Others had softened where they fell. She left them all in place. There were older trees with low, bent limbs and younger trees with straighter trunks. The broad path followed the orchard edge beside a low stone wall. Farther on, it led toward the small wooden gate opening into the sluice meadow. The drained millrace lay beyond that wall, though from where she stood only a pale section could be seen between the grasses. Tessa didn't go to the gate. She had already seen the sluice during her first circuit. Its iron handle was down. The gate was closed. Water continued through the natural brook, and the supply race remained drained. Nothing in that state required another inspection during this gentle round. Instead, she looked back toward the mill. From the first row, the route was plain. Orchard to bakehouse to herb beds to scullery, scullery to kitchen. Beyond the kitchen lay the main floor, with the wheel room below and the loft above. The orchard was not separate from the mill's daily round. It was simply the farthest quiet room, open to the weather and roofed by branches. A breeze moved through the leaves. One apple shifted in the grass where a long blade had been holding it, then settled again. Beyond the stone wall, Alder Brook continued along its natural bed. The stronger sound of water came from there, not from the drained race. The wheel remained still. Tessa stayed at the edge of the orchard for a little while without looking for anything more. The grass leaned and rose. Leaves moved against one another. Water passed beyond the wall. No task announced itself. The windfall apples could remain beneath the trees. The path did not need clearing. The low branches did not need lifting or tying back. This evening was for knowing the place, not improving it. When Tessa turned, she followed the same short route toward the garden. At the bakehouse, she checked the door by sight. It remained ajar. The wooden bar still waited beside the frame. She did not enter again. The lavender heads moved slightly as she passed. In the garden, one fallen alder leaf lay across a pathstone. Tessa stepped around it rather than brushing it aside. The herbs, seed heads, weeds, and fallen leaf could all remain as they were. The path was still open and easy to follow. She paused beside the rosemary and drew one breath of its clean scent. Then she returned through the garden door. The scullery received the cooler air behind her. The nested buckets remained beneath the stone shelf. The folded cloths rested in their crate. The canvas apron hung quietly from its hook. Tessa passed through without taking down the apron or unfolding a cloth. In the kitchen, the stove held the same low warmth. The kettle remained on the cooler iron. Her notebook lay beside the key. She sat at the table and opened it beneath the lines about the marker system. For a moment she considered how much to write. The round had not changed any object or completed any preparation. Its purpose had been orientation, and the record could be equally light. She wrote, "Quiet route beyond kitchen now clear, scullery, buckets below stone shelf, cloths in crate, apron by garden door, rosemary, thyme, and sage beside path. Path divides at bakehouse and continues to orchard. Below that," she added, Bakehouse unchanged, oven cold and closed, bowls on shelves, table central, peel beside oven, door left ajar for closing round, walked only to first orchard row, meadow gate and drained race visible beyond wall. She paused, then recorded the states that mattered. Oak door and 4 main shutters open, 2 loft windows open, garden door open, stove low and steady, loft unchanged, 23 full sacks, 12 empty sacks, marker crate closed, sluice closed, supply race drained, wheel and gears stationary. Tessa read the entry once. It said what she had learned without pretending that she had prepared the bakehouse, tended the garden, cleared the orchard, or cleaned the main floor. Those tasks had not been needed. The rooms had simply become easier to hold in mind. She closed the notebook and slipped the pencil into its fold. The key remained beside it in its loose circle of leather. Through the doorway, the main floor looked much as it had before the round. Fine flour dust still rested harmlessly along the wall and beneath the workbench. The broom and dustpan remained beside the kitchen door. The 8 bin lids were closed. Light crossed the boards and stopped at the outer edge of the millstone frame. Above, cool air moved through the loft windows. Below, the shaft and gears rested in the wheel room. Nothing important had moved. Tessa stood and walked onto the main floor. She did not climb to the loft or descend the stone stairs. Both places had already been checked. She crossed the clear boards between the millstones and the workbench, then stepped through the open oak door. The cobbled yard held the last warmth of the afternoon. Deeper hollows between the stones showed a darker color where earlier moisture had lingered. Shadows from the alders moved whenever the leaves stirred. Tessa sat on the bench. From there she could see the waterwheel resting against the brookside wall. Its wooden buckets were dark and still. The shallow water beneath it held no current. Beyond the channel, Alder Brook continued past the mill with its steady, ordinary sound. The gentle round was finished. Behind her, the mill remained open in its proper evening state. The kitchen, scullery, garden, bakehouse, and first orchard row now formed one simple route in her mind. She knew where the useful objects waited, but she had not taken them up. She knew what later work might involve, but she had not begun it early. The broom remained on its pegs. The garden remained untended. The bakehouse remained unprepared. The windfall apples remained beneath the trees. That was as it should be. There was still time before the final closing round for one short walk along the known orchard path, though there was no need to go beyond the first row or revisit the closed sluice. For the moment, Tessa rested on the bench with her hands loose in her lap. Alder leaves shifted above the footbridge. The light softened across the yard. The brook moved steadily past the quiet wheel, and every room behind her waited calmly in its place. Tessa remained on the bench in the yard for a little longer. The light had softened while she rested. It still reached the upper cobbles and the slate roof, but the shadows of the alders had lengthened across the yard. Beyond the mill wall, Alder Brook continued over its ordinary bed of stones, steady and unhurried. The wheel remained still. From the bench, Tessa could see the damp wooden buckets and the main shaft entering the wheel room. Only a shallow film of water lay in the channel beneath. It had no current. The sluice had already been confirmed during her first circuit. Its handle was down, the supply race was drained, and the natural brook passed the mill without entering the wheel channel. There was no reason to walk there again. Behind her, the mill stood open in the same settled state she had just recorded. The 4 main shutters and the 2 loft windows admitted the mild October air. The oak door rested against its stop. The garden door remained open beyond the kitchen and scullery. The stove held a low, steady warmth. At one end of the yard, the footbridge led toward the alder-lined lane. She already knew that route. It had brought her from the crossroads with her rucksack and satchel, and John Bell had used it when he left after giving her the key. At the other side of the building, the kitchen garden led toward the bakehouse and orchard. Tessa had walked only as far as the first row of trees during her gentle round. That was far enough. She could return by the same short way, bring the bakehouse door into its nighttime state, and settle indoors while the dusk deepened. Tessa stood. She crossed the main floor and followed the kitchen and scullery toward the garden. The air felt cooler beyond the stone threshold. Rosemary grew nearest the path, with thyme spread low beside it, and broad sage leaves showing pale among the weeds. Tessa drew her fingers gently along one rosemary stem. Its sharp, clean scent rose at once and remained on her fingertips. The beds did not need tending. A few late flowers had gone to seed, and dried lavender heads leaned over the stones near the bakehouse wall. One alder leaf lay across the path, where she had stepped around it earlier. Tessa left the leaf where it was. The bakehouse door remained ajar, exactly as she had left it. The wooden bar waited beside the frame. She passed the doorway without entering. The room had already been understood. The cold brick oven, the wooden peel, the bowls nested on their shelves, and the long pale table with its shallow worn place for kneading. Nothing inside required another inspection. The path curved around the low wall and entered the orchard. Long grass brushed softly against her boots. Apples lay beneath the trees in red, green, and muted gold. Some were firm and whole. Others had softened where they had fallen and rested low in the grass, returning slowly to the ground. Tessa walked no farther than the first row. From there, the route beyond was already clear. The orchard edge followed the low stone wall to the wooden gate. Beyond the gate lay the meadow, the empty supply race, and the narrow upstream path. She did not need to see the sluice itself to know where it stood, or how the water was passing. The broad orchard path was firm beneath her boots. The mill roof remained visible between the branches. Near the first tree, a small golden apple rested in a shallow cradle of grass. Its skin was unbroken, and no dark bruise showed where it had fallen. Tessa picked it up and turned it once in her hand. A dry blade of grass clung near the stem. She brushed it away with her thumb. The apple was smaller than the red one she had already set aside for morning, but sound enough to keep with it. She slipped the golden apple into her pocket. Its small weight settled against the cloth of her trousers. A breeze passed across the orchard. Leaves touched one another overhead, and the long grass leaned briefly in one direction before rising again. Beyond the wall, Alder Brook continued along its natural course. The stronger sound of water came from the brook, not from the drained race. The wheel remained still. Tessa looked back toward the mill. From the first row, the return was plain. Orchard to bakehouse to herb beds to scullery to kitchen. There was no need to make the route longer merely because some daylight remained. The orchard had given her its shape, its quiet air, and one sound apple. The meadow and sluice belonged to the circuit she had already completed. Tessa turned back. The path seemed shorter in return. The mill roof grew larger between the branches, followed by the upper stonework and the orchard side windows. Their open shutters held narrow panels of fading light. At the bakehouse she stopped. The door was still ajar. Tessa drew it closed with one hand. The wood met the frame without force. She lifted the plain wooden bar, settled it into the iron catch, and pressed the door once with her fingertips. It held securely. The bakehouse was closed for the night. Its oven remained cold, its table bare and its tools in place. No baking work had begun. Tessa continued into the garden. Rosemary scented the air again as she passed. Damp soil, old stone, dried lavender, and the faint sweetness of the apple in her pocket gathered into the cooler evening air. The pale path stones led directly to the open scullery door. The short return had been enough. First orchard row to bakehouse to garden to kitchen. No turn needed marking, no distance needed measuring. The route had become familiar by being followed gently, not by being repeated farther than necessary. At the scullery threshold, Tessa took the golden apple from her pocket. The skin held a little warmth where it had rested against her. A faint streak of dust remained near the stem, and one small spot of damp earth marked the underside. She carried it to the kitchen sink and rinsed it under the cold tap, turning it slowly in her hand. The dust and earth washed away. She dried the apple with a clean corner of a cloth and set it beside the notebook. The red apple from her first circuit remained there as well, still whole and ready for morning. Tessa placed the golden one beside it, without deciding which she would eat first. The stove held the same low warmth she had left behind. The kettle rested on the cooler iron. The notebook and key lay together on the table, with her satchel nearby where she had left it. Nothing indoors had changed during the short walk. There was still a little gentle work that suited the remaining light. Tessa returned to the main floor and took the broom from its pegs beside the kitchen door. The wooden-edged dustpan rested below it. She carried both to the workbench and began with the open boards along the wall. The flour dust moved easily. She drew the broom in short, quiet strokes, bringing the pale dust out of the shallow seams and away from the feet of the 8 bins. She did not try to scour every trace from the old oak. A little flour would always remain in the deepest lines of a mill floor. Her purpose was only to clear the walking space before the shutters were closed. The broom whispered beneath the workbench. Something narrow shifted against one of the rear legs. Tessa stopped, set the broom aside, and reached down. A short length of sound twine lay beneath the bench, lightly coated in flour dust. It was clean, unfrayed, and long enough to tie the neck of a sack. She ran it once between her fingers. There was no need to throw it away, and nothing needed tying now. Tessa placed the twine on the workbench, apart from the folded canvas sacks where it could be used later. Then she resumed sweeping. She worked around the millstone frame without touching the raised stone, its iron rods or the wooden wedges. The old number 7 marker no longer lay beneath the frame. It rested in the loft crate with the others, and the folded instruction remained above the straw. The dust gathered into a small pale line. Tessa swept it into the wooden-edged pan and carried it to the scullery. She set a sheet of scrap paper on the stone shelf, tipped the flour dust carefully into its center, and folded the paper inward from every side. When the pale dust was enclosed, she wrapped the little parcel once more and placed it at the far end of the shelf, away from the stove, ready to be carried outside with the household refuse later. The ash bucket beside the stove was only for ash that had been confirmed cold. Tessa left it untouched. A little flour remained on the dustpan's inner corner. She dampened a scrap of cloth at the sink and wiped the wood clean. After rinsing the cloth, she wrung it out and hung it from one of the empty scullery hooks beside the canvas apron. The nested buckets remained beneath the stone shelf. The folded cloths stayed in their low crate. The wrapped flour dust rested separately at the far end of the shelf. The rinsed scrap hung where moving air could dry it. Tessa returned the broom and dustpan to their pegs. The main floor looked no newer than before, which suited it. The boards were simply clear. 8 bin lids remained closed. The millstone stayed raised and motionless. The short length of twine rested on the workbench for another day. And the satchel remained safely in the kitchen. She did not descend to the wheel room or climb into the loft. The wheel and gears had already been confirmed stationary. The master switch remained untouched. Above, 23 full sacks stood tied against the walls. 12 empty sacks remained folded apart, and the marker crate was closed beneath the sloping roof. Nothing had happened that could have changed those states. Tessa carried the dustpan's cleaning cloth no farther, and moved no other object. The gentle work was complete. She returned to the kitchen and sat at the table. Beneath the record of her earlier round, she wrote, Returned only to the first orchard row before dusk. Route through orchard edge, bakehouse path, garden, and scullery clear. Did not revisit meadow or sluice. Golden windfall apple brought in, washed, and set aside. Below that she added, bakehouse door barred, main floor walking space swept. Flower dust wrapped separately for later outdoor disposal. Ash bucket left for confirmed cold stove ash only. Broom and pan returned. Short length of sound twine found beneath workbench and left on bench for later use. Rinsed cloth drying on scullery hook. Then she recorded the unchanged states. Sluice closed. Supply race drained. Wheel and gears stationary. Oak door, 4 main shutters, 2 loft windows and garden door still open. Stove low and steady. Tessa read the lines once, that was enough. The log existed to keep the mill's state clear, not to enlarge a simple walk, or make ordinary objects seem more important than they were. The twine was useful and explained by its place beneath the workbench. The apple was sound and ready for morning. The bakehouse was barred. The floor was clear. The swept flour dust was wrapped safely away from the stove and could be taken outdoors later. No question had been introduced. Tessa closed the notebook and slipped the pencil into its fold. The mill key lay within its loose circle of leather. The red and golden apples rested beside the cover. Her satchel remained nearby in the kitchen, where she had placed it earlier. She filled the kettle at the tap and returned it to the warmer part of the stove. While the water heated, she stood at the orchard window. Dusk gathered gently over the trees. The nearest branches were still distinct, but the farther rows had begun to soften together. The first orchard path remained faintly visible between the grass. Beyond it, hidden by trees and the low wall, the empty race continued through the meadow toward the closed sluice. Tessa did not need to see it again. The water stayed in the natural brook. The race stayed drained. The wheel stayed still. The brook sounded softly beyond the mill wall. The wheel gave no answer. When the kettle began to murmur, Tessa spooned tea into her cup and poured the water over it. Steam rose into the cooling kitchen air. She carried the cup to the table and sat beside the notebook, key, and apples. The return path was settled behind her. The orchard had led back to the bakehouse. The bakehouse path had led through the herb beds. The garden had led into the scullery, and the scullery had brought her to the warm center of the kitchen. No task had been left aside. The bakehouse was secured. The orchard gate remained as she had left it after her first circuit. The machinery had not been touched. The room beyond the kitchen waited with its floor clear, and its shutters still open to the last of the evening. Tessa held the warm cup between her hands, while the remaining daylight drained from the window. After tea, the closing round would begin in the familiar order she had already written. Garden door, stove, main floor, wheel room, loft windows, shutters, and oak door. For now there was no need to begin early. The kettle settled on the stove. The apples rested beside the notebook. The key remained within reach. Alder Brook moved beyond the wall, and every open part of the mill waited calmly for night. The last daylight drained from the kitchen window, while Tessa finished her tea. The orchard softened from rows of trees into dark shapes against the grass. Beyond them, the alders became one uneven line, and the pale strip of sky above the branches deepened from gray to blue. When the cup was empty, she carried it to the sink, rinsed it, and left it upside down on the draining board. The red apple from her first circuit and the smaller golden apple from her later walk remained beside the notebook. The golden apple had been washed, and the red apple had simply been set aside for morning. The mill was still open in its evening order. 4 main shutters and 2 loft windows stood open. The oak door rested against its stop, and the garden door remained open beyond the scullery. The bakehouse was already barred. The orchard path lay quiet in the dusk. The stove held a low, steady warmth. Now the closing round could begin. Tessa struck a match and lit the lamp above the table. The flame caught the wick, rose briefly, and steadied beneath the glass. Warm light spread across the worn wood, the closed notebook, the mill key on its leather thong, and the 2 apples. The rest of the kitchen remained in gentle shadow. She slipped the key over her wrist, picked up the lamp, and crossed the scullery. Before closing the garden door, she looked along the path. Rosemary gave off a faint, clean scent beside the stones. Beyond the herb beds, the bakehouse stood dark and secure, its wooden bar seated in the iron catch exactly as she had left it. She did not walk out to test it again. The oven inside was cold and closed. The peel, bowls, and kneading table were all settled. Farther away, the orchard had nearly disappeared into the evening. The small gate stood at the meadow wall beyond the trees. Past it, the sluice handle was down. The sluice was closed, and Alder Brook continued through its natural bed. One walk had been enough. Tessa drew the garden door shut. The key already in its lock turned easily. She tested the handle once, then carried the lamp into the kitchen. The stove had burned down to a bed of quiet coals. Their red glow showed around the firebox door. Tessa moved the kettle to the cooler iron and drew the damper until the draft softened. The lever made a low scrape. Behind the closed door, the glow settled into a deeper, steadier color. She added no more wood. The kitchen was warm enough, and the remaining coals would give up their heat slowly. The tap was closed. The tea tin was covered. The matches were dry on the shelf. The clean cup rested evenly on the draining board. The apples and notebook could remain on the table. Tessa carried the lamp onto the main floor. The light from the open windows was now scarcely brighter than the room itself. The millstones occupied the center of the floor, their gray surfaces pale at the edge of the lamp's circle. The upper stone remained slightly raised in its wooden frame, held by the same iron rods and wooden wedges. Nothing in the mechanism had moved. She began with the bins. Each lid lay flat. Tessa passed her hand lightly across them in order, feeling the smooth, worn boards beneath her palm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All were closed, all had been empty, clean and dry when she checked them. There was no need to lift the lids again. At number 7 she paused for no longer than a breath. Its wooden marker rested in the crate above with the others. John Bell had identified it when she arrived, and the folded instruction in the crate had confirmed its ordinary use. The number matched the bin. The crossed circle was the Bell and Son mill mark. When an empty sack returned, its marker returned to the box. The marker had its purpose and its place. Nothing about it waited to be solved. The main floor boards had been swept. The broom and dustpan had been returned beside the kitchen door. The short length of sound twine found beneath the workbench rested on the bench for later use, and Tessa's satchel had been brought inside from the yard. The folded canvas sacks remained stacked at one end of the workbench. Her rucksack stood near the loft ladder, where she had placed it after her first walk through the orchard. No loose object lay beneath the millstone frame. A little flower dust remained harmlessly in the deepest seams of the oak and at the room's edges, but the walking space was clear. Tessa went to the stone stairs and descended into the wheel room, holding the lamp well away from the timber. Cool air met her at the bottom. The main shaft rested in its iron brackets. The wooden gear teeth fitted into one another without movement, and the master switch remained untouched inside its closed box. She stood on the landing and listened. Alder Brook could be heard beyond the wall, steady in its natural course. The sound passed faintly through stone and timber, but the mechanism contributed no sound of its own. Beneath the wheel, the channel held only its shallow, motionless film of water among the stones. The distinction remained plain. The brook moved. The wheel rested. Tessa raised the lamp slightly. Its light passed over the nearest gear, the iron brackets, and the edge of the channel. Everything remained in the position she knew. The closed sluice kept the water in the brook. The supply race was drained. Nothing reached the wheel, and no part of the machinery had begun to turn. One confirmation was enough. She climbed back to the main floor without touching the switch, shaft, gears, or wheel. The loft came next. Tessa set the lamp on the workbench, raised the trapdoor, and climbed with both hands free. At the top, she lifted the lamp after her and placed it safely on the floorboards. The two gable windows were still open. Cool air moved through the loft, carrying damp leaves from the lane side and the faint sweetness of apples from the orchard side. Beneath those scents remained the warmer smell of canvas, old timber, and dry grain. She crossed first to the orchard window. The garden and trees had nearly disappeared, but she could still make out the lighter line of the path. Somewhere beyond the orchard wall stood the small gate into the meadow. Beyond it, the empty race followed the grass upstream to the closed sluice. No water ran along it toward the mill. Tessa drew the window inward and fastened the latch. At the opposite gable, the lane was hidden beneath the alders. The footbridge and cobbled yard lay below the angle of the roof, known even when they could not be seen. She closed that window too, and pressed the latch into place. The loft became still. The brook remained audible, though the closed glass softened its voice. 23 full sacks stood against the walls, their tied necks leaning at familiar angles. 12 empty sacks remained folded apart from them. Tessa followed the rows with her eyes. 23 full, 12 empty. The numbers were unchanged. The marker crate rested beneath the sloping roof, tucked between the last sack and the wall. Its lid was closed. The folded instruction lay inside above the straw where Tessa had returned it. The markers were together beneath it, number 7 among them. She did not draw the crate forward. Its order was complete. The cot stood beneath the roof slope. The brown blanket lay across it, with one corner folded back, and the pillow rested flat against the wall. Her rucksack remained downstairs near the loft ladder. She could bring it up when she was ready to leave the kitchen. The cot itself required no further preparation. Tessa carried the lamp down, lowered the trapdoor gently, and let it settle flush with the ceiling. Only the main shutters and the oak door remained open. She began on the orchard side. At the first window, she pulled the shutters inward until the wood met the stone sill, then lowered the iron latch. The second pair closed with a mild creak from one hinge. Across the room, she closed the first yard-side shutters. The lamplight became warmer as the outside dusk was covered. The bins and millstone frame drew nearer within its circle, while the corners softened into shadow. At the final window, she paused. The cobbled yard lay dim beyond the glass. The bench stood against the wall, empty. Past it, the pale handrail of the footbridge showed faintly between the alders. At the edge of the view, the waterwheel rested against the mill wall, its buckets dark with old moisture and evening air. Nothing moved in the wheel channel. The sound beyond it came from Alder Brook, continuing past the mill along its natural bed. Tessa closed the last shutters and fitted the latch. The main floor now held only lamplight. She walked around the millstone frame at an easy distance. The rods and wedges remained settled. The raised stone was cool and still. The swept floor held no misplaced object. The closed bins, workbench, broom, dustpan, trapdoor, stairs, and shutters were all as they should be. At the entrance, Tessa stood within the open oak doorway and looked out once. The air in the yard was cooler than it had been during her walk. Nothing remained on the bench. Beyond it, the footbridge led toward the lane beneath the alders. She knew that route without needing to follow it. Bridge, lane, and crossroads. Behind the mill, the other return path was equally plain. Orchard edge, bakehouse path, kitchen garden, scullery and kitchen. Both outward paths had brought her back. Tessa drew the heavy oak door shut and turned the mill key. The lock resisted at the beginning of the turn and then moved firmly. The bolt entered the frame with a deep settled sound. She tested the handle once. The mill was closed for the night. There would be no second passage through the rooms, no later visit to the yard, and no more opening of a door, shutter, or window. Tessa returned to the kitchen and set the lamp on the table. She slipped the key from her wrist and laid it beside the notebook. The stove gave a soft click as the iron cooled. Through the walls came the low, continuous sound of the brook. She opened the notebook beneath the earlier entries and wrote a few plain lines. Bakehouse barred. Garden door locked. Stove damped. Bins and workbench settled. Swept floor clear. Broom and pan returned. Wheel and gears stationary. Switch untouched. 23 full sacks and 12 empty sacks unchanged. Marker crate closed. Loft windows and main shutters fastened. Oak door locked. Below that she added sluice closed. Supply race drained. Wheel still. Closing round complete. She read the lines once. The page held the evening without adding anything that had not happened. The marker instruction had been read and returned above the straw. The main floor had been swept. The kitchen, scullery, garden, bakehouse, orchard, meadow path, wheelroom, loft, yard, footbridge, and lane had all found their practical places in her mind. The sluice was closed. The race was drained. The wheel was still. Every door that needed closing was closed. Every shutter and window that had aired the mill was fastened. The stove was damped. The kettle was cooling. And the machinery remained untouched. Tessa laid the pencil across the page and closed the notebook around it. The 2 apples stayed beside the cover, ready for morning. The key rested within its loose circle of leather. There was nothing else to record. She remained at the kitchen table. Her hands rested around the empty place where the teacup had stood. The wood was smooth in the center and cooler near the edges. A shallow scratch ran beside her little finger, old enough that its corners had worn soft. The table carried mild warmth from the stove on one side, and the cooler night from the window on the other. The stove clicked again. Tessa looked at the firebox. The coals were low and even. She did not open the door or alter the damper. The fire was already doing what it needed to do, giving up its last warmth gradually. The lamp flame remained steady. Its light touched the red apple, the golden apple, the notebook, and the leather thong of the key. Beyond that small circle, the sink, cupboards, and closed scullery door rested in shadow. Tessa listened without searching for any particular sound. There was the quiet cooling of iron. There was the faint settling of old wood. There was Alder Brook beyond the stone wall, moving along its ordinary course. The iron cooled a little. The wood settled a little. The brook went on moving. No shaft turned beneath the main floor. No wooden gear tooth rose to meet the next. No water entered the wheel channel. The wheel rested beside the moving brook, and the mill held the difference between those 2 states without effort. Warmth remained around Tessa's boots and along the side of the table nearest the stove. The air above the stone floor had begun to cool, but slowly. The kitchen kept the day's mild heat in its wood, iron, and stone. The lamplight softened the apple skins. Their stems cast short shadows across the table. The notebook cover lay flat beside them. The key was safe. Nothing on the table needed to be moved. The apples could wait. The notebook could stay closed. The key could remain where her hand would find it. The room eased from evening warmth toward night warmth. Alder Brook continued beyond the wall, its separate ripples and turns joining into one low, even passage. Tessa knew the rooms around her without looking at them. Beyond the doorway, the 8 bins stood closed. The millstones remained raised and still at the center of the clear floor. Above them, the full sacks held their settled weight, and the empty sacks remained folded apart. Below, the shaft rested in its brackets, and the gear teeth rested together. Her rucksack waited near the ladder. It could stay there until she rose. Nothing inside it was needed while she remained at the table, and carrying it upstairs would be the last simple movement between the warm kitchen and the prepared cot. She did not go to see any of the rooms again. The log was written. The closing round was complete, the sluice was closed, the supply race was drained, the wheel was still. Those facts could remain where she had left them, settled in wood, stone, canvas, iron, and ink. The draining board held the clean cup upside down. The kettle cooled on the quieter iron. The stove cooled behind its closed door. The lamp held its small circle over the table. Tessa's shoulders lowered. Her palms rested lightly on the wood, no longer holding a cup, pencil, key, or lamp. There was no object left in her hands and no next item waiting in the round. Warm wood beneath her palms, lamplight across the table, cooling iron beside her, moving water beyond the wall, resting timber beneath the main floor. Outside, the orchard had disappeared into night. The apples beneath the branches could lie where they had fallen. The small gate stood at the meadow wall. Beyond it, the empty race lay quiet. The closed sluice kept the water in the brook's natural bed. Inside, Tessa stayed where the light already was. The stove clicked once more, then became quiet. Old wood answered later with a faint sound beyond the kitchen doorway, only the building settling as its warmth changed. After that came the brook again, not beginning because it had never stopped, simply becoming the clearest sound in the room. The brook moved past the mill. The wheel rested beside it. Again the water passed over its ordinary stones. Again the mill remained still. Again the lamp touched the apples, notebook and key with the same amber light. Nothing waited to be explained. Nothing needed to be checked again. The evening had been entered in the log, the building had been closed, and both known paths had returned to this warm kitchen. The prepared cot waited above, but there was no need to rise yet. When she was ready, Tessa could take the rucksack from beside the ladder and carry it up with her. Until then, she could remain beside the fading stove and listen to the brook. The closed rooms required nothing from her. The apples required nothing. The key and notebook could rest together through the quiet hours. She stayed at the table while night settled fully around the mill. The wood beneath her hands held its warmth. The flame beneath the glass remained steady. The last heat left the stove slowly. Alder Brook moved beyond the wall, and beside it, closed, quiet, and completely at rest, the wheel remained still. The Mill at Alder Brook, Episode 2, Along the Upper Millrace.
Tessa came down the lane in the long, mild part of the evening, carrying a small canvas bag in one hand and a thermos in the other. The day had begun to loosen its hold on the fields. Warmth still rested in the packed earth beneath her boots, but the hedges had already taken on the cooler smell of leaves and shade. Alder Brook announced itself before she reached the footbridge. Its sound rose from beyond the last bend in the lane, broad and steady, softening the smaller noises around it. The brush of her coat sleeve, the measured fall of her steps, and the faint movement of branches overhead all seemed to settle into the same easy rhythm. The footbridge lay ahead in the pale evening light. Its wooden rails were dry, though the air above the brook felt cool against her hands. Tessa crossed at an unhurried pace. Near the middle, she stopped and looked upstream. The brook wound between its familiar banks, carrying small pieces of reflected sky on its surface. A little farther along, part of the water entered the maintained millrace and continued toward the mill. From the bridge, the two courses seemed almost to overlap. The wider brook moved with a loose, changing sound, while the narrower race made a smoother hush beside the bank. Tessa listened for a moment, then continued across. The mill yard was quiet when she entered it. Gravel shifted beneath her boots and became still again. The old mill stood beside the water with the grain loft above the main floor and the wheel room below. Beyond the kitchen garden, the bakehouse and orchard rested in the lowering light. Their roofs and branches were unchanged, each in its ordinary place. She set the thermos on the bench near the mill door and took out the key. The lock turned without resistance. When the door opened, the cooler air inside moved past her with the familiar sense of timber, canvas, and flower dust. There was also the slight dampness that belonged to the rooms nearest the water. None of it was stale. It was simply the smell of a working building at rest. Tessa stepped inside and left the door open behind her. For a little while, she did nothing more than stand on the main floor and allow her eyes to adjust. Evening light entered through the windows in broad, quiet bands. It lay across the boards and caught the pale dust in the grain of the wood. The heavy beams above remained in shadow. Somewhere in the upper part of the building, a board gave one small creak as the warmth of the day began to leave it. Below came the enclosed sound of running water. Tessa placed her canvas bag on a table. She had brought only what she needed for the evening: a notebook, a pencil, a pair of work gloves, and a folded cloth. The millrace did not require tools for heavy work. There would be no cutting, digging, or repair. She meant only to walk the maintained path, lift out the leaves and small twigs that had fallen since her last look, and check the water against the 3 familiar stones. Before going outside again, she walked through the mill. She began with the main floor, moving from window to window. Each latch sat properly in place. The boards beneath her felt firm and dry. Along one wall, empty bins waited with their lids resting squarely. A few canvas sacks stood folded nearby, ready for the later work of the week. Their rough surfaces held the warm, dusty smell of grain even while empty. Tessa brushed one hand over the table and looked at the faint line her fingers made in the flower dust. It was not enough to require cleaning tonight. The grain loft would have its own evening soon, and the sacks and bins would be taken in order then. For now, it was enough to know that everything above her was settled. She glanced toward the loft stairs but did not climb them. This evening belonged to the water. At the back of the main floor, she opened the inner door and went down to the wheel room. The stairs were narrow and familiar. The air cooled with each step, and the sound of the channel became fuller until it seemed to occupy the whole lower room. The wheel remained secured and unloaded. Nothing in the mechanism was being asked to turn. The old wood stood dark beside the passing water, and the resting parts held their weight without complaint. Tessa stopped at the foot of the stairs. Water moved through the channel in a continuous run, slipping beneath the motionless structure and onward toward the brook. The sound changed around the beams and stonework. Near the entrance, it was a close murmur. Farther under the wheel, it deepened, then grew lighter again as the water passed into the open air. She watched long enough to separate those ordinary changes from the pace of the flow itself. The channel seemed a little quieter than she remembered. Not alarmingly so, and not even greatly so. It was only a difference that invited checking. From inside the wheelroom, she could not see where the upper water divided, and she knew better than to make a conclusion from sound alone. She rested her palm briefly against one of the dry wooden supports. It held a trace of the day's warmth. "All settled," she said. Her voice was low, and the room did not seem to need any further remark. She climbed back to the main floor. At the open door, evening air met her again, carrying the scent of the kitchen garden and damp soil. She took the thermos from the bench, slipped the notebook and pencil into her coat pocket, and drew on the work gloves. The millrace path began beyond the wheelhouse. It ran close to the water at first, then followed the bank upstream toward the sluice meadow. Tessa could see the first stretch from the yard, a narrow strip of firm ground, uneven with roots but easy to walk when taken slowly. She closed the mill door but did not lock it. She would return before the light had gone, and the yard was still and empty. At the corner of the wheelhouse, she paused to look back. From there, the arrangement of the place was simple. The main floor stood above the wheel room, and the loft rose above them both. The kitchen garden occupied the sheltered ground beyond the yard. Past it were the bakehouse and the first trees of the orchard. The brook continued along the lower edge of the property, while the millrace approached by its narrower course from upstream. Nothing was far from anything else. The whole place could be crossed in a few minutes. Yet each part had its own sound and temperature, and each asked for a different kind of attention. The path beside the millrace was cooler than the yard. Grasses leaned over its outer edge, their tips moving when a light breeze passed. On the water side, the bank descended only a short way to the smooth surface of the race. Tessa began upstream. She did not walk quickly. The purpose of the walk was to notice what was present, and speed would have made the path less useful. At every few steps, she looked down through the water. The shallow bottom showed itself in patches of brown stone, pale grit, and dark trailing strands of water plants. Where the bank cast a shadow, the surface became reflective and held the shapes of leaves above. The flow looked uneven. Near the outer edge, narrow lines moved briskly around small stones. Closer to the inner bank, the water seemed almost still. A leaf floated a short distance, turned once, and then continued. Nothing was blocked. The water was moving everywhere, though not always at the same visible pace. Tessa crouched beside the first bend. A handful of fallen leaves had gathered against two crossed twigs. The little cluster trembled in the current but had not formed a barrier. Water passed around it easily on both sides. She reached down with one gloved hand and lifted the twigs free. The leaves loosened at once. Some continued downstream, while others remained close enough for her to gather. She placed the wet handful on the upper bank, where it could drain and settle into the grass. The cleared water made almost the same sound as before. That was what she expected. This was ordinary tidying, not a rescue of the channel. The millrace had been built and maintained to carry water steadily, and a few leaves did not alter its purpose. She straightened and continued. At the next clear patch, she saw the first of the three familiar stones. It rested near the bank, flat-topped and gray, with a pale line around its side where the usual water level had left a faint mark. Tessa knelt and studied it without moving it. The current touched a little below the pale line. She took out the notebook, opened it against her knee, and wrote a short entry for the first stone. The pencil moved firmly over the paper. She did not need a complicated measure. The stone's old line, the width of one finger, and the visible edge of the water gave her all the comparison she needed. When the note was made, she returned the notebook to her pocket. Farther upstream, the race narrowed slightly between low banks. Here the water moved faster at the center, making fine, shifting lines over the bottom. A single twig had caught against a tuft of grass. Tessa lifted it out as she passed. A few more leaves lay pressed to the bank, but they were not in the maintained water path, so she left them where they were. The air held the clean scent of wet stone. It mixed with the greener smell drifting from the kitchen garden behind her. After another bend, Tessa stopped. Through a break in the grasses, she could see the small side channel that turned away from the millrace toward the garden. It was carrying a modest ribbon of water between its low edges. The split was neat and ordinary. No bank had given way, and no water was escaping where it should not. The side channel was simply doing its usual work, taking a share of the flow to the garden beds. That explained the quieter sound in the wheelroom. It also explained why the surface had appeared uneven below the turn. The water remaining in the race spread itself across the channel after the division, faster in some lines and smoother in others. Nothing had been lost. It had only gone by another familiar route. Tessa stood beside the fork and watched both courses for a while. One moved toward the mill. The other passed toward the kitchen garden. Each followed its maintained path, and both were clear. She took out the notebook again. At the bottom of the first entry, she wrote that the garden side channel was open and drawing normally. Then she closed the notebook and returned it to her pocket. There was no longer any question to carry upstream. The apparent difference had a plain cause, visible from the bank, and complete in itself. Tessa adjusted the thermos beneath her arm and continued toward the sluice meadow. The path opened gradually as she walked. The tight shade near the wheelhouse gave way to softer evening light. Ahead, the meadow lay quiet beyond the last bend, and somewhere along the remaining stretch waited the second and third stones. Behind her, water continued toward the garden and the resting mill. Ahead, it came steadily through the maintained race, touched by leaves, grasses, and the fading sky. Tessa followed it at the same easy pace, with the first depth recorded and the evening's small question already answered. The path widened after the last bend, and Tessa stepped into the softer light at the edge of the sluice meadow. Here, the millrace looked different from the shaded stretch below. The banks were lower and more open, and the evening sky lay across the water in long, pale strips. Grasses grew close to the path, green at their roots and dry at the tips. When the breeze passed over them, they leaned together and rose again with a faint, brushing sound. Tessa stopped before going farther. The sluice stood upstream at the head of the maintained race, plain and still in its familiar setting. Water entered beneath it at an even pace. There was no rush around the edges, no heap of leaves pressed against the opening, and no branch resting across the channel. The water simply passed through and continued along the meadow. From where she stood, Tessa could see why the lower flow had seemed difficult to judge. Up here before the garden side channel divided it, the race carried a fuller breadth of water. The surface moved steadily from bank to bank. Farther down, after the division, the same movement spread into narrower lines and quieter margins. She set the thermos on a flat patch of grass and looked back along the way she had come. The mill itself was hidden by the bend and the low growth beside the race, but its position was easy to hold in mind. Downstream lay the side channel, then the first familiar stone, then the wheelhouse and yard. Beyond the yard were the kitchen garden, the bakehouse, and the orchard. The brook followed its wider course nearby. Nothing had changed its place. She had only walked far enough to see the water before it divided. Tessa took off one glove and touched the back of her fingers to the surface. The water was cool without being cold. It pressed lightly around her skin and slipped on. She dried her hand against the folded cloth from her canvas bag, put the glove on again, and picked up the thermos. The second stone rested a short distance beyond the meadow bend. It was darker than the first, rounded at the top, with a narrow seam running across one side. Years of water had made that seam useful. When the race was carrying its usual mild weather level, the surface met the lower edge of it. After rain, the seam disappeared. In a dry spell, more of the stone showed beneath it. Tessa crouched on the firm bank. The water touched the seam almost exactly. Now and then a small ripple climbed over it, then drew back. She watched several of those ripples before taking out her notebook. Beside the first mark, she added a second. The first stone had stood a little below its pale line. The second met its seam. That difference was ordinary because the stones did not sit in identical parts of the channel. One was below the garden turn, where the race had already given some of its water to the beds. The other was above it, where the full maintained flow still passed. Tessa closed the notebook but kept it in her hand. A few yellow leaves had collected in a shallow pocket just upstream from the stone. They lay one over another, their edges moving in the current. A thin twig held them against the bank. She put the notebook away and reached down. The twig came free at once. Tessa laid it on the grass, then lifted the leaves in 2 wet handfuls. Water ran between her gloved fingers and returned to the race. Beneath the leaves, the channel edge was clear and firm. There was nothing else caught there. She placed the leaves beside the twig, far enough from the bank that the next breeze would not drop them straight back into the water. When she looked again, the level at the stone was unchanged. That, too, was expected. Removing a small gathering of leaves did not deepen the race or quicken the whole flow. It only kept the maintained path neat and allowed the water to pass without carrying the little cluster farther down. Tessa stood and brushed her hands together. The path continued beside the meadow in an easy curve. She followed it, pausing where the bank dipped, or where the surface made a different pattern around a stone. Most of what had fallen into the race could remain. A single leaf moving freely with the current needed no attention. Neither did the small pieces of grass resting beneath the clear water. She removed only what had gathered into loose catches along the edges. At one place, 3 slender twigs lay almost parallel across a narrow shelf of grit. They were no thicker than knitting needles. Water ran above and below them, making a faint trembling line. Tessa lifted them one at a time. The first was smooth and pale. The second carried 2 small leaves. The third had lodged beneath the others and came away with a thread of dark water plant looped over it. She eased the plant free and let it remain rooted in the channel. Then she set the twigs together on the upper bank. The water settled back into the same quiet pattern. Farther on, she found a scatter of brown leaves resting against the inner curve. Most were flat against the bank, and outside the moving center of the race. She left those alone. 2 had folded around a small forked twig, so she removed the twig and let the leaves separate. One drifted downstream. The other turned slowly and came to rest several feet away, no longer caught. This first round of the meadow required no more than that. Tessa walked to the sluice and stood beside it without touching the setting. The wood was damp near the water and dry above. Its secured parts sat squarely, and the narrow opening beneath carried the race's ordinary supply. She leaned slightly to look along the upstream edge. A few leaves moved past in the brook and continued beyond the entrance. One came close to the sluice, turned in the gentler water, and went on. No mat of leaves had formed. No small branch needed lifting. There was nothing to adjust. Tessa stepped back and looked down the length of the meadow. In the open light, the race seemed almost motionless until she watched a small mark on the surface. A pale seed husk traveled steadily away from the sluice. It passed the second stone, drew toward the center, and continued around the bend. The movement was quiet, but it was complete. She returned to the flat patch of grass where she had first set down the thermos. The ground there was dry enough to sit on, so she lowered herself carefully and stretched her legs toward the path. The thermos cup turned loose with a soft scrape. When she poured, a little steam rose into the cooling air. The drink smelled faintly of mint. Tessa held the cup between both hands and let the warmth settle through her gloves before taking the first sip. For several minutes, she sat without looking for anything in particular. The meadow had its own scale of sound. Near her, the millrace made a smooth, close murmur. Beyond it, Alder Brook could be heard more broadly, sometimes louder and sometimes softer as the breeze moved through the grasses. An insect passed with a brief hum and disappeared into the meadow. The dry tips of the grass touched one another. Water continued beneath all of it. Tessa drank again. A few leaves rested on the surface near the outer bank. They moved apart, came together, and separated once more. None stayed still long enough to catch. The full channel entered from the sluice, passed the second stone, and went downstream toward the garden turn. After a while, footsteps sounded on the meadow path. They were unhurried footsteps approaching from upstream along the ordinary way home. Tessa turned her head. A neighbor came into view at the edge of the meadow, carrying nothing that required help and walking with the settled pace of someone who knew the path well. "Evening," the neighbor said. "Evening." Tessa lifted the thermos slightly. "There's enough for a cup." The neighbor stopped, glanced at the water, and accepted. Tessa poured a second small serving into the spare cup from her bag. They sat a little apart on the dry grass, facing the race. For a time, neither spoke. The neighbor took a slow drink and watched the water pass the bend. "Looks clear," came the quiet observation. "It is," Tessa said. "The garden channel's taking its usual share. That was the difference I heard below." The neighbor nodded, as though this fitted with everything the meadow already showed. "The beds will be glad of it. They should be." That was enough explanation. The side channel had not opened by accident, and the quieter run near the mill was not a sign of trouble. A modest part of the water was going where it was meant to go. Through the maintained turn toward the kitchen garden. They finished their drinks while the evening light thinned over the grass. Tessa took the empty cup, wiped its rim with the folded cloth, and packed it into the canvas bag. The neighbor rose and brushed a few dry blades from one sleeve. "Good night, then. Good night." The footsteps continued downstream along the path. At the meadow bend they softened, and after another minute they could no longer be heard above the water. Tessa remained seated until the warmth in her own cup had faded a little. She finished the last mouthful, screwed the cup onto the thermos, and stood. The third familiar stone lay near the upper end of the meadow, not far below the sluice. She had left it until after the break, because the light there would remain clear for a while. The bank beside it was open, and the sky still gave enough brightness to read the old mark. She walked back along the race, carrying the thermos under one arm. At the second stone, the water continued to touch the lower edge of the seam. The cleared leaves remained on the grass where she had placed them. No new cluster had formed. She did not open the notebook again. The mark she had made was enough. The third stone came into view as she approached the sluice. It was the smallest of the three, a pale, nearly square piece set close to the inner bank. Its top rose above the surface, and a darker band showed where water regularly touched its side. Tessa crouched beside it. The level sat within that darker band. It was neither at the upper edge nor the lower, but comfortably between them. Water curved around the stone, joined again beyond it, and continued toward the second marker. She watched the curve several times. Each one followed the same path. Then she opened the notebook and made the third entry. The three marks now gave her a simple picture of the race. Near the sluice, the water sat within the usual band. At the second stone, it met the seam. Below the garden turn, it ran a little beneath the first stone's pale line. The change followed the ordinary division of the water and required no correction. Tessa added one final note. Leaves light, small twigs removed, sluice setting unchanged. She closed the notebook and returned it to her pocket. Before leaving the upper meadow, she walked once more from the third stone to the bend. It was not a new inspection, and did not produce a new question. She was only retracing the short section in the direction the water traveled. At the third stone, the race divided around pale rock and came together. At the second, it touched the old seam. Between the stones, it passed the cleared edges without gathering or hesitation. Beyond the bend, it continued toward the side channel and the mill. Tessa picked up the last 2 twigs she had placed on the grass and set them with the others farther from the water. The leaves could remain where they would dry and settle into the meadow. Nothing else needed carrying. The light had begun to turn from pale gold to gray. There was still plenty to see by, but the open meadow no longer held the warmth it had when she arrived. Coolness gathered close to the race and along the cuffs of her coat. She adjusted the canvas bag on her shoulder and tucked the thermos securely beneath her arm. The first round was complete. All 3 stones had been seen. 2 were now recorded, joining the first mark already made below. The light debris had been lifted from the maintained path. The sluice remained secured in its familiar position. The uneven-looking flow had been explained by the garden side channel, which was clear and watering the beds as intended. Tessa stood at the meadow bend and listened once more. Water entered above her, moved past the stones, and continued around the curve. Its sound did not ask her to stay. It simply gave her the steady line she would follow back toward the mill. She turned downstream. There would be another quiet look at the side channel on the return, then a final check of the first stone in the dusk. After that, she could carry the 3 levels inside, set them down properly in the record, and listen from the wheel room as the secured, unloaded channel received the evening water. For now, the path was clear beneath her boots, the meadow was settled behind her, and the mill race led home in one familiar course. Tessa followed the mill race downstream, keeping to the same easy pace she had used on the way up. The sluice meadow remained open behind her for a little while. Its grasses held the last pale light along their dry tips, and the water carried a narrow reflection of the sky between the low banks. Ahead, the path curved into deeper shade. The mill was still out of sight, but the race gave her a clear line toward it. She passed the 3rd familiar stone first. Its pale top stood above the surface, while the darker band along its side remained partly covered. Water divided around the stone and joined again below it. The level looked just as it had when she recorded it. Tessa did not stop to write another note. She slowed for a few steps, saw that the mark was steady, and continued. The water moved in the same direction as she did, though it reached each bend before her. Near the center of the channel, its surface drew into long, smooth lines. Along the edges, it passed more slowly through the shadows of grass and low plants. A loose leaf turned in one of those quiet margins, found the stronger movement again, and traveled on. At the 2nd stone, Tessa paused. The old seam across its side was still touched by the water. Small ripples climbed over the lower edge and slipped back. The leaves and twigs she had removed lay on the upper bank, dark with moisture, but already beginning to curl as they drained. Nothing new had gathered in their place. She stood with the thermos tucked under her arm and listened. The open meadow gave the mill race room to sound broad and even. There was no single splash or catch to draw her attention, only the close murmur of water passing over grit and around the rounded stone. That part of the evening's work was finished. Tessa moved on. Beyond the meadow bend, the banks rose slightly and the path narrowed. Roots showed through the firm ground in familiar places. She stepped over them without needing to look for each one. The air beneath the overhanging branches was cooler, and the smell of wet stone became stronger. A few small leaves had fallen since her upstream walk. One rested on the path near her boot. Another floated freely near the middle of the race. She left both where they were. The first belonged to the bank, and the second was moving without difficulty. At the inner curve, the brown leaves she had noticed earlier remained pressed flat beyond the main water path. They made a thin, dark border along the channel. The forked twig was gone from among them, now resting safely higher on the bank where she had placed it. Tessa bent slightly to look at the cleared edge. Water moved over the shallow grit beneath it. A small, bright patch appeared where the surface caught the sky, then disappeared when the breeze shifted the branches above. There was no catch beneath the leaves, and no hidden tangle. The edge was simply shallow, which was why the water looked quieter there. She straightened and continued. The path descended almost too gently to notice. Tessa felt the change mostly in the water. It gathered a little more visible pace as it approached the narrower stretch, making fine lines around the stones on the bottom. The lines crossed and opened again, always passing downstream. She came to the 3 slender twigs she had removed from the shelf of grit. They lay together in the grass. One still held the 2 small leaves it had carried from the race. Tessa picked them up. They were light enough to hold between 2 gloved fingers. Rather than leave them close to the bank, she carried them a short way and tucked them beneath a low hedge, where they could dry among older fallen pieces. The action took only a moment. When she returned to the path, the water had continued without her. At the next bend, the sound changed. It became softer on the mill side and slightly sharper toward the garden. Tessa knew she had reached the side channel before she could see the turn itself. The division separated one body of water into two smaller runs, each with its own narrow sound. She stepped through the break in the grasses. The garden side channel left the millrace at its maintained opening and curved away between low, firm edges. The modest ribbon of water still moved toward the kitchen garden. It was clear enough for Tessa to see the bottom. Dark soil in the quieter places, small brown stones where the flow tightened, and a few pale roots near the bank. She had already seen that the channel was open. She had already written that it was drawing normally. On the way back, she meant only to give it the quiet look she had promised herself. Tessa crouched beside the turn. The division was neat. Water approached in a fuller band from the meadow, divided at the firm point between the channels, and continued in both directions. Most stayed in the millrace. A smaller share entered the garden course. From the standing path, the split had appeared ordinary. From lower down, with her eyes closer to the surface, she noticed one small detail she had not seen before. A single curled leaf had settled against a shallow stone at the mouth of the garden channel. It was not blocking anything. Water slipped beneath its curled edge and passed around both sides. The leaf lifted slightly, settled, and lifted again. Each movement let a narrow glint of water show underneath. Tessa watched it for several breaths. The small discovery explained a faint ticking sound at the turn, a sound so light that it had blended into the movement of the two channels while she was standing. Each time the current lifted the leaf, its stem touched the stone. Then the leaf settled and the sound stopped. There was no further meaning in it. It was only a leaf tapping gently against a stone. Tessa reached into the water and lifted it free. The leaf rested in her palm, brown at the center and yellow near one edge. Water ran from its curled shape and fell back into the channel. She placed it on the grass above the bank. Without the leaf, the faint ticking ended. The garden channel continued at the same depth and pace. Its surface passed over the shallow stone with a smooth, nearly silent fold. Tessa stayed crouched a little longer. The difference in sound was clear, but the difference in flow was too small to see because there had been no meaningful difference in flow at all. The leaf had made a noise. It had not held back the water. She looked along the garden channel. The narrow course ran toward the beds in a series of soft turns. From this point, she could not see all the way to the garden, but she did not need to. She had walked beside the lower end earlier, and the channel here was plainly carrying its usual share. There was no unanswered question between the two places. Tessa took the notebook from her pocket. She opened it to the evening's entries and added only a few words beneath the note about the garden turn. One curled leaf lifted at mouth. The entry was almost too small to require recording, but it belonged with the simple account of what she had done. She had found a leaf, lifted it, and left the channel as she had found it, clear and moving. She closed the notebook and stood. The millraces below the division looked smoother, now that she understood each part of its movement. The side channel took its modest share. The remaining water spread across the broader bottom, quick through the center, and slow along the inner bank. From the wheel room, that spread had sounded quieter. From the path, it had first looked uneven. Seen here at the turn, it was only the ordinary shape of the system. Tessa put the notebook away and adjusted the thermos beneath her arm. Before leaving, she checked the curled leaf on the grass. It lay several hand widths from the edge, where it could dry without slipping back. The water passed below it in both channels. She continued downstream. The light beneath the branches had begun to thin. It was not yet dark, but colors were settling into one another. Brown stones looked gray under the water. Green grass deepened along the bank. The pale grit at the bottom of the race held the most light and showed the path of the current in faint shifting bands. Tessa's boots made a soft, regular sound on the ground. At one narrow place, she stopped to let a long blade of grass spring back from the path. Its wet tip brushed her glove. She moved it gently aside, stepped through, and released it. The blade leaned over the race again, not quite touching the surface. A little farther on, the water passed the cleared shelf where the 3 slender twigs had rested. The dark thread of water plant remained rooted there. It streamed with the current, bending downstream and rising slightly whenever the pace changed over the grit. Tessa was glad she had left it undisturbed. Loose twigs could be lifted. Fallen leaves could be moved from a shallow catch. A rooted plant belonged to the channel and moved with it. The distinctions were plain when she took enough time to look. She came next to the stretch below the garden turn, where the inner bank seemed almost still. A small seed husk floated into that quiet water and slowed. For a moment it appeared to stop. Then it rotated, moved sideways by the width of a finger, and joined a thin current that carried it downstream. Tessa watched until it passed around the bend. The water was moving everywhere. It did not need to move everywhere in the same way. That thought required no place in the notebook. It was only the kind of understanding that came from walking beside a familiar course and seeing it under a different evening light. The first stone waded beyond the next curve. Its flat gray top showed clearly against the darker bank. The pale line around its side remained a little above the water. This was the last level Tessa meant to check before returning to the mill. She set the thermos on the path and crouched. The race touched the stone at the same place she had marked earlier. The distance beneath the pale line looked unchanged. Water pressed gently against the upstream edge, divided and slipped around the sides. A few fine ripples met beyond it. Tessa laid 2 gloved fingers against the dry part of the stone, using their width as the same simple comparison she had used before. The measure agreed with the first entry. Below the garden turn, a little less water continued toward the wheelhouse. Above the turn, the second and third stones held their usual marks. The 3 readings belonged together. Nothing had lowered while she was in the meadow and nothing had risen. She took out the notebook for the final check. Beside the first entry she added, dusk unchanged. Then she looked over all 3 marks. First stone, a little below the pale line. Second stone, touching the seam. Third stone, within the darker band. Garden channel open and drawing normally. Leaves light. Small twigs removed. Sluice setting unchanged. 1 curled leaf lifted from the mouth of the side channel. It was a complete record of a very modest walk. Tessa ran the side of her glove lightly over the page, though the pencil needed no drying. Then she closed the notebook and returned it to her coat pocket. She picked up the thermos and remained beside the stone for another moment. The mill was close now. Through the trees, she could make out the dark line of the wheelhouse roof and a pale section of wall above it. The yard beyond would still hold a little open light. The kitchen garden lay on the other side, receiving the water that had turned away upstream. The path between the first stone and the wheelhouse had needed almost no clearing on her way out. Tessa walked it slowly all the same. A pair of leaves had lodged against a tuft at the very edge. Water passed well beyond them, and their stems were already caught in the grass rather than the race. She left them. A short twig lay lengthwise in the shallow margin. It was loose, so she lifted it and placed it on the bank. The channel did not change its sound. Near the wheelhouse, the stone lining became more regular. The water drew itself into the secured channel and passed beneath the lower part of the mill. Its surface darkened under the building, while the sound became enclosed and full. Tessa stepped off the narrow path and into the yard. Evening had settled there during her walk. The gravel no longer held the day's warmth so clearly, and the main windows reflected the gray-blue sky. Beyond the kitchen garden, the bakehouse roof was a quiet shape. The orchard stood behind it, row after row of still branches. She turned to look upstream once more. The race disappeared around the first bend. Beyond that were the first stone, the garden division, the second and third stones, and the sluice meadow. She had seen each part in order, and then seen it again on the return. No work remained outside. Tessa removed her gloves and placed them across the top of the canvas bag. The damp fingertips cooled in the air. She shifted the thermos into her free hand and crossed the yard toward the mill door. The next part of the evening would take place inside. She would set the 3 levels properly into the mill record, put away the notebook and cups, and go down once more to the wheel room. There the secured wheel would remain still, the channel would remain unloaded, and the water she had followed from the meadow would pass beneath the resting mechanism. Behind her, the garden side channel continued toward the beds. Beside her, the millrace entered the wheelhouse with a steady, darkening hush. Tessa reached the door, rested her hand on the latch, and listened until the 2 sounds settled easily into their separate courses. Tessa lifted the latch and opened the mill door. The main floor received her with its familiar cooler air. Evening light still reached through the windows, though it had narrowed since she left. It lay in long gray bands across the boards, showing the grain of the wood and the faint flour dust gathered in its shallow seams. She stepped inside with the thermos in one hand and the canvas bag over her shoulder. Behind her, the millrace continued into the wheelhouse. Its sound followed her through the doorway, then softened when she drew the door nearly closed. She left it open by the width of her hand. That was enough to admit a little air from the yard and a quiet thread of running water. The wider sound of Alder Brook remained farther off. The narrower race stayed close to the building, smooth and continuous. Tessa set the thermos on the table. The canvas bag came next. She placed it beside the thermos, took out the folded cloth, and laid the 2 cups upon it. One had held her mint drink in the meadow. The other had been used by the neighbor walking home. Both were empty and already wiped, but a little dampness remained inside them. She stood them upright where the air could reach them. Her gloves were damp only at the fingertips. Tessa spread them beside the cups with their palms facing upward. Small, dark patches showed where she had lifted twigs and wet leaves from the maintained water path. Nothing clung to the fabric. The gloves simply needed time to dry. All of this took less than a minute. It was the kind of gentle work that ended an evening outdoors. Setting down what had been carried, opening what needed air, and returning each small object to a quiet state before putting it away. Tessa took the notebook from her coat pocket. The cover felt cool from the path. She placed it near the middle of the table, found the pencil in the same pocket, and sat on the wooden chair. For a few moments she listened. Water passed below the resting mill. A board in the main floor settled with one low creak. Outside, a light movement of air touched the open door and brought in the scent of damp grass from beside the race. Nothing interrupted anything else. Tessa opened the notebook to the page she had used along the path. The pencil marks were plain in the fading light. She read them from the beginning, not because she had forgotten the walk, but because reading them in order was part of transferring them properly into the mill record. The first stone stood a little below its pale line. The second touched the seam. The third rested within the darker band. The garden side channel was open and drawing its usual share toward the beds. Leaves had been light. Small twigs had been removed. The sluice setting had remained unchanged. One curled leaf had been lifted from the mouth of the garden channel, where its stem had tapped against a shallow stone without affecting the flow. At dusk, the first stone had been unchanged. The short notes held the whole walk. There was no gap between them and nothing left to explain. Tessa turned toward the shelf behind the table. A broad ledger rested there between two empty wooden trays. She reached for it, brought it down with both hands, and laid it beside the notebook. The cover made a soft sound against the table. When she opened the ledger, the pages released a dry smell of paper, flour, and old wood. Earlier records filled the first part in neat lines. Some entries were brief, others longer, depending on what the mill had required. Tonight required only a few clear sentences. Tessa found the next open space. She wrote the date first. Beneath it, she recorded the 3 familiar stones in downstream order, beginning with the 3rd near the sluice, and ending with the 1st below the garden turn. In the notebook, she had written the marks as she encountered them. In the ledger, she set them down according to the direction of the water. 3rd stone, level within the usual dark band. 2nd stone, level at the lower edge of the seam. Garden side channel, open, clear, and drawing normally. 1st stone. Level slightly below the pale line unchanged at dusk. She paused and listened to the pencil moving over the paper. Its small, rough sound sat lightly above the water below. On the next line, she added that scattered leaves and small twigs had been lifted by hand from the maintained path. The sluice had not been adjusted. No cutting, digging, or repair had been needed. Then she recorded the explanation for the quieter flow at the wheelhouse. The garden channel was taking its ordinary share. That sentence was enough. It named the cause without making it larger than it was. Tessa read the completed entry once. The levels agreed with what she had seen. The order was clear. The work was finished. She closed the notebook and slid the pencil beneath its cover. The notebook returned to the canvas bag, ready for another evening. The ledger remained open for a little longer, while the fresh pencil marks arc settled into the page. Outside the window, the last pale color was leaving the yard. The bakehouse roof had become a dark, simple shape beyond the kitchen garden. Behind it, the orchard branches blended softly together. None of those places required her attention tonight. The bakehouse would have its own work later in the week, so would the orchard. The grain loft waited above with its folded sacks and empty bins. This evening still belonged to the water, but only to its ending now. Tessa took the cloth and dried the inside of each cup. She turned the cloth around one finger and followed the curved base, then wiped the rims once more. The thermos cup fitted back over the top with a short, smooth turn. The spare cup went into the canvas bag. She folded the cloth with the damp side inward and placed it beside the gloves rather than packing it away. It could dry there overnight. The gloves would also remain on the table. By morning, the dark patches at the fingertips would be gone. Tessa closed the ledger. She returned it to the shelf, setting it squarely between the wooden trays. There it held the evening in a form that needed no further thought. 3 levels, 1 ordinary division of water, a few leaves and several small twigs. She stood beside the table and looked once around the main floor. The empty bins along the wall were closed. The folded canvas sacks remained in place. The loft stairs rose into shadow. Window latches sat properly, and the boards beneath her boots were dry. She moved to the door and looked into the yard. The remaining light was enough to show the gravel and the beginning of the millrace path. The path itself disappeared after the first bend, but Tessa no longer needed to see its full length. She had followed it upstream and back. The meadow was settled. The sluice was secured. The 3 stones stood in moving water at their familiar marks. Nearer at hand, the garden side channel continued beyond the yard. Its sound was finer than the race, almost hidden beneath the rustle of the beds. The water going that way had not gone missing. It was passing through the low channel exactly where it belonged. Tessa drew the door closed. The latch settled into place, and the outside sounds became quieter. They did not vanish. The mill was too close to water for silence of that kind. The brook remained beyond the wall, and the race moved beneath the lower room. She crossed the main floor toward the inner door. At the top of the wheelroom stairs, she paused to let her eyes adjust. The lower room was dimmer now. A small lamp waited on the wall beside the doorway. Tessa lit it and turned the flame low. Warm light spread over the nearest stair treads and reached the heavy wooden supports below. The rest of the room stayed in soft shadow. She descended carefully. With each step, the water grew fuller. Its enclosed murmur rose around the stonework and resting mechanism, until it became the main sound in the room. The wheel remained secured and unloaded, exactly as she had left it before walking upstream. Tessa reached the bottom and stood beside the dry wooden support she had touched earlier. The wood had lost the trace of daytime warmth. It felt cool beneath her palm now, though not damp. The secured parts held still above the channel. No belt moved, no shaft turned. Nothing carried grain, and nothing asked the water to do more than pass through. She removed her hand and watched the channel. The water entered the darker space beneath the wheel, moved around stone and timber, and continued beyond the room. Lamplight touched the nearer surface in a narrow amber reflection. The reflection lengthened, broke around a ripple, and gathered again. Earlier, the channel had sounded a little quieter than Tessa remembered. Now she knew why. Upstream, the full race entered from the sluice meadow. Near the garden, a modest share turned away between the low, firm banks. What remained continued past the first stone and entered the wheelhouse. The flow below her was not weak or uncertain. It was simply the portion belonging to this channel after the garden had received its share. Tessa listened without trying to measure the sound again. There was no need to compare it with another evening, or imagine what might be happening beyond the wall. She had seen the whole maintained course in the open air. She had watched the water at all three stones. She had stood beside the division. She had recorded the levels. The sound could now be only itself. Water entered. Water passed beneath the secured wheel. Water continued toward Alder Brook. The sequence repeated without effort. Tessa moved a little closer to the channel, remaining on the dry floor. Near the entrance, the water made a close, fine murmur. Under the resting structure, the sound deepened. At the far opening, it became lighter again. Those changes belonged to the shape of the room. The pace beneath them remained even. She drew a slow breath. The air smelled of wet stone, dark timber, and the faint flower sawdust that found its way even to the lower parts of the mill. The lamp added a slight warm scent of its own. Above, the main floor gave a quiet settling sound. Tessa could picture the table with the gloves spread open and the folded cloth beside them. The thermos stood closed. The spare cup rested in the canvas bag. The notebook held its pathside marks, and the ledger held the clean account. Everything carried in had found a place. Everything noticed had been understood. Everything moved had been small enough to lift with one gloved hand. She stayed beside the channel for a while. There was no further check hidden inside the listening. She did not need to inspect the sluice again, or return to the stones, or follow the garden channel to the beds. Each part had already answered the simple question asked of it. The garden received water. The millrace remained clear. The wheel stayed secured. The unloaded channel passed its evening flow. Tessa lowered the lamp flame a little more. The amber reflection on the water narrowed. It appeared, disappeared beneath the wheel, and showed again near the far opening. The room seemed to breathe around that repeating movement, though nothing in it moved except the water and the small flame. After a time, Tessa turned toward the stairs. She climbed slowly, carrying the steady sound with her from one step to the next. At the top, she looked back once. The wheel remained a dark, resting shape above the channel. The lamp gave enough light for the room and no more. She left it low and closed the inner door until only a narrow opening remained. The water could still be heard from the main floor, softened now by wood and distance. Tessa sat in the chair beside the table. She did not reopen the notebook or ledger. The levels were recorded, and the record was complete. Instead, she rested her hands on her knees and listened as the mill settled around the finished work. Below, water moved through the secured channel. Outside, another part moved quietly toward the kitchen garden. Farther off, Alder Brook carried both courses onward in its broader sound. The three movements did not need to be separated anymore. They belonged to the same familiar place, each following its ordinary route through the dusk. The grain loft waited above for a later evening, when Tessa would climb the stairs and begin its simple work among canvas sacks, empty bins, warm boards, and flour dust. For now, she remained on the main floor with the path behind her. The water levels entered, and the gentle work of the millrace fully done. Tessa remained beside the table until the mill had grown fully accustomed to the dusk. The last light at the windows was no longer strong enough to make clear bands across the floor. It rested instead as a soft gray brightness on the glass and along the edges of the empty bins. The beams overhead had disappeared into shadow. The loft stairs were still visible, though only as a plain rising shape against the wall. Below, water continued through the secured channel. Its sound reached the main floor through the narrow opening of the inner door. It was quieter here than in the wheel room, with the deeper notes softened by timber and distance. The rhythm remained easy to follow. Water entered beneath the resting structure, passed through the lower room, and continued toward Alder Brook. Tessa drew one slow breath and stood. The chair moved lightly against the boards. She lifted it by the back, set it squarely beneath the table, and looked over the few things she had left to dry. The gloves lay open with their palms upward. Their fingertips were still darker than the rest, but no water remained on the table beneath them. The folded cloth held a little dampness inside its layers. Tessa unfolded it once and spread it flat beside the gloves. It could remain there until morning. The thermos was closed. The spare cup had been returned to the canvas bag. The notebook rested inside with the pencil tucked beneath its cover. On the shelf, the ledger sat between the two empty wooden trays, holding the 3 water levels and the short account of the evening's work. Nothing needed to be carried back outside except the thermos and the canvas bag. Tessa slipped the bag over her shoulder, then left it there while she crossed to the inner door. The lamp below still gave a low, amber light through the narrow opening. She went down the stairs once more. This was not another inspection. The stones had been checked, the side channel understood, and the sluice left secured in its familiar setting. Tessa was only returning for the lamp, and for one final passage through the lower room before closing the mill for the evening. The air cooled around her as she descended. Wet stone and dark timber gave the wheel room its steady scent. Near the bottom step, the channel's murmur widened until it seemed to fill the space beneath the main floor. The wheel remained still. Tessa crossed the dry boards to the lamp. Its small flame leaned slightly when she moved past, then stood upright again. The amber reflection trembled on the nearest water and broke into several narrow lines. She paused with one hand near the lamp. Without the brighter evening light from outside, the far end of the channel had become a deep gray opening. Water passed through it without hesitation. The surface could be seen only where it caught the flame, yet its movement was plain in the changing reflection and in the continuous sound around the stonework. Earlier, the quieter run had invited a walk upstream. That walk had led past the first familiar stone, a little below its pale line, and onward to the garden division. It had continued to the second stone at its seam, and the third within its darker band. It had taken Tessa to the sluice meadow, where the full maintained flow entered the race, before giving a modest share to the garden. Now the same water completed its return beneath the mill. There was nothing uneven in it that required an answer. The quicker lines and smoother margins belonged to the shape of the channel. The softer sound belonged to the ordinary division upstream. The light ticking at the garden turn had belonged to one curled leaf touching a shallow stone, and the leaf now rested on the grass above the bank. Each small question had ended where it was found. Tessa turned the lamp lower. The flame shortened. Its reflection drew close to the wall, leaving the farther surface dark. She waited until the flame was steady, then put it out. For a moment, the room seemed quieter, though the water had not changed. Her eyes adjusted to the remaining dusk admitted through the channel openings. The wheel and its supports became broad shapes. The stairs showed as a pale angle leading upward. Tessa rested her palm against the dry wooden support one last time. "Good night," she said. The words settled beneath the sound of the water. She crossed to the stairs and climbed. At the top, she drew the inner door closed. The latch met its place, with a small wooden click. The channel could still be heard through the floor. On the main level, Tessa picked up the thermos and gave the room a final unhurried look. The window latches were set. The bins were closed. The canvas sacks remained folded along the wall. The loft stairs led upward to work that belonged to another evening, not this one. The gloves and cloth had been left where air could reach them. The ledger had been returned to its shelf. She did not climb to the grain loft. She did not open the bins or move the sacks. It was enough to know they were resting above the main floor in the dry air of the mill. Tessa went to the outer door and lifted the latch. Cool evening air entered around her. It carried dampness from the millrace and the greener scent of the kitchen garden. She stepped into the yard and pulled the door closed behind her. The key turned easily in the lock. She tested the latch once, returned the key to her pocket, and stood on the gravel with the canvas bag against her side and the thermos in her hand. The yard had settled into dusk. The wheelhouse made a dark line beside the water. Above it, the main floor windows held a faint reflection of the remaining sky. The grain loft rose quietly over them. Beyond the garden, the bakehouse roof was almost the same color as the orchard behind it. Nothing moved there, except a few leaves at the ends of the branches. Tessa listened to the two nearby courses of water. The millrace entered the wheelhouse, with its smooth, enclosed hush. The garden-side channel moved more lightly beyond the yard, passing between its low banks toward the beds. Farther away, Alder Brook carried a broader sound beneath both. She could now place each sound without needing to see its whole course. The full race came from the sluice meadow. A smaller share turned toward the garden. The rest passed the first stone and entered the secured unloaded channel beneath the mill. Beyond the building, it returned to the brook. The arrangement was ordinary and complete. Tessa crossed the yard slowly. Gravel shifted beneath her boots in short, dry movements. Near the corner of the wheelhouse, she stopped at the beginning of the millrace path. The first stretch was still visible. It followed the bank toward the bend, narrowing beneath the branches. Beyond that bend stood the first stone. Farther upstream, hidden by the evening and the shape of the ground, were the garden turn, the second and third stones, and the meadow sluice. She had walked the path in both directions. There was no need to follow it again. Even so, she remained for a little while at its lower end. The race entered from the dimness with a surface that appeared almost black beneath the branches. Now and then, a small patch of sky showed on it and traveled toward the wheelhouse. A leaf floated through one such patch, turned gently, and continued downstream. It did not catch. The light debris Tessa had lifted rested on the higher banks along the path. The small twigs would dry among the grass and hedge. The rooted water plant remained where it belonged, bending with the current over the shallow grit. The maintained water path was clear without having been stripped bare. Tessa adjusted the strap of the canvas bag. The thermos had cooled in her hand. Its contents were nearly finished, but the small remaining warmth could still be felt through the metal when she curled her fingers around it. She left the beginning of the race and walked toward the kitchen garden. The garden beds were quiet in the dusk. Their edges showed as low, orderly lines in the earth. Tessa did not enter between them. She stopped where the side channel passed near the yard and listened. The water here was shallower and finer than the race. It moved with a small brushing sound over soil and stones, carrying its ordinary share through the maintained course. Nothing in the beds was flooded. Nothing at the channel edge had fallen inward. The evening watering was simply continuing. That was the end of the quieter sound she had noticed from the wheel room. Part of the water had come here. It had not vanished. It had not been held back. It had taken the familiar turn and reached the garden. Tessa stood long enough to hear the channel repeat its soft pattern several times. Water touched a stone, spread over a shallow place, and gathered again. Then it continued beyond the nearest beds. She did not take out the notebook. The garden turn had already been entered in the ledger, and this quiet view from the yard added no new fact. It only joined the sound beside the mill to the visible water in front of her. Tessa turned away from the beds. Beyond them, the bakehouse and orchard remained dark, resting shapes. Their work would come on later evenings. The bakehouse would be opened and warmed when it was time to prepare it. The orchard path would be tended when that task arrived. Tonight, neither required even a closer look. The return path now led across the yard toward the footbridge. Tessa followed it at an even pace. As she moved away from the mill, the separate sounds began to settle together. The narrow side channel became difficult to hear first. The millrace remained close for a few more steps, then softened behind the wheelhouse. Alder Brook grew broader as she approached the bridge. At the edge of the yard, she looked back. The mill stood beside the water with all its doors secured. The gloves and cloth were drying on the table inside. The ledger rested on its shelf. Beneath the main floor, the unloaded wheel remained still while water passed through the channel. There was no unfinished outdoor work waiting in the dusk. Tessa continued to the footbridge. The wooden rail felt cool when she placed one hand upon it. She stepped onto the boards, and her boots gave the same muted knocks she had heard on her arrival. Below, Alder Brook moved between its banks, carrying broken reflections of the dim sky. Near the middle of the bridge, she stopped. Upstream, the brook and millrace lay close enough that their sounds touched. The maintained race drew its share toward the mill, while the wider brook continued beside it. Downstream, the returned water joined the broader course again beyond the wheelhouse. The water had a way into the mill and a way out. The garden channel had its smaller way through the beds. All three courses remained connected to the same familiar brook. Tessa rested both forearms lightly on the rail. The canvas bag settled against her coat. She placed the thermos beside one hand, loosened its cup, and poured the last of the mint drink. Only a little steam appeared now. She drank slowly while watching the surface beneath the bridge. A pale piece of reflected sky stretched between two darker movements, narrowed and opened again. The brook did not hold one shape for long, but its direction remained steady. The cup warmed her fingers. Behind her, the mill yard was still. Ahead, the lane rested between the hedges, its packed earth faintly visible in the dusk. The return along it required no decision. It was the same ordinary route by which she had arrived. Tessa finished the drink and closed the thermos. She listened once more to Alder Brook, not to judge its depth or pace, but because the sound was broad enough to contain the smaller sounds she had followed all evening. The smooth race beneath the branches. The lighter garden channel over shallow stones. The enclosed murmur beneath the secured wheel. Here at the bridge, they belonged together again. Tessa lifted the thermos and continued across. At the far end, she left the wooden boards for the firm earth of the lane. The air beneath the hedges was cool, and the day's stored warmth had nearly gone from the ground. Her steps found an easy pace without effort. She did not look back immediately. The mill remained where it had always stood, beside the brook, with the wheel room below, the main floor above it, and the grain loft resting over both. The bakehouse and orchard waited beyond the kitchen garden. The path beside the millrace continued upstream toward the sluice meadow, clear enough for water and ready for another quiet evening. After several steps, Tessa turned her head. Through the opening beyond the bridge, she could still see the upper part of the mill. Its windows held the last faint gray of the sky. No lamp shone within. None was needed. The building was secured. The channel was unloaded. The levels were recorded. The garden was receiving its share. Tessa faced the lane again. Alder Brook remained audible behind her, steady beneath the softer sound of her boots. She carried no unanswered question away from the mill. The canvas bag held the notebook and cup. The thermos was empty. The evening's work rested in the ledger, and the water continued by its known paths through the deepening dusk. She walked on at the same unhurried pace, leaving the mill settled behind her, and the next quiet part of the evening open ahead. Night settled by degrees along the lane. Tessa walked beneath the hedges with the empty thermos in one hand and the canvas bag resting against her side. The packed earth was firm beneath her boots. It had given up most of the warmth stored during the day, though now and then she crossed a dry patch that still held a little of it. Behind her, Alder Brook continued beside the mill. The sound reached along the lane more easily than the remaining light. It came broad and steady through the leaves, carrying within it the smaller movements she had listened to all evening. The millrace drew water toward the secured channel. The side course carried its modest share through the kitchen garden. Beyond the wheelhouse, the passing water returned to the brook. From the lane, those separate sounds had become one again. Tessa did not need to turn back to place them. She had walked their course while there was light enough to see the pale grit beneath the race and the old marks on the 3 familiar stones. She had watched the water divide at the garden turn. She had followed the maintained path to the sluice meadow and returned beside the same steady flow. Now the path beside the water was behind her. Her steps continued at an even pace. The hedges rose darkly on either side, but the lane itself remained visible as a soft gray strip. Above it, the sky showed between branches. The last evening color had faded, leaving no sharp edge between the fields and the air. Tessa listened to the small sounds close at hand. One boot met the earth, then the other. The canvas bag brushed lightly against her coat. The thermos shifted in her fingers. Beneath all of them, the brook continued. Nothing required an answer. At the mill, the outer door was locked. The window latches were set. The bins on the main floor were closed, and the folded canvas sacks remained along the wall. Her gloves lay open on the table with their damp fingertips turned toward the air. The cloth had been unfolded beside them. By morning, both would be dry. The notebook rested inside the canvas bag she carried. Its short pathside entries had already been transferred to the broader ledger on the shelf. 3rd stone within its usual dark band. 2nd stone touching the lower edge of the seam. Garden channel open and drawing normally. 1st stone a little below its pale line, unchanged at dusk. Light leaves and small twigs removed by hand. Sluice setting unchanged. The record was complete. The notebook did not need to be opened again tonight. Tessa walked a little farther. As the lane curved, the mill disappeared fully behind the hedges. Its upper windows no longer showed through the opening near the bridge. The building had gone from sight without feeling distant. Its arrangement remained clear in her mind. The wheel room below, the main floor above, and the grain loft resting over both. Beyond the kitchen garden stood the bakehouse and orchard. Upstream lay the sluice meadow. Each place remained where it belonged, resting in the same night. Tessa changed the thermos from one hand to the other. The metal was cool now. Earlier in the meadow, the cup had warmed her gloves, while a little steam rose from the mint drink. The neighbor had stopped on the ordinary way home, accepted the spare cup, and sat beside the race for a few quiet minutes. The words they had exchanged were finished too. The water looked clear. The garden beds would be glad of their share. Then the empty cup had been wiped and put away, and the footsteps had continued downstream. There was nothing unfinished in the meeting, and nothing to be carried forward from it. It belonged to the simple middle of the walk, as ordinary as the meadow grass brushing together, or the pale seed husk moving steadily around the bend. Tessa's pace softened as the lane leveled. She was no longer walking to inspect anything. She did not look along the hedge for fallen branches or study the ground for signs of water. The work had ended at the mill. This part of the evening was only the quiet distance after it. The brook became fainter around the curve. For several steps, Tessa heard it clearly. Then the leaves softened it. Then the lane rose slightly, and the sound lowered further. It never vanished altogether. A broad hush remained behind the hedges, steady enough to follow without effort. Tessa let her breathing settle beside it. In the wheelroom, water would still be entering beneath the resting structure. It would pass through the darker space, where the low lamp had made an amber line. The lamp was out now, but the water did not require light. It continued around the stonework and beneath the dry wooden supports, making the same close murmur near the entrance and the same deeper sound under the wheel. The wheel itself remained secured and unloaded. No belt moved, no shaft turned, no grain passed through the millstones. The mechanism held its weight quietly while the channel carried only water. Tessa had listened until the sound needed no more measuring. She could hear that settled passage now without being in the room. Not every ripple, and not every small change around timber and stone, but the simple order of it. Water entered. Water passed beneath the still wheel. Water returned to Alder Brook. The order continued after the lamp went out and after the door was locked. Along the garden side channel, another smaller order continued. Water left the main race at the maintained turn. It moved over shallow soil and brown stones. It reached the beds without flooding their edges. Then it went onward by its familiar course. The curled leaf that had made the faint ticking sound no longer touched the stone at the channel mouth. Tessa had lifted it by hand and set it several widths from the bank. There it could lie through the night, its yellow edge drying against the grass. The leaf had made a sound, not a blockage. That small discovery had been complete the moment she saw it rise and settle with the current. Once removed, it required no further thought. Farther up the race, the other leaves she had gathered rested on the meadow bank. The few slender twigs lay beyond the water's reach. The rooted plant still streamed over the shallow grit because it belonged there and had never needed moving. The maintained path was clear. It had not been emptied of every leaf, stone, or living strand. It did not need to be. Water found its way between them, quicker in the center and slower along the margins. A loose leaf could travel. A flat leaf could remain against the bank. A small twig could be lifted from a catch. A rooted plant could bend with the current. The distinctions had been quiet and easy to make. Tessa passed beneath a place where branches met over the lane. The air felt cooler there. She adjusted the strap on her shoulder and continued without changing pace. Her eyes had grown used to the night. The ground ahead showed enough variation to guide her steps. Pale dust lay in the shallow hollows of the lane. Darker earth marked the edges where grass began. The hedges held no detail now, except the occasional leaf that caught a little sky. She did not hurry toward the end of the walk. The evening had been made of unhurried passages. Through the main floor, down the wheelroom stairs, along the bank, across the sluice meadow, and back beside the garden turn. Each passage had led naturally into the next. The lane could do the same. One step followed another. One breath followed another. Behind her, one length of water followed the next. At the upper sluice, the secured setting remained square. Water entered beneath it at its ordinary mild weather level. It moved past the third stone, touching the darker band along the stone's side. Farther down, it met the seam on the second stone. After the garden received its share, the remaining race passed the first stone, a little below the old pale line. The marks did not need to match one another. Each stone sat in a different part of the channel. Together they gave one calm account. Tessa had entered that account in downstream order, following the direction of the water. The ledger now held it between earlier records and the clean space for evenings still to come. The book was closed. Its dry pages rested on the shelf between the wooden trays. Nothing in the record suggested repair. Nothing asked for a changed sluice setting. Nothing called her back to the meadow. The water path had needed only the light attention she had given it. Night gathered more fully around the lane. A mild breeze moved along the hedge tops. It did not reach the ground with much force. Tessa felt it only as a cooler touch near her face and heard it as a brief stirring overhead. When it passed, the lane became still again. She shifted the empty thermos beneath her arm. The cup was screwed firmly over its top. Inside the canvas bag, the spare cup sat beside the notebook, clean and dry enough to carry. The pencil remained tucked beneath the notebook cover. Each object had completed its use for the evening. The thermos had carried warmth to the meadow and to the bridge. The cups had been shared, wiped, and packed. The notebook had carried the levels indoors. The gloves had lifted wet leaves and twigs, then been spread to dry. The cloth had dried the cups and now lay open on the table. The ledger held the finished account. There was comfort in the plainness of those uses. Nothing had been asked to do more than it was made for. The same was true of the millrace. It carried water from the sluice meadow toward the mill. The side channel watered the kitchen garden. The secured channel allowed the remaining flow to pass beneath the unloaded wheel. Alder Brook received it again. The course was neither hurried nor uncertain. It simply continued through the land in shapes made familiar by long use. Tessa slowed near another gentle bend. The brook could barely be heard here. Its broad sound had become a low presence beneath the quiet of the lane. She stopped for a moment, not because anything had changed, but because standing still allowed the evening to settle around her without the rhythm of her boots. The thermos rested against her palm. The bag strap lay across her shoulder. Cool air touched her coat sleeves. The hedges held the lane between them. Somewhere beyond the bend behind her, the footbridge crossed Alder Brook. Beyond the bridge stood the mill yard. The mill itself was closed and dark, its old timber releasing the last stored warmth of the day. A board might settle on the main floor. Another might answer from the loft. Below them, water would continue without pause. Those were resting sounds. Tessa had heard them often enough to know their size. A creak began and ended. A small movement in the wood found its place. The steady channel remained beneath it. She resumed walking. Her boots returned quietly to the earth. The working part of the evening receded without disappearing. It had become something finished, held in the mill rather than carried as a list in her thoughts. She did not need to repeat the readings to remember them. She did not need to picture every bend in order. She could let the stones stand beneath the water without watching. She could let the garden channel move beyond the beds without following. She could let the secured wheel remain still in the dark. The mill had been left in a stable state, and stability did not require attention every moment. It was enough that each part had been checked, understood, and returned to rest. Tessa's shoulders loosened beneath her coat. The canvas bag seemed lighter, though it held the same notebook and cup. The empty thermos carried almost no weight. Her hands were no longer chilled from the race. The warmth made by walking had spread evenly through her fingers. She breathed in the mild night air. It smelled of leaves, dry earth, and the faint dampness that followed the brook along the lane. The sharper scent of wet stone belonged farther back, close to the millrace. The flour dust and canvas belonged inside the mill. The greener scent of watered soil belonged to the garden beds. Each remained in its own place, joined by the evening but not confused with the others. Ahead, the lane continued as a pale level course beneath the sky. It held no turn that needed considering. Tessa knew the way, and the way required only walking. She let her attention rest on the repetition of it, the soft press of one boot, the brief lift between steps, the soft press of the other, the small movement of cloth, the quiet breath, again and again. The sound of Alder Brook faded a little more, but the rhythm it had given the evening stayed with her. The lane seemed to keep that rhythm in a drier, gentler form. At the mill, water passed over stone. Here, boots passed over earth. At the mill, the channel narrowed and opened. Here, the lane curved and straightened. Neither movement needed to be forced. Tessa walked until the footbridge, yard, and meadow belonged fully to the night behind her. She thought once of the grain loft, not as a task waiting to interrupt this evening, and not as work that needed planning now. It was simply the next part of the mill's ordinary rhythm. Above the main floor, the loft remained dry. Canvas sacks waited folded in their place. The empty bins were closed. Warm boards held the faint, settled scent of flour dust. On another evening, Tessa would climb the stairs. She would open the loft to lamplight, clean what needed cleaning, and take the simple inventory in its proper order. She would learn again the quiet storage rhythm of sacks, bins, labels, and space. That evening had not begun yet. Tonight belonged to the millrace all the way to its end. Tessa left the thought of the loft where it was, resting above the mill. The lane carried her onward. Behind her, the three familiar stones remained in their familiar water. The side channel continued through the garden. The wheel stayed secured. The ledger stayed closed. The gloves and cloth dried slowly on the table. Nothing had been left unresolved. Nothing needed watching through the night. The old mill could hold its own quiet now. Tessa continued beneath the hedges until even the brook's broad hush had softened into the distance. She did not strain to keep hearing it. The sound had accompanied her far enough. The night around her was calm and mild. Her hands were empty of work. Her pace remained slow. And beside the darkened mill, water followed every known course, steadily and without help, while the rooms above it settled toward morning.
The Mill at Alder Brook, Episode 3, Canvas Sacks in the Grain Loft.
Tessa heard Alder Brook before she saw the mill. The water followed the lane at a distance, hidden at first by the low ground and the evening growth along the bank. Its sound came gently through the mild air, steady and familiar, growing clearer as the lane curved toward the footbridge. There was no rush in it. Water moved over the shallow bed, gathered beneath the bridge, and continued toward the mill in one long, even murmur. She walked at an easy pace, with the new ledger tucked beneath one arm. In her other hand, she carried a small work bag. It held chalk, labels, a soft brush, and the few plain things she would need to begin putting the grain loft in order. The mill came into view beyond the footbridge. Its walls still held the last warmth of the day. The windows reflected a pale stretch of evening sky, and the roof stood dark and quiet above them. Beyond the mill yard, the upper branches of the orchard were motionless. The bakehouse rested farther back, and the kitchen garden lay between the buildings in settled rows. Nothing there needed her attention tonight. Her work was inside, above the main floor, where the empty grain bins and canvas sacks had been waiting in the closed loft. Tessa crossed the footbridge. The brook sounded fuller beneath the boards. She slowed near the middle and glanced toward the millrace. The water was moving along its ordinary course, but the wheel remained at rest. There would be other evenings for following the water, and other work for the wheel. Tonight the stillness suited the mill. She continued into the yard. The ground was dry beneath her boots. She stopped outside the main door, shifted the ledger into her hand, and found the key. The lock turned without resistance. When she opened the door, the familiar scent of the mill reached her. Old timber, faint flour dust, cool stone from below, and canvas stored in dry air. She stepped inside and left the door open behind her. The main floor was dim but not dark. Evening light entered in broad, quiet shapes and rested on the boards. The machinery stood still. Without the wheel turning in the room below, every smaller sound had room to be heard. The brook beyond the wall, a slight creak from the stairs, the soft touch of her bag against her coat as she set it down. Tessa stood for a moment and listened. She had opened the resting mill earlier in the week and had already learned its quiet again. It was never complete silence. Water moved nearby. Wood settled as the day cooled. Air found narrow ways through old frames and under doors. These sounds did not ask questions. They simply marked the building as a place made from useful things, each resting until it was needed. She placed the ledger on a clear part of the work table. Then she crossed the main floor slowly, looking upward toward the grain loft. The loft would be close after a day shut against the warmth. Before she brushed a bin or sorted a sack, she would open it to the evening. Fresh air could begin the work while she brought up the tools. Tessa returned to the table and opened her bag. She checked its contents one item at a time. The brush had soft, closely set bristles. The chalk was wrapped in a small piece of cloth so it would not mark the ledger by accident. The labels were blank and tied together with string. She had also brought a clean hand cloth and a shallow wooden pan for gathering dust. Everything was there. She closed the bag loosely, took it by the handles, and climbed the stairs. The boards gave a mild sound beneath each step. One hand held the rail, polished smooth by years of use. As she rose above the main floor, the air became warmer and drier. The scent of canvas grew stronger. By the time she reached the top, she could feel the stored warmth of the loft around her face and hands. She paused on the last step. Empty wooden bins stood along one wall, their lids raised or resting back where they had been left. A group of canvas sacks occupied the open floor nearby. Some were folded. Others had loosened over time and leaned against one another in soft, uneven shapes. Flour dust lay lightly across the boards, most visible where the evening light reached it. On a beam above the bins were the old chalk marks. Tessa noticed them as she had expected to. Lines of quantities had been written there during previous harvests, close enough to the bins for easy reference. The figures were faded in places, but they were still legible. They did not suggest anything more than the ordinary record of grain once stored and used. She would copy them into the new ledger later, exactly as they appeared. For now, the room needed air. Tessa carried the bag to a clear corner and set it down. She crossed the loft, careful not to disturb the loose sacks, and opened the first window. The frame moved slowly at the beginning and then more freely. Cooler air touched her fingers. She opened the second window as well. The change was slight, but immediate. Air entered from one side of the loft and passed toward the other, easing through the room rather than pushing into it. A corner of loose canvas lifted and settled. Dust near the window rose in a pale thread, drifted a short distance and began to descend. Tessa rested her hands on the sill. From here, she could see part of the yard and the beginning of the narrow path that followed the millrace upstream toward the sluice meadow. The water itself was partly hidden, but its sound reached her clearly. Beyond the kitchen garden, The bakehouse and orchard remained in the soft evening light. She did not stay at the window long. The view was familiar, and the open loft was already cooling. Tessa turned and walked the length of the room. She did not begin cleaning yet. This first walk was only to see what was where. The bins were empty. She looked into each one without touching the interior, noting the fine dust along the bottom and the slightly heavier line gathered in the corners. None would be difficult to brush. Their wooden sides appeared dry and sound. The sacks also needed no complicated sorting. There were usable ones with firm seams, and there were several that would have to be opened and inspected before she could place them in orderly rows. Nothing suggested damage. They had simply rested where they were put down, slowly losing the shape of their folds. Near the stairs, Tessa found an open patch of floor where the boards were almost clear. She chose it as the place for the ledger table she would make later from the available work surface. The labels could remain there until the bins had been brushed. Clean grain was expected in a small delivery, and when it came, each portion would have a plain name and a plain place. There would be no need to rely on memory once the inventory was written. She crossed back to the chalk marks. The oldest-looking figures were not necessarily the earliest, and Tessa did not try to arrange them into a story. They were quantities, nothing more. Practical numbers written by working hands when the beam had been the nearest useful surface. Some stood alone. Others had short strokes beside them. All could be copied in their present order and preserved in the new ledger as earlier harvest records. She read the first line silently, then the next. There was enough light to work, but she decided not to bring the ledger upstairs until the air had moved through the loft a little longer. The pages were clean, and there was no reason to lay them down while dust still rested undisturbed on every nearby surface. Instead, she went to the sacks. The nearest one had slumped away from a folded stack. Tessa crouched and lifted it gently by the upper corners. The canvas was cool on the side that had lain against the floor and warmer where it had faced the room. It gave a low, dry rustle as she raised it. She did not shake it. Shaking would only send old flour dust into the newly moving air. She opened the sack slowly and looked along the inside seams. The stitching held. A pale trace of flour remained in the deepest crease, but the cloth itself was sound. She turned it over in her hands, checked the lower corners, and laid it flat on the clear boards near the window. With both palms, she smoothed the canvas from the middle outward. The cloth resisted a little where an old fold crossed it. Then it relaxed beneath her hands. She brought the lower part upward, folded one side toward the center, and brought the other side across it. The finished sack formed a firm rectangle. Tessa placed it beside the wall, leaving a narrow space around it so air could still pass. One sack was enough for the first evening moment. She was not yet settling into the full rhythm of the work. She was learning the loft's present state, choosing where each task would begin, and allowing the room to change from closed to open. She stood and brushed her palms against the handcloth. The light had shifted while she worked. It now entered at a lower angle, showing fine dust suspended near the bins. The particles moved slowly through the cooler air. Some passed out of sight. Most settled again on the floor, where they could be gathered when she brushed the room properly. Tessa returned to the stairhead and looked down toward the main floor. The open door below made a pale shape in the dimmer room. Air moved from the yard into the mill and upward through the loft. The arrangement was simple and sufficient. She could leave both the door and windows open while she prepared the tools, then close the lower door before the evening cooled too far. She descended and brought the ledger up in both hands. This time, when she reached the loft, the warmth no longer felt close. The room had begun to match the air outside. Canvas, timber, and empty bins kept their dry scents, but the stillness had lifted from them. Tessa placed the ledger on the clear surface near the stairs. She set the wrapped chalk beside it, then laid the blank labels in a straight stack. She opened the ledger to its first inventory page. At the top, she wrote the date. Beneath it, she made 3 plain headings: bins, sacks, and earlier quantities. There was no need to fill them yet. The headings were enough to establish the shape of the work ahead. She looked once more around the loft. The bins remained empty, ready to be brushed. The sound sack she had inspected lay in its neat fold beside the wall. The other sacks waited nearby without disorder, now that she had chosen a place for their rows. The old chalk quantities remained untouched on the beam, ready to be copied without addition or guesswork. The blank labels waited for the clean grain. Everything had a next step, and every next step was ordinary. Tessa closed the ledger gently, leaving the chalk on top to mark her place. She went to the window and drew in one slow breath of the cooler air. Below, Alder Brook continued past the mill. The wheel stayed still. Evening settled over the yard, the garden, the bakehouse, and the orchard. Inside the loft, the last warmth of the day eased from the boards. Tessa took up the soft brush. The room was aired. The inventory page was ready. She could begin with the first empty bin, working from its upper corners down, while the dust remained visible in the fading light. Tessa carried the soft brush to the first empty bin. It stood nearest the open window, where the last of the evening light reached across the wooden sides. The bin lid had already been raised and rested back against the wall. Its hinges were still. Along the upper rim, a pale line of flour dust showed where the air had not quite reached. She placed the shallow wooden pan on the floor beside her. Before brushing, Tessa leaned over the bin and looked into each corner again. The bottom was dry. The boards fitted closely enough for grain storage, and there was no old grain left beneath the fine layer of dust. What remained could be gathered with a few careful passes. She began at the upper edge. The soft bristles followed the grain of the wood. Dust loosened without rising far, slipping down the inside wall in a thin veil. Tessa moved the brush steadily from one corner to the next, overlapping each stroke so that no narrow strip was missed. The sound was quiet and regular, brush against wood. A pause as she changed her grip. Brush against wood again. Outside, Alder Brook continued beside the mill. Its low movement reached the loft through the open windows, joining the dry whisper of the bristles and the occasional mild creak of a cooling board. The wheel below remained still, and because it was still, the small sounds of the loft seemed clear without becoming sharp. Tessa worked down the first side. She didn't press hard. The brush was meant to lift what rested loosely on the boards, not scour the wood. When she reached the lower corner, she drew the dust toward the center of the bin. Then she began again at the top of the next side. Fresh air moved across the back of her hands. The stored warmth had almost gone from the room now. The bin itself still felt faintly warm where the day's heat had settled into the wood, but the rim nearest the window had cooled. Tessa noticed the difference as she steadied herself with one hand. She completed the second side, then the third and fourth. At the bottom, the gathered dust formed a light, uneven line. She brushed it into one small patch, set the brush aside, and lowered the wooden pan into the bin. With the hand cloth folded over her fingers, she guided the dust into the pan. There was very little of it. The pale covering had looked more substantial when it lay spread across the boards. Gathered together, it scarcely covered the center of the pan. Tessa lifted it out, checked the bottom of the bin once more, and wiped the upper rim with a clean part of the cloth. The first bin was ready. She left its lid raised so the evening air could continue to pass through it. Later, when the loft had cooled completely, she would close it until the clean grain arrived. Tessa looked toward the inventory page near the stairs. There was no need to write after every movement. But this was the first completed part of the work. and marking it now would make the next round simple. She carried the brush and pan to the clear surface, laid them down, and opened the ledger. Under the heading for bins, she wrote a short entry for the first one. Empty, brushed, sound. She read the 3 words once. They said everything required. The bin had held nothing when she opened it. The dust had been removed, and the wood was fit for use. She left space beside the entry for its label when the grain was placed there. Tessa set down the pencil and turned back toward the room. The next bin stood close beside the first. Its dust had gathered more heavily along the far corner, away from the window, but otherwise it appeared much the same. She could have continued immediately. Instead, she chose to alternate the tasks. 1 bin, then 1 sack. The change in movement would keep the work easy on her shoulders, and the loft would take on order in 2 places at once. She crossed to the sack she had already folded. It rested beside the wall as she had left it, a firm rectangle of sound canvas. She moved it a little farther from the open window and placed it where the finished row would begin. There was room for several folded sacks along that part of the wall without crowding the bins or narrowing the path to the stairs. The next loose sack leaned against the remaining stack. Tessa lifted it by the upper corners. The canvas unfolded under its own empty weight, making a low rasp as one layer passed over another. She held it away from herself and allowed the folds to loosen, but she did not shake it. A faint trace of flour lay along the inner seam. She turned the sack so the open end faced the light. The stitching was close and even. At the lower corners, the canvas had softened with use, though it had not worn through. She ran her fingers gently along the outside of each seam, feeling for any place where the threads had parted. The seam held from top to bottom. Tessa laid the sack flat on the boards. She used the cloth to lift the small trace of flour from the deepest crease, then smoothed the canvas with both palms. The old folds had their own memory. One side wanted to curl inward, while the lower edge remained slightly rounded from having rested against another sack. Tessa did not force it flat all at once. She pressed from the center outward, waited for the canvas to settle, and pressed again. Then she folded it. The lower part came upward. One side crossed toward the middle, followed by the other. She drew her palms over the finished rectangle, pushing out the little pocket of air held between the layers. The sack rested flat. She placed it beside the first one, aligning the folded edges. The 2 pieces of canvas were not exactly the same color. One had faded slightly along its outer face, while the other retained a deeper, warmer shade. Their size and weave were the same, and both were sound. Tessa returned to the ledger. Under sacks, she made a single mark for the one she had just inspected. The first folded sack already rested in the row, but she had checked it before opening the inventory page. She added a mark for that one as well. 2 sound sacks. The phrase was simple enough to repeat as the row grew. She picked up the brush and went to the second bin. Here, the fading daylight no longer reached the bottom clearly. Tessa brought the lamp from the clear surface near the stairs and set it on a broad ledge between the bins. Its light fell downward at an angle, warm against the cooler evening beyond the windows. In the lamplight, the flour dust became easier to see. Fine particles lay along the grain of the wood and in the meeting places between boards. Nothing was hidden by the light. It showed only the ordinary remains of storage. A pale surface waiting for a brush, a little more gathered in one corner, and several faint arcs where something had once been scooped from the bin. Tessa began at the upper rim as before. The second bin made a slightly different sound under the brush. Its sideboards were broader, and the bristles gave a longer whisper over each one. She followed the same path down, working around the inside without haste. As she brushed, a few dust particles rose into the lamplight. They drifted slowly rather than scattering. The air from the windows carried them a short distance over the bin, where they turned once and began to settle. Tessa waited before making the next stroke. When the air was clear again, she continued. There was time enough to let the dust fall. She completed the upper corners, then brushed the lower seams. The heavier line in the far corner came away easily. It was only compacted flour dust, pressed into place by its own long rest. The soft bristles loosened it a little at a time. Tessa drew everything toward the center. Again, the dust looked smaller once gathered. She lowered the pan, guided the pail line into it, and raised it out of the bin. Then she wiped the rim and looked along each side in the lamplight. The second bin was empty, brushed, and sound. She recorded it in the ledger beneath the first. The 2 entries now made the beginning of a useful list. The remaining bins could follow in their order along the wall. When labels were tied to them, Tessa would add the grain name and quantity beside each entry. Nothing would need to be remembered separately. The room and the ledger would agree. She closed the book without fastening it, and left the pencil across the page. The old chalk marks remained on the beam above her. From where she stood, she could read several of the figures. They were written in different sizes, some with firmer strokes than others. One line leaned slightly upward. Another had been fitted into the space between 2 older entries. The beam had served as a convenient record when grain was being measured and moved. Tessa did not copy the figures yet. The lamp was bright enough, and the quantities were legible, but she wanted the nearby bins cleaned first. That way she could stand beneath the beam without brushing dust around the open ledger. The marks had waited through previous harvests. Another quiet round of work would make no difference to them. She turned to the sacks again. The third sack came from the top of the loosened group. It was folded once, but not neatly, with one side hanging lower than the other. When Tessa lifted it, the canvas gave a deeper rustle than the first 2. She opened it over the clear part of the floor. The inside was clean except for a pale dusting near the bottom. She brushed that trace into the wooden pan, using short movements that kept the flour close to the cloth. Then she checked the seams. Near the opening, one thread had lifted away from the canvas. Tessa examined it between her fingers. It was only the loose end of a finished stitch, not a break in the seam. The joined edges remained firm when she pressed them gently apart. She smoothed the thread back against the cloth and continued down to the lower corners. The sack was sound. She spread it flat, pressed out the older folds, and brought the lower half upward. The canvas settled beneath her palms. One side folded inward, then the other. She placed the finished sack with the first 2. 3 rectangles now rested along the wall. Their edges made a quiet, orderly line. The row was still short, but its shape was established. Each new sack could be inspected, folded, and placed in the same direction. When the work was done, Tessa would be able to count them without opening the stack or shifting their position. She added the third mark to the ledger. Then she paused near the open window. The yard below had grown dimmer. The main door was still open, allowing the cooler air to pass through the mill. Beyond it, the kitchen garden had softened into long, low shapes. The bakehouse and orchard stood quietly beyond the rows. Nothing moved there that needed her notice. The brook kept its ordinary course. Tessa listened for a moment, resting one hand on the sill. The sound was steady beside the mill and beneath the footbridge, neither louder nor quieter than when she arrived. It filled the spaces between the nearer sounds without drawing her away from the loft. Behind her, the lamp warmed the edges of the empty bins. The first 2 were clean. 3 sacks had been folded and entered in the ledger. The remaining work had become clearer simply because a first round was complete. Tessa left the window and carried the shallow pan downstairs. She crossed the main floor, emptied the gathered dust into the proper waste pail, and wiped the pan clean. Then she closed the main door. The loft windows would provide enough air now, and shutting the door below would keep the mill from cooling more quickly than necessary. When she climbed the stairs again, the loft felt settled rather than close. She returned the clean pan beside the brush. The lamp flame remained low and steady. Its angled light showed a few last particles descending toward the boards between the bins and the folded sacks. Tessa did not disturb them. She opened the ledger and reviewed the entries. 2 bins brushed and sound, 3 sound sacks folded. Beneath the headings, the writing was plain and evenly spaced. There would be room for every remaining bin, every usable sack, the old quantities from the beam, and the labels for the small delivery of clean grain. She closed the ledger gently. The next stage was already prepared. She would continue along the wall, 1 bin and 1 sack at a time, until the clean surfaces and folded row reached the old chalk marks. For now, the first round held its shape. 2 bin lids remained raised to the cooling air. 3 canvas sacks rested with their edges aligned. The brush and empty pan waited together beneath the lamp. Tessa stood in the clear path between them, listening as Alder Brook moved past the resting wheel, and the last loosened dust settled softly onto the boards. Tessa opened the ledger again and set it beneath the lamp. The page held the first clear entries of the evening. 2 empty bins brushed and sound, 3 canvas sacks inspected and folded. The small list matched the part of the loft already in order. Along the wall, the 2 raised lids showed clean interiors, and the folded sacks rested with their edges aligned. She turned toward the 3rd bin. It stood directly beneath the old chalk marks. Its lid was narrower than those of the first 2, and the boards had darkened a little along the rim from years of hands lifting it. Tessa moved the lamp closer, leaving enough space between the flame and the beam above. The light reached into the bin and across the chalked wood. Before she began brushing, she read the nearest mark. It was a plain quantity followed by 2 short strokes. Another quantity stood below it, also followed by strokes, though one had faded until it was scarcely more than a pale line. Tessa looked down at the bin. The marks were close enough to have been written while someone stood exactly where she was standing. That was not surprising. The beam offered a broad, visible surface above the storage row. A miller measuring grain could write there without crossing the loft to find a page. She lifted the brush. The 3rd bin held less dust than the 2nd. Most of it lay in a narrow band along the bottom seam, where the sideboards met the floor. Tessa began at the upper corner and worked downward, following the familiar path, brush against wood. A small pause. Brush against wood again. The work had already become easy in her hands. She knew how lightly the bristles needed to pass over the boards, how far the dust would move with each stroke, and where to place the shallow pan when the last pale line had gathered at the center. She brushed all 4 sides and then the bottom. As she leaned farther into the bin, her shoulder came level with another chalk mark on the beam. This one was shorter than the others. It showed a quantity and a simple letter beside it. Tessa straightened and read it again. Then she glanced toward the first 2 bins. A similar letter had been written faintly above the first mark in the row. Another appeared near the 2nd group of quantities, almost hidden where the grain of the beam darkened. She had noticed the figures when she first entered the loft, but not the small letters beside them. In the changing evening light, they had looked like broken ends of older chalk strokes. Under the lamp, their shape was clearer. Tessa set the brush across the rim of the 3rd bin. She did not touch the beam. Instead, she lifted the lamp by its handle and moved it a little to the left. The light traveled along the chalk marks. Above the 1st bin was a small letter matching the 1st bin's position. Above the 2nd was another. The 3rd stood over the bin she was cleaning. Farther along the beam, the same simple pattern continued, each group of quantities placed roughly above 1 storage space. The marks were not one long list after all. They were several short lists, 1 for each bin. The discovery was small and entirely practical. It did not alter what the marks meant. They were still quantities from previous harvests, recorded close to the grain they had described. But now Tessa could copy them with their arrangement preserved. Rather than placing every figure beneath one general heading, she could record each group beside the bin to which it belonged. She lowered the lamp to the ledge again. The third bin still waited with its dust gathered at the bottom. Tessa finished that task before returning to the ledger. She guided the dust into the shallow pan, wiped the rim, and inspected the clean boards in the warm light. Empty, brushed, sound. She wrote the 3 words under the first 2 entries. Beside them, she left a little more room than before. The clean grain had not yet arrived, so its name and quantity would still be added later. Beyond that space, she drew a narrow column and gave it a plain heading, earlier quantities. Tessa looked back at the beam. The first group of chalk marks belonged with the first bin. The second group belonged with the second. The third stood above the bin she had just brushed. The positions made the arrangement clear, but she wanted to check it carefully before copying anything. She carried the lamp to the first bin. There were 3 quantities in that group. The highest was the easiest to read. Beneath it, the chalk had thinned across a rough patch in the wood, but the figures remained complete. The final line was smaller and stood close to the edge of the next group. Tessa read each one slowly. She returned to the ledger and copied the 3 quantities in the order they appeared, top to bottom. She did not add a year, a grain name, or a person's name. None had been written on the beam, and guessing would make the record less useful rather than more. When the 3 figures were on the page, she compared them with the marks. The first matched. The second matched. The third matched. Tessa placed a small dot beside the completed group in the ledger. The dot meant only that she had checked her copy against the beam. It did not change the old record. She moved the lamp to the second bin. This group contained 2 quantities and a pair of short strokes. The strokes might once have helped someone count measures or deliveries, but their exact use was not written. Tessa copied them as strokes. There was no need to turn them into words. She checked that group as well. Then she came to the third. Here the chalk was firmer. 4 quantities descended in a loose line, with the last fitted slightly to one side where the beam held a knot. Seen from a few steps away, the shifted figure had appeared to belong to the next group. Standing beneath it, Tessa could see that its small bin letter matched the third. She copied all 4. The page now showed what the beam had been showing all along. Each bin had its own earlier record. The quantities were ordinary remnants of previous harvests, but their placement gave them a simple order. Tessa rested the pencil across the open ledger. She looked along the remaining bins. Their interiors still held a light covering of dust, and several loose sacks remained to be inspected. The full row would take more quiet rounds. The chalk marks above it could be copied as she reached each place. There was no reason to do all of one task before touching the other. She returned to the sacks. The 4th sack lay partly beneath another, its folded mouth turned toward the wall. Tessa lifted the upper sack aside and drew the 4th into the clear space. The canvas slid across the boards with a low, dry sound. She opened it carefully. The cloth had retained a broad fold across the middle. When she spread the sack flat, the fold rose like a shallow ridge. She pressed it with one palm, moved her hand slowly toward the edge, and felt the canvas ease beneath her fingers. The seams were firm. A little flour dust remained inside one lower corner. Tessa turned the canvas so the corner rested close to the pan, then used the brush to draw the dust out. It fell without making a cloud. She inspected the stitching from the opening to the base. Nothing needed mending. The sack was sound. Tessa folded the lower half upward. She brought the first side toward the center and laid the other across it. After pressing the trapped air from between the layers, she carried the rectangle to the finished row. 4 sound sacks now rested beside the wall. She marked the 4th in the ledger, then lifted the next sack. This one opened more readily. Its canvas was softer from use, and the corners fell flat without needing to be pressed. Tessa checked the inside seams, smoothed the cloth, and folded it in the same manner. The repetition quieted the loft. Lift open, check the seams, smooth the canvas, fold in place. The 5th sack joined the 4th. Their edges were not perfectly identical, but both lay flat, and the row could be counted at a glance. Tessa added the 5th mark to the page. When she stood, she noticed that the lamp had made the old chocock clearer in another way. The light did not strike the beam evenly. It caught the raised chalk on one side and left a fine shadow on the other. Faded quantities that had seemed incomplete from the stairhead could be read when the lamp stood directly below them. She carried it to the 4th bin. The small letter above that space was faint but present. 3 quantities belonged to it. One had been written over an earlier smudge, yet the newer figures remained plain enough to copy. Tessa did not open that part of the ledger immediately. The 4th bin had not yet been brushed, and she preferred to keep the order of the room and the order of the page together. She lowered the lamp, raised the bin lid fully, and set the wooden pan beside her. The dust inside was light and even. She worked from the upper rim downward. Her strokes followed the boards, each one joining the clean strip left by the last. When a few particles rose, she stopped and let them settle. The open windows continued to bring in cool air, but the movement was gentle now. Dust drifted only a short distance before coming down again. Below the loft, the mill remained still. The brook sounded beyond the wall. Its steady passage softened the spaces between the brush strokes. Somewhere in the building, a board gave one mild creak as it cooled, then rested. Tessa gathered the dust from the 4th bin. She wiped its rim, checked the lower corners, and recorded the same 3 words in the ledger. Empty, brushed, sound. Only then did she copy the quantities above it. She preserved the smudged line as closely as she could, noting that the first mark was faint. She added nothing to explain why. Chalk softened with time. Hands brushed beams. Flour dust settled and was cleared away. The fading required no further account. Once the 4th group had been copied, Tessa compared the page with the beam from the beginning. The 1st bin and its 3 earlier quantities. The 2nd bin and its 2 quantities with 2 short strokes. The 3rd bin and its 4 quantities. The 4th bin and its 3. The first faint but readable. Everything matched. Tessa closed the ledger halfway and looked along the wall. 4 bins were now clean. 5 sacks rid in the finished row. The old chalk marks above the cleaned section had been copied without losing their arrangement. The small discovery had given the inventory a better shape, and it had resolved itself as soon as she followed the positions along the beam. There was nothing hidden in the marks. They recorded grain quantities where those quantities had once been easiest to see. Each group belonged to the bin below it. That was all, and it was enough. Tessa left the remaining chalk untouched for the next round. She returned the lamp to the ledge between the cleaned and uncleaned bins. From there, its light showed the boundary plainly. On one side, brushed wood and copied records. On the other, a few dusty interiors and chalk quantities still waiting their turn. The distinction did not feel unfinished. It felt orderly. She carried the shallow pan downstairs, emptied the small amount of gathered dust into the waste pail, and wiped the pan clean once more. When she returned, she placed it beside the soft brush. The loft had cooled further. Tessa crossed to the windows and narrowed the first one slightly. Enough air still passed through the room, but the canvas no longer stirred at its loose corners. She left the second window as it was. At the ledger, she added a brief note beneath the earlier quantities heading. Marks grouped by bin position. She read the words and nodded once. They made the copied arrangement clear without offering any story the beam itself did not contain. Then she closed the ledger. The next stage was ready and uncomplicated. She would continue from the 5th bin, brushing it before copying the quantities directly above. Between bins, she would inspect and fold the remaining sacks until the row was complete. After that, the clean grain could arrive to labels already prepared for it. For now, 4 raised lids opened over clean wood. 5 folded sacks rested in an even row. The lamp stood beneath the next group of chalk marks, and the pencil lay across the closed ledger to hold the page. Tessa took up the brush and moved it to the 5th bin. She did not begin another full round yet. She simply placed the brush on the rim, set the clean pan below, and adjusted the lamp until its light reached both the bin and the marks above it. Everything needed for the next piece of work was in place. Around her, the last disturbed flour dust descended through the angled light. The canvas sacks remained still beside the wall. Alder Brook continued past the resting wheel, and the grain loft settled into its new, clearer order. Tessa rested one hand on the rim of the 5th bin. The soft brush lay across the wood beneath her fingers. Below it, the shallow pan waited on the floor, clean after its last trip downstairs. The lamp stood on the broad ledge between the bins, and its angled light reached both the empty interior and the chalk marks on the beam above. Everything was where she had placed it. She lifted the brush and began. The 5th bin was a little deeper than the 4th. Its sideboards descended beyond the strongest part of the lamplight, though the bottom remained visible when Tessa leaned closer. A thin layer of flour dust rested there, gathered most clearly along the back seam. She started at the upper left corner. The bristles made their quiet passage over the wood. Each stroke moved downward and inward, loosening the pale dust without sending much of it into the air. Tessa followed the boards one at a time, allowing the brush to travel with the grain rather than across it. There was nothing difficult in the work. The bin was empty, the boards were dry. The dust lifted easily. She needed only to continue the same movement until each surface had been covered. Brush downward, turn the wrist. Begin again beside the clean strip. Alder Brook moved beyond the mill wall. Its steady sound entered through the narrowed window and filled the pauses between her strokes. The wheel below remained at rest, and the loft held only the brook, the brush, and the small settling sounds of old timber cooling in the evening. Tessa completed the first side and moved to the second. A few particles rose where the bristles passed over a rough place in the board. They entered the lamplight and hung there for a moment. Tessa stopped with the brush held still. The particles turned slowly, descended, and came to rest near the bottom seam. Then she continued. By the time she reached the 4th side, the gathered dust had formed a narrow, pale line. She brushed the bottom toward the center, keeping the strokes short. When everything lay in one place, she lowered the wooden pan and guided the dust into it with the folded hand cloth. The bin looked plain and clean. Tessa checked the corners, then drew the cloth once along the upper rim. The 5th bin was ready to join the others. She carried the lamp a little higher and read the chalk marks directly above it. There were 2 quantities in this group. The first was clear. The second had been written with a lighter touch, but every figure remained visible. A small letter beside them matched the position of the bin below. Tessa went to the ledger. She opened it where the pencil held her place and added the 5th entry beneath the others. Empty. Brushed. Sound. In the narrow column beside it, she copied the 2 earlier quantities exactly as they appeared. She compared the first figure with the beam, then the second. Both matched. She placed the small checking dot beside the group and set the pencil down. 5 bins now stood clean along the wall. Tessa closed the ledger halfway to keep its pages away from the remaining work. She left it beneath the lamp and turned toward the canvas sacks. 5 sound sacks rested in the finished row. The remaining loose canvas occupied less floor than before. With each sack removed, the small group had settled lower and spread outward, showing folded corners and softened edges that had previously been hidden. Tessa chose the uppermost sack. It opened with a low rustle. One side had turned inward during storage, so she laid the sack flat and drew the canvas outward with both hands. The cloth felt firm beneath her palms. Its seams held evenly from the mouth to the lower corners. There was no flour gathered inside. She smoothed the center, brought the lower half upward, and folded the sides across. The finished rectangle was slightly wider than the others. Tessa turned it so its long edge followed the wall and placed it at the end of the row. She added one mark to the ledger: 6 sound sacks. The next sack was made from the same heavy canvas, though years of use had softened the weave. When Tessa lifted it, the cloth fell open more readily. Its lower corners settled flat against the boards without being pressed. She checked the seams. Along one side, the stitching had been reinforced with a second line of thread. The repair was old and firm. Tessa ran her fingertips over it, feeling the small raised path beneath the canvas. Nothing had loosened, and no gap opened when she spread the cloth gently. The sack was sound. She folded it with the reinforced seam inside, where it would rest without catching against the neighboring canvas. Then she laid it beside the 6th. 7. The row had begun to show the simple differences between sacks that served the same purpose. One was a shade lighter, another had a softened corner. The newest looking held a sharper crease, while the well-used sack with the reinforced seam rested more loosely in its fold. All were clean enough for continued use. All were sound. Tessa marked the 7th and returned to the bins. The 6th lid opened with a soft wooden knock as it came to rest against the wall. This bin was shallower than the 5th and held only a faint dusting on the bottom. The upper sides were almost clear. Tessa brushed them anyway. She followed the same complete path around the interior. Beginning at the rim meant she would not have to wonder whether a narrow ledge or corner had been overlooked, simply because it appeared clean. The brush passed over every board, gathering what little dust remained. Her movements had grown slower, but not from tiredness. The work no longer required decisions. The clean row had established the method. She could give each stroke its full length, pause when dust entered the light, and let the next movement begin when the air was clear. She gathered the small amount from the bottom and wiped the rim. Above the 6th bin, the chalk group contained 3 quantities. One line had been written smaller than the other 2, perhaps to fit between an older figure and the edge of the beam. Tessa copied it at the same place in the order. She did not change its size in the ledger, or try to decide when it had been added. The quantities were useful as a record, and their position beneath the bin entry preserved everything the loft could plainly tell her. She checked the figures, then she wrote the familiar words for the bin: empty, brushed, sound. The phrase had become a steady line down the page. Tessa looked along it from the first entry to the 6th. Each bin had its earlier quantities beside it. Space remained for the clean grain and its new label. When that grain arrived, the added information would describe the loft as it was now, while the copied figures would remain clearly separate as records from previous harvests. Nothing on the page had to carry more meaning than that. She went back to the canvas. The 8th sack held a fine trace of flour along one inner fold. Tessa opened it near the shallow pan and used the soft brush to draw the flour out. The pale dust gathered beside what she had removed from the 6th bin. She inspected the sack from top to bottom. The mouth was firm. The side seams were close. The lower corners had no thinning or parted thread. She spread it on the boards and smoothed the fold where the flour had rested. The canvas gave beneath her palms and lay flat. Lower half upward, first side inward, second side across. She pressed out the small pocket of air and carried the folded sack to the row. 8 sound sacks. Only 2 remained in the loose group. Tessa lifted the 9th. It was already folded into a long, uneven shape, and when she opened it, she found that one side had simply slipped during storage. The sack itself was clean. She checked its seams, refolded it into a firm rectangle, and placed it with the others. The last sack lay alone on the boards. With the others removed, there was room around it, and a pale outline in the dust where the group had rested. Tessa would brush that part of the floor later, after the sack was moved and the remaining bins were complete. She opened the final sack. Its canvas was cooler on the side that had lain against the boards. The cloth made a soft rasp as Tessa spread it. She examined the stitching, turned the lower corners between her fingers, and found them firm. A small crease near the mouth held a trace of dust. She wiped it with a clean fold of the hand cloth. Then she smoothed the entire sack, folded it in the same manner as the others, and placed it at the end of the finished row. 10 sound sacks rested beside the wall. Tessa counted them once by their visible edges. 1 through 5 formed the first part of the row. 6 through 10 continued without a break. There was no need to lift or shift them. Each rectangle could be seen plainly, and the ledger agreed with what stood before her. She entered the final mark. 10 sound sacks, inspected and folded. The remaining bins still waited, but the open floor had changed. What had been a loose group of canvas was now a low, orderly row. The boards where the sacks had rested were clear to reach. The path from the stairs to the windows felt broader, though nothing had been removed from the loft. Tessa took the brush to the 7th bin. Its dust had gathered near the front, close to the place where hands had once reached in with a scoop. Faint curves showed on the bottom boards, but they were only marks left by ordinary use. She brushed the sides from the rim downward. The lamp warmed one side of her hands. Cooler air touched the other. Outside, the evening had deepened, and the open window showed little more than the quiet shapes of the yard. The brook remained audible, keeping the same low course beside the mill. Tessa finished the 7th bin, gathered the dust, and copied the quantities above it. 4 figures belonged to this group. The final one was faint, so she brought the lamp nearer without touching the beam. Its outline became clear in the sidelight. She copied what was there, compared the ledger with the chalk, and marked the group as checked. The 8th bin was the last. Its lid had stood partly raised since Tessa's first walk through the loft. She lifted it fully and rested it back. The interior was dry with a pale covering on the bottom and a slightly heavier line in the right corner. She placed the pan beside her. By now, every part of the movement was familiar. The upper rim first, because then the long sideboard beneath it, the corner, the next board. Dust descended ahead of the bristles and gathered below. Tessa worked around the bin, leaving clean wood behind each pass. When she reached the heavier corner, she loosened it a little at a time rather than pressing harder. The flour dust came free. She drew it toward the center with the rest, lowered the pan, and collected the final pale line. The cloth passed around the rim once. Tessa leaned closer and looked into each corner. The 8th bin was empty, brushed, and sound. She wrote the words in the ledger. Above it, the last chalk group held 2 quantities in 1 short stroke. Tessa copied all 3 marks exactly. She checked them against the beam, then looked back along the complete record from the first bin to the last. 8 bins. Each cleaned, each sound, each earlier group copied beside the place where it had been written. The chalk remained on the beam, unchanged. Tessa closed the ledger and rested both hands on its cover. The gentle part of the work was complete. No loose sack remained to be inspected. No bin still held its old dust. The marks from previous harvests had moved into the new ledger without being turned into guesses or stories. The loft was ready for its next use. Tessa carried the shallow pan downstairs for the last time that evening. She emptied the flour dust into the waste pail and wiped the pan until no pale line remained inside it. Then she returned to the loft and set the clean pan beside the brush. With the bins finished, she lowered their lids one by one. The wood met softly at each rim. First, second, third. She continued along the wall until all 8 clean interiors were covered. The lids would keep them ready until the small delivery of clean grain was brought up and placed into its labeled bins. Tessa crossed to the patch of floor where the loose sacks had rested. She brushed the pale outlines toward the pan in long, light passes. There was little to gather. Most of the dust had already settled between the boards, and what remained came away without rising. When the floor was clear, she returned the brush to the ledge. The lamp now shone across closed lids, open floor, and 10 folded sacks. Its light reached the old chalk marks above, but the quantities no longer waited for attention. They had been copied and checked. They could remain where earlier working hands had left them. Tessa opened the ledger once more. Beside each bin entry, she drew a short blank line for a label. On the next page, she prepared a simple place for the coming delivery. Grain name, quantity, bin, and date placed. She did not fill in any of it. The grain had not arrived, and the labels would be written only when she could match each name to what stood before her. Blank lines were enough for tonight. They made the next stage clear without pretending it had already happened. Tessa closed the book. She narrowed the second window to match the first. Cooler air still passed gently through the loft, but no canvas edge stirred. The folded sacks remained in their even row, their dry surfaces softened by the low lamplight. For a little while, Tessa stood near the stairs and looked over the room. 8 clean bins waited beneath their lids. 10 sound sacks rested together. The old quantities were safely entered in the ledger. The brush and pan were clean. Fine flour dust descended through the last angled beam of light and settled onto the boards she had left undisturbed beyond the work area. Nothing remained uncertain. When the small delivery came, Tessa would bring the blank labels to the bins, write each grain name and quantity, and place the clean grain where the ledger said it belonged. The loft was ready to receive it. She set the ledger near the stairhead, with the label strings laid across its cover. Then she lowered the lamp flame slightly. Alder Brook continued past the resting wheel. The mill held the coolness of evening in its lower rooms, while the grain loft kept a little warmth in the canvas and wood. Tessa listened until the small sounds of her work had faded completely. The sacks did not shift. The lids remained closed. The chalk marks rested above their copied record. With the room prepared and the next page waiting, Tessa left the clear path open from the stairs to the labeled bins and carried the quiet of the finished round with her toward the work still to come. Tessa stood at the stairhead with the ledger beneath one hand. The loft behind her was ready. 8 bin lids rested closed along the wall. 10 canvas sacks lay folded in their low, even row. The old chalk quantities remained on the beam, and the new page held an exact copy of each group beside the bin to which it belonged. On the next page, the blank spaces waited. Grain name, quantity, bin, date placed. Before Tessa could lift the ledger, she heard measured steps cross the yard below. They stopped outside the mill door, followed by one quiet knock against the wood. The expected delivery had arrived. Tessa took the lamp and went downstairs. The main floor felt cooler than the loft. The old boards held less of the day's warmth, and a faint coolness rose from the wheel room below. Alder Brook continued beyond the wall. The wheel remained still. She crossed to the door and opened it. An unnamed local delivery person stood outside with 3 modest, closed bags of grain. Each bag had a plain temporary note tied at the mouth. Together they made a small delivery, already measured and prepared for the loft. 3 bags, as arranged. Tessa thanked the delivery person and held the door while the bags were set just inside. There was nothing else to settle. The delivery person turned back across the yard, and the sound of the departing steps soon joined the softer sound of the brook. Tessa closed the mill door. She moved the 3 bags beside the work table, keeping the path to the stairs clear. She could have carried them directly into the loft, but the prepared page still needed to be filled, and the labels had to agree with the temporary notes before any grain was placed. The bags were smaller than the canvas sacks upstairs, and light enough for Tessa to carry one at a time without strain. The grain inside was clean and dry. Tessa set the lamp on the work table. She read the first note, then the second and third. 2 bags held the same grain and could share 1 bin. The third held a different grain in a smaller quantity. There was no need to open anything downstairs. She would carry each bag to the loft, read its note again beneath the lamp, and place it only after the permanent label and ledger entry agreed. She opened the ledger to the prepared page. Beside the first grain name, she copied the quantity from the temporary note. She entered the second bag on the next line, keeping it separate even though it held the same grain. The third went below them. Then she added the intended bins. The first 2 bags would go into the first bin together. The smaller portion would go into the second. The other 6 bins would remain empty, clean, and closed. Tessa read the entries once from top to bottom. Nothing had been placed yet, so she left the final confirmation marks blank. She took the labels from the loft stairhead and brought them to the table. The stiff cards were plain, each with a short length of string already threaded through one corner. Tessa chose 2. On the first, she wrote the name of the grain in the first 2 bags. Beneath it, she wrote their combined quantity. On the second, she wrote the other grain and its smaller quantity. The chalk moved firmly over the card. She held each label beneath the lamp and checked it against the temporary notes and the ledger. Grain name, quantity, bin. All 3 records matched. Only then did she carry the first bag upstairs. She held it against the front of her coat with both arms. The grain shifted softly inside as she climbed, flowing toward the lower end of the bag with each step. It made a quiet, close sound, different from the dry rasp of empty canvas. At the top, Tessa paused. The return path was clear from the stairs to the bins. No loose sack crossed it. The brush and pan rested together on the ledge. The ledger surface remained free of dust. She carried the bag to the first bin and set it down gently. The bin label lay on top of the ledger for the moment. Tessa did not tie it in place yet. The written quantity described 2 bags together, and only one had reached the loft. She went downstairs for the second. The route was the same. Across the cool main floor, up the wooden stairs, along the clear strip of boards to the first bin. The second bag settled beside the first. Tessa placed both temporary notes where the lamp could reach them, then opened the ledger and compared the quantities again. The 2 separate entries made the same total written on the permanent label. She lifted the first bin lid. Clean wood showed beneath it. The faint scent of flour dust had almost gone, replaced by dry timber and the cooler air moving through the loft. Tessa leaned over and checked the bottom one last time. Nothing had settled there since she brushed it. She untied the first small bag. The fastening loosened without catching. Tessa folded the mouth outward to keep the string from falling into the bin. Then she tipped the bag slowly. Grain began to pour. It struck the wooden bottom with a soft, steady patter. The first kernels spread in a thin layer, then gathered into a shallow slope. Tessa kept the flow narrow and even, allowing the grain to settle rather than throwing dust upward. The sound filled the nearest part of the loft. It was not loud. It was only fuller than the brushing and folding that had come before, a low rain of clean grain against clean boards. As the bag emptied, it grew lighter in her hands. Tessa raised the lower end a little farther. The last kernel slipped from the fold and joined the rest. She held the bag still. Nothing more fell. Tessa folded the empty bag inward and set it aside. Then she opened the second bag and poured it into the same bin. The new grain ran down the small slope made by the first portion. The surface shifted, leveled, and formed a broader, shallow bed across the bottom. When the last kernels had fallen, Tessa waited for the movement to stop. The grain rested well below the top of the bin. There was plenty of room around it. Nothing pressed against the lid, and the quantity was easy to see. Tessa drew one clean hand lightly over the air above the surface without touching it, checking that no string or scrap of temporary paper had fallen inside. The bin held only grain. She lowered the lid until it rested on the rim. Then she tied the permanent label to the front loop. The card hung flat against the wood, showing the grain name and combined quantity. Tessa opened the ledger. On the 2 separate delivery lines, she added the date placed and marked the first bin. Beside the earlier inventory entry, she filled the blank label line with the same grain name and total quantity shown on the card. She compared the bin, label, and page. They agreed. The first placement was complete. Tessa carried the 2 empty delivery bags back toward the stairhead. She folded each loosely, keeping them apart from the 10 sound storage sacks already arranged beside the wall. These lighter bags belonged with the delivery and could be taken downstairs when the work was done. She descended for the 3rd bag. The main floor had grown dim around the lamp. Beyond its circle of light, the machinery stood quiet. The brook moved beside the building with the same even sound it had carried through every part of the loft work. Tessa lifted the final bag. It was the lightest of the 3. The grain inside shifted only a little as she settled it into her arms. She took the stairs slowly, placing each foot near the center of the tread. The handrail remained within reach, though she did not need it. At the top, the open route brought her directly to the 2nd bin. She set the bag down and read its temporary note once more. The name matched the permanent label. The quantity matched the ledger. The intended place was the 2nd bin. Tessa raised the lid. The clean interior held the low lamplight without glare. She opened the small bag, folded back its mouth, and poured. This grain made a slightly lighter sound as it fell, but the movement was the same. A narrow stream entered the bin, spread across the bottom, and gathered into a shallow mound. Tessa tipped the last corner carefully until every kernel had left the bag. She waited. The mound eased outward and became still. Tessa checked the interior, lowered the lid, and tied the 2nd label to its loop. She returned to the ledger and completed the final line. Grain name. Quantity. 2nd bin. Date placed. Beside the 2nd bin's earlier entry, she filled the blank label space. Then she compared the written label with the temporary note for the last time. Everything matched. The temporary notes were no longer needed as working labels, but Tessa did not discard them at once. She placed all 3 together inside the back cover of the ledger. They could remain there until the inventory was reviewed at the end of the week. Nothing depended on them now, yet keeping them with the page made the transfer easy to trace. Tessa stood before the row of bins. The first held the 2 abined portions of clean grain. The 2nd held the smaller portion. 6 remained empty. Their lids were closed, and their inventory lines still read as they should. Empty, brushed, and sound. She did not label the empty bins with grain names they did not hold. Instead, she prepared 6 small cards and wrote 1 word on each. Empty. She tied them to the remaining loops in order. The labels made the whole storage row plain at a glance. 2 bins named what they contained. 6 stated that they contained nothing. The ledger gave the same account with the earlier chalk quantities kept in their separate column. Tessa walked from the 1st bin to the 8th. At each one, she touched the label lightly and read the corresponding line on the page. 1st bin, grain name and total quantity. 2nd bin, grain name and smaller quantity. 3rd through 8th, empty. The old quantities remained beside each entry without being confused with the new delivery. Past record and present inventory occupied their own places. At the end of the row, Tessa turned back. The stage of the room had changed. Earlier, the loft had been a place being aired and inspected. Then it had become a room of brushing, folding, and copying. Now it had begun its return to use. The change was modest. Only 2 bins held grain, yet every part of the return had been made visible and exact. Clean grain rested in clean wood. The labels matched the contents. The ledger matched the labels. Nothing had been guessed, and nothing had been left to memory. Tessa gathered the 3 empty delivery bags. She folded them into a loose stack and carried them downstairs. On the main floor, she placed them beside the work table, separate from her work bag. Then she returned once more to the loft. This last climb felt different without grain in her arms. Her steps were lighter, and her hands were free. At the top, she paused where the route opened between the stairhead and the bins. No grain had spilled on the stairs. No kernel lay in the path. She crossed to the first bin and looked along the floor beneath its front edge. Then she checked the second. Both areas were clear. The soft brush remained clean enough to use, but there was nothing to gather. Tessa closed the ledger and tied its cover string. The permanent labels hung still against the bin fronts. Their chalk writing was broad enough to read from the stairhead. Above them, the old beam marks remained pale and quiet in the lamplight. She lowered the flame a little more. The loft had cooled around the newly placed grain. The canvas sacks held their orderly row along the wall, each folded edge visible. The 6 empty bins waited without needing attention. In the 2 filled bins, the grain had finished settling. Tessa listened. There was no sound from inside the bins now. Alder Brook continued outside. The wheel remained at rest beneath the main floor. Cooler air passed through the narrowed windows, touching the room gently without stirring the labels. She carried the ledger to the clear surface near the stairs and laid it flat. Later, after the grain had rested, she could make one final inventory round. She would check the labels, read the page, and confirm that the loft remained dry and orderly. It would not be a new task so much as a quiet return over work already completed. For now, the delivery was fully received. Tessa moved to the windows and drew each one nearly closed, leaving only a narrow space for air. The frames settled into place. The brook sounded a little softer through the smaller openings, though its steady course remained easy to hear. She walked back along the bins. 2 labeled with grain, 6 labeled empty. 10 sound canvas sacks folded beside the wall. 8 groups of earlier quantities copied and checked. At the stairhead, she looked once more across the open floor. The clear route she had used to bring the grain upstairs remained open for the final, unhurried inventory and the settling of the loft for the night. Tessa took up the lamp. Behind her, the clean grain rested in its labeled bins. The flour dust lay settled, and every object in the loft had returned to a plain and dependable place. Tessa held the lamp at the stairhead and looked back across the grain loft. The room had reached the last stage of the evening's work. It no longer needed airing, brushing, folding, copying, or carrying. The delivery had been received. The grain rested in the first 2 bins, and the other 6 stood clean and empty beneath their lids. 10 sound canvas sacks lay in an orderly row along the wall. All that remained was the final inventory round. Tessa set the lamp on the clear surface beside the ledger. Its low flame spread a warm circle over the tied cover, the label strings, and the clean boards nearby. Beyond that light, the loft had grown dim and cool. She rested her hand on the ledger. There was no reason to begin the final round immediately. The grain had only just settled, and the room was still easing from work into rest. Tessa stood quietly and listened. Alder Brook moved beside the mill. Through the narrow openings at the windows, its sound came softly into the loft. It passed under the footbridge, along the millrace, and beyond the resting wheel. There was no turning mechanism beneath the floor tonight. only the continuous water outside, and an occasional small answer from the cooling timber. The bins made no sound. The labels hung still. Tessa lifted the lamp and went to the first window. She had left it open by only a narrow space. Cooler air entered there, gentle enough that it did not stir the canvas or make the cards tap against the bin fronts. She placed her fingers near the gap and felt the steady thread of air crossing the frame. The loft was dry. She drew the window closed until the frame rested almost fully in place, leaving a slender opening no wider than her finger. Then she crossed to the other window and did the same. The brook softened a little more. Its sound was still clear, but now it seemed to belong to the building as much as to the yard beyond it. It came through the old walls and around the frames, low, and even beneath the nearer quiet. Tessa returned to the ledger. She untied the cover string and opened the book to the completed inventory page. The lamp stood to her left, where its light fell across the writing without casting the shadow of her hand over it. 8 bin entries filled the first part of the page. Each one began with the same condition recorded during the cleaning: empty, brushed, sound. Beside those words, the first 2 lines now carried the names and quantities of the grain placed that evening. The other 6 remained marked empty. In the narrow column beyond them, the earlier quantities copied from the beam stood separately, each group beside its own bin. Tessa read the first line, then she looked toward the first bin. The permanent label showed the same grain name and the combined quantity from the 2 small delivery bags. The card lay flat against the wood. Its string was secure around the loop, neither tight enough to cut into the card nor loose enough to slip free. She crossed to it. The floor beneath the bin was clear. No kernel had rolled under the front edge. The lid rested evenly on the rim. Tessa placed one palm lightly on the wood and waited. Nothing shifted beneath it. The grain had finished settling. She lifted the lid only far enough to look inside. Lamplight reached over the rim and touched the shallow bed of grain at the bottom. The surface was still. A small slope remained where the second bag had poured across the first, but most of the kernels had eased into an even layer. Tessa did not disturb them. She checked the inner sides of the bin. Nothing clung to the boards above the grain. No piece of string or paper had fallen inside. The clean grain rested alone in clean wood well below the lid. She lowered the cover gently. Wood met wood with a soft, finished sound. At the ledger, Tessa placed a small confirmation mark beside the first bin's present inventory. She had already recorded the delivery when it was placed. This mark meant only that the label, contents, and page had been checked after settling. She moved to the second bin. Its card showed the other grain and the smaller quantity. The string held neatly. The floor beneath was clear, and the lid rested squarely. Tessa raised it a little. The grain inside formed a shallower layer than in the first bin. Its surface caught a narrow band of lamplight and then faded into the soft shadow beneath the rim. The kernels were dry and still. Nothing else lay among them. She closed the lid. The second confirmation mark went beside the second line. 2 filled bins checked. The remaining 6 required less attention, but Tessa gave each one the same unhurried notice. She began with the third. Its card read empty. She touched the label, checked its string, and lifted the lid. The brushed boards inside remained plain and clean. A few particles of flour dust had settled through the room since she closed it, but none had gathered in the bin. The interior held only dry wood and the faint scent left by long use. Tessa lowered the lid. The fourth bin was the same. Empty label, secure string, clean boards beneath the cover. She did not open the lids wide. A narrow view was enough to confirm what the ledger already stated. The bins had been carefully brushed, and no work since then had brought dust near their interiors. At the fifth bin, Tessa paused beneath the beam. The old chalk quantities above it were visible in the side of the lamplight. Their raised edges made slight shadows on the wood. She glanced from those marks to the copied group in the ledger. The figures matched. They remained what they had always been. Quantities written during earlier harvests, arranged above the storage spaces to which they belonged. Copying them had preserved their useful order. It had not turned them into a hidden account or asked them to explain anything beyond themselves. Tessa closed the fifth lid. She continued along the row. The sixth bin stood empty and clean. The seventh stood empty and clean. The eighth, at the end of the wall, stood empty and clean as well. Each label said so plainly. Each corresponding ledger line agreed. The lids rested evenly, the strings were secure, and the floor below remained free of spilled grain. Tessa returned to the book and marked the completion of the round. 2 bins filled and labeled. 6 bins empty and labeled. 8 bin interiors sound. The earlier quantities copied and checked. She set down the pencil. The inventory was clear enough that another person could enter the loft, open the ledger, and understand the room without asking Tessa to remember anything for them. The page said what was present, where it rested, and how much had been placed. It also kept the older chalk record in its own column, distinct from the grain now in storage. That was all an inventory needed to do. Tessa turned to the canvas sacks. The 10 folded rectangles lay where she had arranged them. Their edges formed a low line beside the wall, leaving the route between the stairhead and the bins open. The different shades of canvas showed gently in the lamplight: warm tan, faded cream, and the slightly deeper color of cloth that had spent more time folded away from the sun. She counted the visible edges again. 1, 2, 3. She continued to 10 without touching them. The repaired seam on the 7th sack remained folded inward, protected between layers. The wider 6th sack rested with its long edge along the wall. No corner had lifted since Tessa narrowed the windows. She wrote no new mark for them. The ledger already held the exact count and the result of the inspection. 10 sound sacks, folded. The row itself confirmed the entry. Tessa carried the lamp closer. Its light traveled over the canvas, showing the firm weave and softened creases. Flour dust lay on none of the upper surfaces. The sacks had been opened, checked, wiped where needed, and folded only after their seams proved sound. They were ready for ordinary use. For tonight, readiness meant rest. Tessa returned the lamp to the clear surface near the stairs. She folded the temporary delivery notes together inside the back cover of the ledger, where she had placed them after emptying the bags. They matched the permanent entries and were no longer needed for the room itself, but keeping them with the book until the end-of-week review left the short path of the delivery complete. 3 bags had arrived. 2 had held the same grain and gone into the first bin. 1 had held the smaller portion of another grain and gone into the second. The delivery bags themselves rested downstairs beside the work table, separate from the 10 storage sacks in the loft. Nothing had been mixed. Tessa closed the ledger and tied the cover string. She did not pull the knot tight. A simple bow held the book closed and could be opened easily when the inventory was next needed. She placed the pencil beside it and returned the wrapped chalk to her work bag. The blank labels that remained were gathered into a small stack. Tessa tied their strings loosely together so they would not spread across the surface. She set them beside the ledger, ready for any later delivery without assigning them names in advance. Then she looked at the tools. The soft brush lay on the ledge beside the shallow wooden pan. Both were clean from the final round of brushing. The handcloth had gathered pale traces of flour in several folds, so Tessa separated it from the clean tools and placed it in her work bag to take downstairs. She carried the brush and pan to the clear surface. The brush rested across the pan without bending its bristles. Beside them lay the tied ledger, the pencil, and the unused labels. Nothing blocked the stairs or the path to the bins. Tessa walked once around the open floor. She moved slowly, not searching for a problem, only seeing the room from each side before leaving it to the night. Near the sacks, the boards were clear where the loose canvas had once rested. Near the bins, no grain lay beneath the labels. The old chalk marks remained untouched on the beam. At the windows, the narrow openings allowed a little air without making a draft. The lamp's glow reached across the center of the loft and thinned toward the walls. In that gentler light, the straight edges of the lids softened. The sacks seemed lower and heavier in their folds, though their weight had not changed. Fine dust that had remained in the air descended almost too slowly to follow. Tessa stood still. One particle passed through the lamplight, turned once, and settled on the floor. Another followed. There was no need to brush them away. They were the last ordinary dust of the room, no longer being stirred by canvas, footsteps, or grain poured into wood. By morning, they would lie quietly on the boards, away from the closed bins and folded sacks. The loft had cooled fully now. When Tessa first arrived, stored warmth had pressed gently around her face and hands. Fresh air had eased it from the room while she inspected the bins. The lamp had then made small warm places beside each task. Now the air felt even from the windows to the stairs. The canvas still held a faint warmth where it lay in layered folds. The bin lids felt cool beneath her fingertips. The grain inside them would remain dry through the night. Tessa picked up the lamp and lowered the flame another small amount. The room did not disappear. The beam, bins, sacks, and ledger remained visible, but their outlines settled into softer shades of brown and gold. Nothing needed bright light now that the work was complete. She carried the lamp to the first bin and began one final walk along the row. She did not open the lids again. At the first, she read the label. At the second, she did the same. At each of the next 6, she read the single word empty. The repetition was steady and uncomplicated. Grain, grain, empty, 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 empty. At the end of the row, she turned toward the sacks. 10 folded. At the beam, 8 groups copied. At the clear surface, ledger closed, labels gathered, brush and pan clean. Every part of the loft agreed with every other part. Tessa returned to the windows. She tested each frame with a light touch. Neither moved. The narrow spaces she had left were enough for the room to breathe, and the night air came through without chilling the stored grain. Beyond the glass, the yard had become a set of calm shapes. The kitchen garden lay low between the mill and the buildings farther back. The bakehouse stood dark. The orchard branches were still against the night sky. Tessa did not need to go there. Those places belonged to other evenings and other useful tasks. Tonight belonged to the grain loft. She stepped away from the window. Alder Brook continued on its course. The sound had been present before she crossed the footbridge and would remain after she left the room. Water passed the mill while the wheel rested. The building held the quiet without becoming empty. Tessa went to the stairhead. Cool air rose faintly from the main floor below. The work table waited there with the 3 folded delivery bags beside it. Her work bag could be carried down, and the lamp would show the stairs clearly. After that, she would close the mill for the night. Before descending, she looked back once more. The first 2 bins held the small delivery of clean grain beneath their labeled lids. The other 6 were ready for whatever later portion might properly belong in them. 10 sound canvas sacks rested in their row. The ledger held the present inventory and the copied quantities from previous harvests, with no guesswork between them. No question remained in the room. The chalk marks had been understood. The sacks had been counted. The bins had been cleaned. The grain had been placed. Tessa lifted her work bag and began down the stairs. Her steps were quiet on the boards. One hand held the lamp, and the other kept the bag close at her side. At the bottom, she set the lamp on the work table and placed the used handcloth with the folded delivery bags. The main floor was cool and still. Above her, the loft gave one soft creak as the timber settled. Then the sound faded into the brook. Tessa stood beneath the stairs and listened. There was no movement from the stored grain, no shifting canvas, and no loose window tapping in its frame. The loft had accepted the new order without strain. It was simply a working room again, prepared for the small community milling day and resting until it was needed. She gathered the delivery bags beneath one arm and took up her work bag. The lamp remained on the table while she made a last round of the main floor. The machinery stood untouched. The route to the door was clear. Nothing from the loft work had been left on the boards. At the doorway, Tessa turned down the lamp. Darkness settled gently through the mill, softened by the faint night light at the windows. She opened the door, stepped into the yard, and drew it closed behind her. The key turned once. Alder Brook sounded clearer outside. Tessa stood for a moment with the folded bags under her arm, and the ledger's finished order held securely in the room above. The mill walls had lost the last warmth of day. Beyond them, the loft cooled around closed bins, labeled grain and resting canvas. She crossed the yard at an easy pace. Behind her, nothing called her back. The final inventory was complete, and the mill could keep it through the night. At the footbridge, Tessa paused only long enough to hear the water beneath the boards. Then she continued along the lane, leaving the grain loft settled, dry, and quiet, ready for the next evening's work.
The Mill at Alder Brook, Episode 4. The Wheel Turns Without Grain.
Tessa heard Alder Brook before she reached the footbridge. Its sound came through the evening air as a low, steady movement, softened by the grass along the lane and by the leaves at the edge of the yard. The water had returned to its ordinary course after the work upstream. It passed beneath the bridge, continued beside the mill, and fed the millrace at the same calm level Tessa had seen on her last walk along the narrow path. She slowed as she came near. The evening was mild, with a little warmth still resting over the ground. Behind her, the lane curved away between the hedges. Ahead, the footbridge crossed into the mill yard, its boards pale in the remaining light. Beyond it stood the mill, quiet and familiar, with the wheel resting against the darkening water. John Bell was waiting near the mill door. He had left the door closed and the building undisturbed. He stood with one hand resting lightly on the head of his walking stick, looking toward the wheel. When Tessa stepped onto the bridge, he turned and lifted his free hand. "Evening," he said when she reached the yard. "Evening, John." She stopped beside him, and for a little while they both faced the mill. The old building held the warmth of the day in its boards and stone. Its windows reflected the fading sky. Beyond the kitchen garden, the roof of the bakehouse showed above the low growth, and the orchard stood farther back in rows of settled green. Nothing moved there except the outer leaves of the trees. John looked toward the water again. "Level seems right," he said. Tessa listened before answering. The brook moved cleanly along its channel. The millrace carried a quiet, even flow, with no catching or sudden spill in its sound. "It's held well," she said. They had not come to hurry the wheel. There was no grain waiting between the stones and no sack that needed milling before night. The evening's work was only a slow test of the resting mechanism. They would let the water turn the unloaded wheel, observe the parts as they moved, and give the old mill time to settle into its working alignment. Tessa took the key from her pocket. The lock turned easily. When she opened the door, the air inside met them with the familiar dry scent of timber, canvas, and old flour dust. John waited while she stepped over the threshold and opened the inner shutter nearest the door. The remaining daylight spread across a narrow section of the main floor. Then she lit the lamp. Its glow was small at first. She adjusted the wick until a steady amber light reached the nearest beams and the worn boards beneath them. The mill did not become bright. it became gently occupied. John came inside and closed the door behind him. Tessa set her satchel on the long wooden bench. She took out the working notes, a pencil, and a folded cloth. The notes contained a short list rather than a full page of instructions. There was no need to make the task larger than it was. She read the list once. The wheel would remain unloaded. The sluice would be opened only a little. They would watch the bearings, the belts, and the wooden teeth. They would listen to the interval between the paddles as each one met the water. If the movement stayed easy and regular, they would allow several slow turns. John glanced at the page. "That's enough to keep us honest," he said. Tessa smiled. "And not enough to keep us reading all evening." She left the notes open on the bench. Before they went below, she walked across the main floor in the same order she always used. The boards felt firm under her boots. The canvas sacks remained where she had arranged them, their folded tops neat, and their labels facing outward. No grain had been moved into the working path. The stones were clear, and the receiving bins were closed. She laid one hand on the nearest wooden housing. It held a mild warmth from the day. Above them, the grain loft was quiet. Tessa looked up through the opening and saw the lower edges of the stored sacks, pale in the lamplight. Everything there had already been cleaned and counted. Nothing from the loft needed to come down tonight. John followed her gaze. "Unloaded all the way through?" he asked. "All the way." "Good." Tessa took the lamp from the bench and they crossed to the stairs. The air cooled as they went down. On the first steps, the smell of flour and canvas still followed them from the main floor. Lower down, it gave way to stone, clean water, and the darker scent of timber kept near the brook. Tessa held the lamp slightly ahead of her. The light moved over the stair rail and found the wheel room below. The mechanism waited in complete stillness. The belts hung in their resting lines. The wooden teeth stood evenly within the larger gears. The shafts and bearings remained motionless. Beyond the wall, the water continued to pass, close enough that its sound seemed to travel through the stone. Tessa stepped onto the wheelroom floor and moved aside so John could join her. Neither of them spoke at once. This was the useful quiet before movement, when every part could be seen in its resting position. Tessa set the lamp on its shelf and turned it slightly. The light reached the nearest bearing, crossed the lower belt, and touched the wooden teeth without throwing deep shadows between them. She began with the bearing nearest the stairs. She bent and examined the surface around it. The wood was clean. The metal showed no fresh mark and no trace of anything displaced. She ran the folded cloth once beneath the edge, then looked at the cloth. It came away with only the faint, expected darkening of old oil. John stood at an easy distance and watched. Tessa moved to the next bearing. She checked it in the same simple way, first looking, then touching the outer housing with 2 fingers. It was cool and still. "Nothing carried over from the rest," she said. John nodded. "That's how it looks." They continued around the mechanism. At each belt, Tessa followed the full visible length with her eyes. She looked at the resting position and at the clear space on either side. She did not pull or test anything roughly. A light touch was enough to confirm that each belt lay where it belonged. The old leather had a dull, even surface. In the lamplight, the edges appeared smooth from years of work. One belt held a shallow curve between its wheels. Another descended almost straight before turning around the lower pulley. Both were quiet, settled, and free of anything that might brush against them. Tessa crossed to the wooden gears. Their teeth were broad and plain, worn smooth at the working faces. She turned the lamp a little more toward them and looked along the rows. Each tooth met the next with the expected spacing. Flour dust had once found every ledge in the mill, but the recent cleaning had left only a pale trace in the deeper corners. John pointed toward one of the larger teeth. Tessa leaned closer. There was no crack. A narrow mark ran across the surface where the grain of the wood changed direction. She touched it with the tip of one finger and felt the uninterrupted smoothness. "Just the grain," she said. "Just the grain," John agreed. She straightened and continued. Their walk around the mechanism took time, though none of the checks were complicated. The slowness belonged to the room. Here, below the main floor, small sounds were easy to distinguish. A boot settling against a board sounded different from water folding against stone. The quiet contact of Tessa's cloth on a housing sounded different from the faint creak of a beam cooling overhead. She came at last to the inner side of the wheel. The paddles waited beyond the opening, darkened where they had met water in years of ordinary use. For now, the sluice held the working flow away from them. Water passed nearby without pressing the wheel forward. Tessa watched several ripples travel through the channel. The repaired water path upstream had kept the level even. No branch or gathered weed interrupted the surface. There was enough water for the test, and no reason to open the sluice more than a small amount. John rested both hands over the top of his stick. "She's had a good rest," he said. Tessa looked up at the wheel. Long enough to make the first turn worth watching, and slow enough to watch it. They stood there for another minute, listening to the water. Tessa had learned that stillness was part of working with the mill. If she began from stillness, she knew which sounds arrived with motion. If she looked carefully while the belts hung quiet, she would recognize their ordinary sway when they began to travel. If she saw the wooden teeth at rest, she could follow the way they met when the first gear moved. Nothing in the room needed to surprise her. The whole purpose of the evening was to let each change appear gradually. She went back to the lamp shelf and opened the working notes on the narrow ledge beneath it. Beside the first item, she made a small pencil mark, "Room clear." Beside the second, she wrote another, "Mechanism unloaded." The third line was the resting inspection. She paused before marking it and looked once more around the room. Bearings, belts, wooden teeth, shafts, wheel. John waited without speaking. Tessa made the third mark. Resting inspection complete. She set down the pencil. "Would you like to see the sluice from outside before we start?" John asked. "I would." Tessa closed the notes but left them on the ledge. She took up the lamp and they climbed the stairs again. The main floor felt warmer after the wheel room. Its air was dry and soft, holding the quiet smell of the sacks. Tessa placed the lamp on the bench while she opened the door. Evening had deepened over the yard, though the sky still carried a broad band of light above the orchard. They stepped outside. The change in sound was gentle but clear. Indoors, the brook had been a steady presence beyond timber and stone. In the yard, it separated again into the soft run beneath the bridge, the smoother passage beside the mill, and the low fold of the race approaching the wheel. Tessa and John walked along the side of the building. The narrow path upstream began beyond them, following the millrace toward the sluice meadow. They did not need to go that far tonight. Tessa had already walked the full water path and restored its ordinary course. Now she stopped at the sluice control beside the mill and looked down along the channel. The handle remained in the position she had left it. She checked the pin and the worn wooden guide. Both sat properly. The moving water reflected the pale sky in long, soft pieces. Near the wheel, the resting paddles cast steady shadows across the surface. John stood beside her. "No need for much," he said. "Only enough to bring it round." Tessa placed one hand on the handle but did not move it yet. She felt the smooth place worn into the wood by many hands, John's among them. The handle was cool now, though the post beside it still held a little warmth. From where she stood, she could see the footbridge and part of the lane. She could also see across the yard toward the kitchen garden. Beyond it, the bakehouse windows were dark, and the orchard leaves had begun to merge into the calm shape of the trees. The mill waited behind her. Everything needed for the first turn had been checked. The main floor was clear. The grain loft remained settled above it. The wheel room was prepared below. The bearings were clean, the belts rested in place, and the wooden teeth stood ready to meet at an unhurried pace. Tessa removed her hand from the handle. "Let's take the lamp back down first," she said. John nodded. "Then we'll see the whole of it." They returned inside and closed the door against the cooling air. Tessa carried the lamp down to the wheel room once more. John followed, his steps quiet on the stairs. She set the lamp in its place and opened the working notes to a fresh line. At the top she wrote only 3 words: "First slow turn." Then she and John took their positions where they could see the resting mechanism clearly. The sluice remained closed for another moment. The wheel remained still, unloaded and ready, while the sound of Alder Brook continued evenly beyond the wall. Tessa looked once toward John. He gave a small nod. The arrival and the resting checks were complete. They were ready now to admit the first narrow run of water and watch the old wheel begin. Tessa left John beside the resting mechanism and went back up the stairs. The main floor was quiet above him. Her lamp remained below, so the last of the evening light guided her across the boards to the door. She opened it, stepped into the yard, and followed the side of the mill to the sluice control. The air had cooled a little. Alder Brook moved steadily beneath the footbridge and along the millrace, carrying the same ordinary level they had observed when they arrived. Tessa placed one hand on the wooden handle. She looked down the channel toward the wheel, then back at the worn guide and the pin that held the sluice in position. There was no need for a broad opening. The first round was only meant to bring the wheel out of rest. She lifted the pin, moved the handle by a small measure, and set the pin again. At first, the difference was easier to hear than to see. Water entered the working channel with a slightly fuller sound. It gathered against the first paddle, pressed there for a moment, and slipped partly around it. Then the wheel gave a small, deliberate movement. Tessa kept her hand near the control without touching it. The paddle descended. Another came forward to receive the narrow flow. The wheel moved again, no more quickly than before, and the long shaft entering the mill began its first slow turn. She waited until the next paddle had taken the water. The spacing between them sounded even. A soft gathering, a low fold, and then a brief interval before the next. Satisfied that the opening would hold, Tessa returned inside. By the time she reached the wheel room, the mechanism had begun to carry the motion through its ordinary path. John stood where he could see the nearest bearing and the first belt without moving between them. He glanced toward Tessa as she came down the final steps. "That's enough water," he said. Tessa nodded and took her place near the lamp. The wheel turned so slowly that she could follow a single wooden tooth as it approached the next gear. The 2 faces met, pressed, and separated. Another pair followed. There was no jolt in the contact, and no sudden taking up of weight. The mill was unloaded, and the movement passed through it lightly. One of the belts rose from its resting curve. It straightened, traveled over the upper wheel, and returned with a mild sway. The second belt began in the same gradual way. Neither pulled toward an edge, neither brushed the housing beside it. Tessa watched the nearest bearing complete part of a turn. The old metal surface moved through the lamplight. A faint line of oil shone at its edge, even and contained. She held 2 fingers near the outer housing, not on the moving part, and waited. The wood around it remained still. Beyond the wall, a paddle met the water. The sound came at a steady interval. Water gathered. The wheel moved. The wooden teeth met. The belts traveled. Then the next paddle entered the flow. John listened with his head slightly lowered. Tessa did the same. The mill had more sounds in motion than it had at rest, but none of them crowded the room. There was the low turn of the shaft, the soft passing of leather, and the rounded wooden note of one gear meeting another. Beneath those sounds remained the brook, close to the wall and constant. The first full round took its time. Tessa followed it by watching a darker paddle pass the opening and travel down into the water. When it returned near the top, wet along its outer edge, she knew the wheel had completed its first circuit. She reached for the pencil and made a mark beside the words she had written. First slow turn. John remained near the gears. Bearing? He asked. Easy so far. Belts? Keeping their line. He nodded and they listened through another interval of paddles. The second round began without any change in pace. The wheel no longer seemed to be leaving stillness behind. It was simply turning now, slowly and plainly, with the water doing no more work than the unloaded mechanism required. Tessa moved to the far side of the room. From there she could see the larger wooden gear face more clearly. Each broad tooth entered the space ahead of it and came away again. The old wood had its own quiet tone, not quite a knock and not quite a creak. It repeated gently with every meeting. Then another sound joined it. Tap. Tessa stayed still. The belts continued in their lines. The bearing turned. A paddle accepted the water beyond the wall. Tap. John looked toward the lower part of the mechanism. They waded through one more section of the turn. Tap. It was faint, but it returned at the same place each time. Tessa did not need to raise her voice over the mill. Once around, she said. Seems so. She watched the larger wheel complete another slow portion of its circuit. Nothing shifted out of place. The wooden teeth continued to meet evenly, and the belts did not wander. The tap had none of the depth of the gear sounds. It was lighter and drier, like a small piece of wood touching another surface. When it came again, Tessa saw a brief movement near the inner rim. A narrow tally tag hung there on a short loop of cord. It had probably been tied on during an earlier count and left tucked against the frame while the wheel rested. Now the turning rim lifted it once each circuit. At the highest part of its travel, the loose end swung outward and touched the side of a wooden brace. Tap, John saw it too. There you are, he said. Tessa watched the tag pass once more so she could be certain. Its faded face carried an old penciled number, harmless and no longer needed for any present record. The cord remained sound. Only the loose end had fallen from where it had been tucked. I'll stop the water, she said. John stepped back from the mechanism. Tessa went upstairs and out to the sluice. The yard had grown dimmer, though the line of the race was still clear. She lifted the pin, brought the handle back to its resting position, and secured it. The narrow working flow diminished. Inside the mill, the wheel used the last of its movement slowly. Tessa returned to the wheel room while the final paddle passed out of the water. The belts eased, their traveling lines softened into shallow curves. The wooden teeth met twice more, then once, and came to rest. The tally tag hung beside the rim. Tessa waited until everything was still. Then she approached it. The tag was no larger than two of her fingers laid side by side. Its corners had been rounded by age, and flour dust remained pale within the grain of the wood. She lifted it by the cord and examined the knot. Still tied properly, she said. John leaned just close enough to see. Only slipped loose. Tessa unwound the free length from the place where it had fallen and tucked the tag back against the fixed side of the frame. There was a small wooden peg there, meant to hold such labels clear. She looped the cord over it twice and drew the tag flat. She touched it lightly. It stayed against the frame without reaching the rim or the brace. That will do, John said. Tessa looked once around the still mechanism. The tap had been traced, explained, and fixed. It had left no mark and required no further work. She opened the notes. After the line for the first turn, she wrote, "Faint tap from loose tally tag. Secured clear." The sentence filled most of one line. She put down the pencil and read it once, making sure the note was as simple as the matter itself. John glanced at the page. Better to know what made it. And better to settle it now. They stood quietly for a moment beside the motionless wheel. The interruption had not changed the evening's task. The water still held at its ordinary level. The bearings had remained easy. The belts had kept their line, and the wooden teeth had met cleanly. A light tag had touched a brace, and now it could not. Tessa picked up the lamp. "Another round?" John asked. "One more with both of us watching." They climbed to the main floor together. Tessa carried this as far as the bench and set it there while John remained inside. The glow spread over the folded sacks and the clear working floor. Above them, the grain loft stayed settled, with nothing waiting to enter the mechanism. Tessa went outside once more. The repeated walk had already taken on a comfortable shape. Door, yard, side wall, sluice. The brook accompanied every step. She reached the control, moved it to the same narrow opening as before, and secured the pin. Water gathered against the first paddle. The wheel began again. This time Tessa remained outside long enough to watch several paddles enter and leave the flow. Each accepted the same small pressure. Water darkened the wood, slipped from its lower edge, and returned to the race in soft folds. No tag sounded against the brace. She went inside and down the stairs. John had returned to his place near the bearings. The wheel was turning at the same measured pace as before. The first belt rose, traveled, and returned. The second followed its own line. The wooden teeth passed through the lamplight one after another. Tessa listened through a full circuit. The former tap did not return. In its place was the open interval between the ordinary sounds, a quiet space in which the brook could be heard beyond the wall. John rested both hands on his walking stick. "That was all of it," he said. Tessa watched the secured tag come around. It remained flat against the fixed frame, well clear of the turning rim. The old penciled number appeared briefly in the lamplight and passed on without touching anything. "That was all," she agreed. They gave the wheel another complete round. Tessa checked the bearings in order. Each outer housing remained as it had been, with no new warmth gathering in the wood around it. The belts traveled without pulling sideways. The broad teeth entered and left their spaces at the same easy pace. Nothing asked for adjustment. The mill's movement began to feel less like an event and more like a rhythm. Paddle and water, shaft and bearing, belt over wheel tooth, meeting tooth. Then the brief, clear interval before the pattern repeated. John looked toward the stairs. "I'll leave you the slower rounds," he said. Tessa nodded. They had expected him to stay only for the opening of the sluice in the first observations. The mechanism had now made its first turns under both their eyes, and the only unfamiliar sound had been found and settled. They went up to the main floor while the wheel continued below. At the bench, Tessa opened the notes and added one more line. "Second opening. Tap gone. Motion even." John waited by the door as she returned the pencil to the fold of the paper. The mill's slow working sound rose gently through the floorboards. It was quieter there than in the wheel room, softened by timber and distance. "Keep it where it is," he said. "You'll hear enough. I will." He opened the door. Cool evening air entered, carrying the sound of the brook more clearly for a moment. "Good night, Tessa." "Good night, John." He crossed the yard at an unhurried pace. Tessa watched him step onto the footbridge and continue toward the lane. He lifted one hand without turning fully around, then passed between the hedges and out of sight. Tessa closed the door. She stood on the main floor with the lamp beside her and the unloaded wheel turning slowly below. The sacks remained still. The grain loft was quiet. Beyond the kitchen garden, the bakehouse and orchard rested in the deepening evening. Under her feet, the mechanism completed another round. There was no faint tap now. Only the steady interval of the paddles, the soft passage of the belts, and the broad wooden gears meeting in their settled alignment. Tessa took up the lamp and the working notes. The first round was complete, the loose tag was secure, and John had gone home. She returned to the stairs, ready to spend the next slow turns listening to the mill on her own. Tessa came down the stairs with the lamp in one hand and the working notes in the other. The wheel room received her in its slow rhythm. Water gathered against a paddle beyond the wall. The shaft turned. Leather passed over wood. The broad teeth of the gears met and separated, and then a quiet interval opened before the next paddle entered the narrow flow. She set the lamp back on its shelf. Without John in the room, the sound seemed a little more spacious. Nothing had become louder. There was simply no longer the small movement of another person shifting his weight or resting his walking stick against the floor. Tessa could hear the mill alone now, with Alder Brook keeping the measure. She opened the notes beneath the lamp. Second opening. Tap gone, motion even. The line was enough. She did not add to it. Instead, she set the pencil across the paper and watched the secured tally tag complete another circuit. It remained flat against the fixed frame. The old penciled number appeared, passed through the amber edge of the lamplight, and went on without touching the rim or the wooden brace. No tap followed. Tessa watched it once more. Again, the tag stayed clear. The little matter had been settled completely, and the ordinary spaces between the mill's sounds had returned. She moved to the nearest bearing. The outer housing felt much as it had during the first round. Tessa placed 2 fingers against the still wood surrounding it. There was a faint warmth there now, but only the mild warmth that came when a resting part began to move easily again. She left her hand in place through several turns of the shaft, noticing whether the feeling changed. It did not. The next bearing was the same. She crossed the room slowly, keeping outside the clear path of the turning parts. There was plenty of space, and the mechanism moved at such a low pace that each stage remained easy to follow. Still, Tessa used the same route she had taken while everything was at rest. She liked the order of it. Bearing first, then the lower belt, then the upper belt, then the wooden teeth, then the wheel and the interval of the paddles. At the lower belt, she stood where the lamp reached the returning length. The leather rose, curved around the wheel, and descended again. Its surface was dark and even, with softer places left by years of use. Each passage carried a slight movement from side to side, no more than the natural give of the belt. It always returned to the same middle line. Tessa watched several lengths pass. A narrow seam came around. She had noticed it during the resting inspection, though then it had been only one quiet join in the leather. In motion, the seam became a useful marker. It traveled upward, disappeared over the top, and returned along the far side. A little later it came into view again. Tessa waited for it. The seam passed the lamp. She counted the next 3 intervals between the paddles and watched the belt continue. When the seam appeared again, the same number of water sounds had passed. She counted once more. Paddle, interval, paddle, interval, paddle, interval. The seam returned. Tessa looked toward the larger gear. She could follow the mill by the tally tag on the broad turning rim, by the darker paddle outside, or by the seam in the belt. Each showed a different part of the same slow movement. Yet the belt seam was easiest to see from the center of the room, where she could also observe both bearings and the meeting wooden teeth. It was a small discovery, hardly worth more than a short line in the notes, but it gave her a comfortable place from which to count the later rounds. She returned to the ledge and picked up the pencil. Belt seam makes a clear turn marker. She read the sentence, then added, "Line steady." That was all she needed to say. The seam had not revealed a fault. It had only made the existing rhythm easier to see. Tessa put the pencil down and took her position near the center of the room. The belt carried the seam past her again. She counted 1 full circuit, beginning when the join reached the lower edge of the lamplight. During that circuit, she let her attention move through the room in the same order as before. The nearest bearing turned without a change in sound. The lower belt stayed centered. the upper belt traveled with its mild, regular sway. The wooden teeth met broadly and came apart cleanly. Outside, the paddles accepted the water one by one. When the seam returned, Tessa began another circuit. The mill did not hurry from one turn into the next. The water opening was too narrow for that. Each paddle received only enough pressure to carry the unloaded mechanism onward. Water folded from the wood and continued down the race. The next paddle arrived after a clear interval, and the same gentle work began again. Tessa lowered her shoulders and listened. There had been a slight stiffness in the very first movement, not a catch or a jolt, only the understandable reluctance of a mechanism leaving rest. That feeling had already gone. The wheel now passed through every part of its round at the same pace. She confirmed it with the belt seam. When the seam appeared, the paddle sounds were evenly spaced. Halfway through the circuit, they remained evenly spaced. When the seam returned, there had been no shortening of one interval and no lengthening of another. The wheel had settled into the narrow flow. Tessa counted a third round. This time she did not look continuously at the belt. She let the seam begin the count and then turned her attention to the wooden gears. The broad teeth moved through the lamplight with an old, rounded smoothness. Each one entered the next space without pressing sharply against either side. Their sound repeated in a soft wooden pattern beneath the slower measure of the paddles. She had heard those gear sounds before when the mill was working, but then grain and the fuller pace of the wheel had given the room more to say. Tonight the mechanism was unloaded. Each sound stood apart. A tooth met. The shaft turned. Leather passed over wood, water gathered beyond the wall, then the pattern began again. The belt seam returned at the expected moment. Tessa made a third mark in the notes. She did not number every movement within the circuit. There was no reason to turn the page into a complicated record. 3 slow rounds at the same narrow opening had told her what she needed to know. The line held. The spacing held. The bearings remained easy, and the teeth continued to meet without any adjustment. She laid the back of 2 fingers against the first outer housing again. The mild warmth had not increased. At the second bearing, she found the same steady condition. She kept her hand there until the seam in the lower belt passed and came around once more. The wood remained comfortably warm beneath her fingers. Tessa stepped back. The lamp flame was steady on its shelf. Its glow touched the moving edges of the mechanism and left the farther stone in a softer dimness. Above, the main floor gave an occasional quiet creak as its stored warmth eased into the night. The grain loft remained still beyond it. No sack had been opened, and no flour would enter the bins this evening. The mill was turning only for itself. Tessa listened through another round without writing anything. The secured tally tag passed silently. The belt seam rose through the lamplight. The wooden teeth continued their even meeting. She began to understand why John had been content to leave after the first observations. There was no remaining question for 2 people to settle. The tap had been traced to the loose tag and stopped. The mechanism had shown its alignment plainly. The slower rounds required only patience and one attentive listener. She moved to the opening where she could see part of the wheel. A wet paddle descended beyond the wall. Water slid from its lower edge in a thin, shining line. Another paddle approached the narrow flow. It darkened as the water pressed against it, then carried the wheel onward. Tessa watched the transition between them. There was no empty lurch when one paddle left the water and the next received it. The wheel's own steady movement carried it through the brief space. The next paddle entered gently, without taking up the flow all at once. That smooth handover explained the even intervals she had heard from inside. She watched several more. The water level stayed where it had been. Nothing gathered against the channel. The restored path upstream continued to deliver an ordinary, even run. Tessa could hear the brook beyond the working flow, moving past the mill just as it had when the wheel was still. She returned to the notes. After the 3 marks, she wrote, 3 solo rounds, pace even through each paddle. She paused, listening to the next soft gathering of water. Then she added, no adjustment needed. The words closed the small observation. Tessa placed the pencil along the fold of the page, but she left the notes open. There would be another stage to the evening before she closed them for good. For now, she wanted to let the mechanism continue at the same pace and observe it less closely. She lifted the lamp from the shelf and carried it to the foot of the stairs. From there, its light still reached the nearest bearing and the lower section of the belt. The rest of the room softened into broad shapes. The curve of the wheel's inner structure, the larger circle of the gear, the straight resting lines of the beams. The movement remained clear without every surface being bright. Tessa climbed 3 steps and sat on the broad wooden tread beside the rail. The notes rested on her knee. She could see the seam each time it crossed the lower lamp glow, but she no longer counted every return. The first one came and went. Then the second. The rhythm did not need her attention in order to continue. She listened instead to the layers of sound. Closest was the quiet passage of the belt. Beneath it came the wooden gears, repeating more often and more softly. Beyond both was the slower interval of the paddles. Alder Brook held all of them within its steady movement beside the wall. Now that she knew the seam's timing, she could close her eyes briefly and recognize where the wheel must be. A paddle entered the flow. Several gear teeth met. The belt completed its path. When she opened her eyes, the seam approached exactly where she expected it. The discovery pleased her in a practical way. It gave her a simple measure for the rest of the test. She would not need to stand close to the wheel or keep her gaze fixed on a single paddle. From the stairs, she could see the belt, hear the water, and notice any change in the wider rhythm. No change came. The lamp warmed the nearby rail. Tessa rested one hand against it. The smooth wood held a little of the flame's heat on one side and the coolness of the wheelroom on the other. Another seam passed. Another paddle entered the water. The mechanism continued in its settled alignment. After several uncounted rounds, Tessa stood and descended to the floor. She made one final circuit of the room, not because anything had called her attention, but because it was time to complete this stage of the test. The first bearing remained steady. The second remained steady. Both belts held their lines. The wooden teeth met as before. The tally tag stayed flat against its peg. At the wheel, the paddles kept their clear and even interval. Tessa returned to the notes and drew a short line beneath the last entry. Above the line were the opening checks, the harmless tap, the secured tag, and the counted rounds. Each matter introduced during the first movement of the wheel had been resolved. Below the line, she wrote a heading for the next part of the evening. Lowest useful pace. She left a space beneath it. The sluice was already open only by a small measure, but there was room to try a slightly lower flow and learn whether the mechanism would keep its easy alignment there. That would be a separate test. Quieter than the first rounds, and simple enough to observe from the same central position. Tessa closed the notes around the pencil. Before going outside, she waited for the belt seam to pass once more. It rose through the lamplight, traveled over the upper wheel, and disappeared along its familiar path. Everything behind her was settled. She took up the lamp and climbed toward the main floor. The wheel continued slowly below, unloaded and even, while she prepared to make one small change at the sluice and begin the gentler rounds that would follow. Tessa crossed the main floor with the lamp in her hand. The slow movement of the mill followed her from below. Through the boards came the softened meeting of the wooden teeth and the low passage of the belts. The paddles were harder to hear from here. But their interval remained present beneath the other sounds, steady enough that she could carry it in mind as she walked toward the door. She set the lamp on the bench. The working notes stayed closed beneath her other hand, the pencil held safely between the pages. On the main floor, the canvas sacks stood in their neat rows, untouched by the evening's work. Above them, the grain loft remained quiet. The mechanism was turning, but nothing was being carried toward the stones, and no flour was gathering in the closed bins. Tessa opened the door and stepped into the yard. The deeper evening had taken most of the color from the orchard. Its trees stood beyond the kitchen garden in broad, settled shapes. The bakehouse roof was still visible against the sky, and the footbridge showed as a pale line across the brook. John was no longer on the lane. The yard belonged to the sound of water and the low movement inside the mill. Tessa followed the familiar route along the side wall. At the sluice control, she stopped and listened before touching anything. The working flow was already narrow. Water entered the channel with a soft, continuous pressure and folded away from each paddle in turn. The wheel moved without grain, carrying only the light resistance of its own belts, shafts, and gears. Nothing in the sound suggested that it needed less water. The next adjustment was simply part of the test. Tessa placed the closed notes on the dry top of the post. She rested one hand on the handle and waited for a paddle to pass through the flow. Then she lifted the pin and brought the handle back by a very small measure. The water changed at once, though only slightly. Its sound against the next paddle was softer. The wheel continued forward on the movement it already had. Another paddle entered the reduced flow, received it, and descended. Tessa replaced the pin and kept her hand near the handle while she watched. The first interval lengthened. The second lengthened by the same amount. Water gathered, the paddle moved, and the wheel carried itself through the clear space before the next paddle arrived. Tessa watched 5 paddles pass. The wheel did not stop between them. It did not press ahead and then fall back. Its pace had become gentler, but the movement remained complete. Each paddle handed the slow turn to the next. She took up the notes and returned inside. The lamplight on the bench greeted her with its small amber circle. She picked up the lamp and crossed to the stairs. From below came the mechanism Zischer, quieter and more widely spaced than before. Tessa descended. The wheel room seemed to have grown larger around the slower motion. The belt still traveled, but their soft passage no longer formed an almost continuous sound. The wooden teeth met one pair at a time, with a little more quiet between each rounded contact. Beyond the wall, the paddles entered the water at their new, patient interval. Tessa returned the lamp to its shelf and opened the notes beneath it. Under the heading Lowest Useful Pace, she wrote, Sluice reduced by 1 small measure. She left the next line empty. The lower belt seam had not yet reached the lamp. Tessa stepped back to the center of the room and waited for it. A paddle gathered the water. The nearest shaft turned. 2 broad wooden teeth came together and separated. The lower belt moved through its shallow path. Then the seam appeared at the edge of the light. Tessa began the first gentler round. She did not count the seconds. The mill had offered her simpler measures. She watched the seam rise and pass over the upper wheel, then moved her attention to the first bearing. Its outer housing held the same mild warmth as before. The movement within it was slower now, but still easy. At the second bearing, nothing had changed except the pace. The upper belt traveled with its ordinary slight sway. Because it moved more slowly, Tessa could see the whole curve shift and settle as it went around. It did not drift toward either side. The lower belt continued through the middle of its wheels, carrying the seam out of sight. Tessa turned toward the wooden gears. The reduced flow had made each meeting easier to follow. A broad tooth approached. Its working face touched the next, carried it onward, and withdrew. The following tooth entered in the same way. There was no pause with the faces pressed together, and no loose movement as they parted. The old wood made a quiet, warm sound in the cool room. Beyond it, another paddle accepted the water. Tessa listened for the faint tap that had belonged to the tally tag. It did not return. When the tag itself passed through the lamplight, it remained drawn flat against the peg. The faded number crossed the room in silence and disappeared again. By the time the belt seam returned, every part had completed the gentler round without losing its line. Tessa made one pencil mark beneath the new heading. She began a second round. This time, she stood near the foot of the stairs, where the mechanism could be taken in as a whole. The lamp reached the nearest belt and laid a narrow glow along one edge of the larger gear. The wheel structure beyond remained darker, though the passing paddles showed briefly where water shone against them. The seam moved into sight. The belt carried it upward. Tessa let her eyes rest on the room rather than following the marker continuously. The mechanism no longer seemed like several separate pieces waiting to be checked. Bearing, belt, shaft, wooden teeth, and wheel had settled into one connected movement. Water pressed a paddle, the shaft answered. The belt traveled, the gears turned. Then the water moved on down the race and the next quiet interval began. It was gentle work. The brook offered only a narrow part of its flow, and the unloaded mill accepted only what it needed to continue. Nothing hurried the next paddle forward. Nothing in the room strained to keep the motion alive. The seam returned. Tessa made a second mark. She touched the bearing housings again. Their warmth had not increased. The reduced pace had changed no working surface and introduced no new sound. Both belts remained centered, and the teeth kept their easy spacing. At the notes, she filled the empty line. Motion holds evenly at reduced flow. She added another short line beneath it. Bearings steady, belt centered. The pencil sounded faintly against the paper. When she put it down, the sound vanished into the wider rhythm of the room. Tessa began a third round without marking its start. She knew the belt seam would return. She knew the secured tag would pass without touching the brace. She knew the darker, wet paddle would descend and come around again. There was no longer a question hidden within the movement. The purpose of the round was only to let the mill continue long enough for its new pace to become ordinary. She walked once around the clear outer path. At the first bearing, she looked and moved on. At the lower belt, she watched a full-length pass. At the upper belt, she saw the slight sway return to its middle line. At the wooden teeth, she listened through several meetings. At the wheel, she watched one paddle leave the narrow flow and the next enter it. The transition remained smooth. Tessa stayed there for a while. Water darkened the face of a paddle. The lower edge released a thin sheet into the race. The wheel moved onward, leaving a brief open place in the channel. Then the next paddle came forward and received the same modest pressure. At this pace, the interval felt spacious without feeling empty. The wheel carried enough movement from one paddle to the next. The brook did not have to push sharply. It only continued. Tessa rested one hand against the nearby beam. The timber was cooler than it had been on the main floor, but dry and smooth beneath her palm. A mild vibration traveled through it when the larger gear turned. The feeling was so slight that it disappeared if she pressed too firmly. With a light touch, she could sense each slow continuation. The belt seam passed again. Tessa returned to the notes and made a third mark. 3 gentler rounds had been enough to establish the pace. She read the brief entries from the beginning of the evening: the resting inspection, the first turn, the loose tally tag, the second opening, the solo rounds, and now the reduced flow. Each observation had reached a plain conclusion. The room had been clear. The mechanism was unloaded. The tag had been secured. The tap was gone. The first pace had been even. The lower pace was even too. Tessa drew another short line beneath the latest marks. Under it, she wrote, Lowest useful pace confirmed. She did not close the notes yet. The mill continued behind her, repeating the condition she had just recorded. The new heading no longer pointed toward a test waiting to be made. It named a settled result. Tessa carried the notes to the broad stair tread and sat down. The lamp remained on its shelf. From here, she could see the lower belt pass through its glow. The rest of the mechanism occupied the room in quiet shapes and measured movement. Alder Brook sounded close beside the wall. The paddle interval had lengthened enough that the water between turns could be heard more clearly. After each soft gathering came the run of water continuing along the channel. Then another paddle entered, and the pattern began again. Tessa rested the notes on her knee. She listened through one round, then another. The belt seam appeared less often now, but it arrived at the expected place each time. She no longer used it to count. Its passing had become a small reassurance, like seeing the same familiar point along a path walked slowly. The bearing housings needed no further touch. The belts needed no closer watching. The wooden teeth needed no adjustment. The secured tally tag needed no second repair. The mill had answered the evening's questions, and its answer was the steady movement continuing below the main floor. Tessa looked toward the stairs. Up there, the lamp would cast its glow again, across the warm boards and folded sacks. Beyond the door, the yard would be darker now. The kitchen garden, bakehouse, and orchard would be resting beyond it. The lane and footbridge would remain quiet beside the brook. There would be time later to secure the mill for night. Before that, she meant to give the mechanism a longer interval at this lowest useful pace. The close observations were complete. What remained was simpler: to let the wheel turn, to listen from farther away, and to confirm that the settled rhythm held when she was no longer standing beside every part. Tessa rose from the stair. At the notes, she added one final line beneath the completed test: continue at low pace for listening interval. She closed the paper around the pencil. Then she lifted the lamp and began climbing to the main floor. Below her, the unloaded wheel continued its gentle work. Water met each paddle softly. The belts kept their line, and the broad wooden teeth passed through their aligned course without the faintest tap from the secured tag. At the top of the stairs, Tessa paused and listened. The rhythm reached her clearly through the open stairway, quieter now but unchanged. She carried the lamp to the bench, set the closed working notes beside it, and took her place on the warm main floor while the mill continued steadily below. Tessa stood beside the long bench and listened to the mill from the main floor. The lamp rested near her working notes, casting an amber shape across the worn boards. Its light reached the nearest row of canvas sacks and softened along their folded tops. Farther back, the room remained dim. Above, the grain loft was quiet. Below, the unloaded mechanism continued at the lowest useful pace. From here, the separate sounds joined together. In the wheelroom, Tessa had been able to hear leather passing over wood and one broad tooth meeting the next. She had heard the low turn of the shaft and the water gathering against each paddle. On the main floor, timber and distance gathered those details into a single settled rhythm. A soft movement rose through the boards. Then came a quiet interval. Then the movement returned. Tessa placed one hand on the bench. The wood still held a little warmth from the day. Through her palm, she could feel a faint answer from the mechanism below, lighter than the vibration she had noticed at the beam in the wheelroom. It arrived with each slow continuation of the gears and faded before the next. She left the notes closed. The close observations were finished. The bearings had remained steady. The belts had kept their lines. The wooden teeth had met evenly. The loose tally tag had been secured, and its faint tap had not returned. There was nothing more to trace or adjust. This part of the evening required distance. Tessa crossed the main floor at an easy pace. She followed the clear working path between the sacks and the housings, listening to the mill from one place and then another. Near the open stairway, the belts could still be distinguished. Their passage came upward as a soft, dry sound beneath the slower measure of the wheel. A few steps away, beside the closed receiving bins, that sound became less distinct. The paddles seemed clearer there. Their intervals carried through the outer wall with the movement of the water. At the center of the floor, everything balanced. The mechanism sounded neither closest nor far away. Alder Brook moved beside the mill. The wheel accepted its narrow flow. The old timber carried the motion upward without a rattle or a sharp note. Tessa stopped and waited through a full round. She no longer had the belt seam before her to mark its beginning and end. Instead, she chose the darker paddle she had watched from below. Its passage made no different sound from the others. But she knew the length of the round now. She could feel the pattern repeat without needing to count every part of it. Water met a paddle. The mechanism answered. The room settled into the interval. Then water met the next. Tessa breathed with the wider spacing, not deliberately at first. The pace simply allowed it. There was enough time between each soft gathering for the last sound to leave the boards before another arrived. She walked to the nearest window. The shutter was open only enough to admit a narrow view of the yard. Outside, the footbridge lay pale against the darker brook. The lane beyond it had disappeared between the hedges. John had gone home, and no light or movement followed his departure. Across the yard, the kitchen garden rested in low shapes. The bakehouse roof was a dark line beyond it. Farther back, the orchard had become one quiet mass, with only a few outer leaves showing when they moved against the remaining light. The wheel continued below. Tessa listened from the window until another slow round had passed. The sound did not change when she turned away from the stairway. It did not need the closeness of the wheel room to remain regular. She crossed to the canvas sacks. Their labels faced outward as she had left them. She touched the folded top of the nearest sack, pressing it lightly to confirm that the row remained settled. The canvas felt dry and slightly rough beneath her fingers. No grain had entered the working path. The stones were clear, the bins were closed. Tonight the wheel carried only itself, and the room above it remained undisturbed. Tessa moved along the row without opening or shifting anything. At the end, she looked up toward the grain loft. The lower edges of the stored sacks were just visible through the opening, pale and still. The mill made another unhurried turn beneath them all. She returned to the bench. The lamp flame had shortened a little, though it remained even. Tessa adjusted the wick by the smallest amount. The glow steadied and spread again across the notes. She rested her fingers on the folded paper, but did not open it. The listening interval had begun below, beside the mechanism. It had continued on the stairs and now across the main floor. Nothing in the rhythm had altered as she moved away. The reduced flow was holding the wheel exactly as it had during the 3 gentler rounds. Still, there was no reason to end the interval too soon. Tessa left the bench and walked to the mill door. She lifted the latch carefully and opened the door only partway. Cool night air entered the room. It carried the scent of water, grass, and the damp edges of the channel. The warmer smell of timber and canvas remained behind her. For a moment, the two kinds of air met at the threshold. Outside, Alder Brook sounded broader than it had through the walls. Tessa could hear the passage beneath the footbridge, the even run beside the mill, and the quieter working stream entering the paddles. She stepped into the yard and left the door resting open behind her. From there, the wheel itself was visible along the side of the building. Its upper paddles rose dark and wet from the race. Each held a brief shine where the last light or the lamp from within reached the water. Tessa stayed near the door. A paddle descended into the narrow flow. Water pressed against it gently, then slipped away from its lower edge. The wheel continued through the open space. The next paddle arrived and received the same modest pressure. The pace looked as steady outside as it had sounded within. She followed the side of the mill, not going all the way to the sluice control. Halfway there, she stopped where she could see both the turning wheel and the surface of the race downstream. The released water moved on without gathering. It folded once behind each paddle, smoothed itself along the channel, and returned to the ordinary run beside the mill. No sudden spill disturbed the bank. No floating branch or leaf caught against the wheel. Upstream, the narrow path disappeared toward the sluice meadow. The water coming from that direction carried the same calm level that had held since Tessa restored its ordinary course. She listened for the old tap. Only water and the wheel answered. The tally tag was inside, secured against its fixed frame. From the yard, there was no sign it had ever touched the brace. The small discovery had already become part of the completed work, rather than something still asking for attention. Tessa let another round pass. The night had deepened while she stood there. The sky above the orchard retained a muted band of gray, but the yard itself was nearly dark beyond the lamp's reach. The brook showed where its moving surface caught that last light. Everything else held its place quietly. When Tessa turned back, the open mill door formed a warm rectangle ahead of her. She returned along the wall and stepped onto the threshold. Before going inside, she looked once toward the footbridge. Its boards crossed the water in their familiar line, joining the mill yard to the empty lane. Then she closed the door. The latch settled with a small wooden sound. Inside, the lamplight seemed warmer after the yard. The canvas sacks, the bench, and the clear boards appeared again around her. Beneath them, the mill continued without any change. Tessa walked the return path slowly, from the door to the bench, from the bench to the center of the floor, from the center to the open stairway. At each place, she stopped long enough to hear the same measured rhythm. The working flow remained low. The paddles kept their spacing. The mechanism carried the turn upward through the building in one quiet, connected movement. At the stairway, she rested a hand on the rail. The wheel room below was not fully visible from the top. Lamplight reached partway down the steps and left the mechanism in a softer glow beyond them. Tessa could see the lower belt passing through the light. After a while, its seam appeared. The familiar join traveled upward and went out of sight. Tessa waited. The paddles continued at their patient interval. The wooden teeth sounded gently below. When the seam returned, it came at the time she expected. The longer listening interval was complete. She descended far enough to stand on the broad tread where she had sat earlier. From there, she looked over the room without approaching the moving parts. The nearest bearing turned easily. The lower belt remained centered. The upper belt kept its mild sway. The broad wooden gears passed through their aligned course. The tally tag lay flat against its peg. Nothing required a final correction. Tessa went down the remaining steps and crossed to the notes ledge. The shelf where the lamp had stood was empty now, but enough light came from above for her to see the mechanism plainly. She laid 2 fingers against the still wood around the nearest bearing. Its mild warmth had not increased. At the second housing, she found the same condition. She did not hold her hand there for long. The evening had already given the bearings more than enough time to show their state. She stepped back and listened to one last complete circuit from the wheelroom floor. It began with the belt seam, crossing the edge of the light from the stairs. The shaft turned. Leather traveled. Wooden teeth met and separated. A paddle accepted the water. The secured tag passed without sound. When the seam came around again, Tessa turned toward the stairs. She carried no open question with her. On the main floor, she returned to the bench and opened the working notes. The pencil lay where she had folded it between the pages. Beneath the final line, "Continue at low pace for listening interval," she wrote, Rhythm held from wheelroom, main floor, and yard. She paused, considering whether another detail was needed. The words already covered the purpose of the interval. Still, there was one settled condition worth closing plainly, she added. No new sound, no change in warmth or line. Tessa read the full page from the beginning. The room had been cleared, and the mechanism confirmed unloaded. John had watched the first slow turns with her. The faint, repeating tap had been traced to the tally tag and fixed immediately. The later rounds had held an even pace. The reduced flow had proved sufficient. The longer listening interval had carried the same rhythm through the wheelroom, the main floor, and the yard. Every line reached its conclusion. At the bottom of the page, Tessa wrote, "Test turns complete." She drew a short line beneath the words. The pencil went into the inner pocket of her satchel. She folded the notes once along their existing crease and placed them beside it on the bench. She would put both away after the mechanism was secured for the night. For now, the wheel remained at the lowest useful pace. Tessa stood beside the bench and listened without counting. The mill no longer needed testing. Its continued movement was only the calm end of the work already completed. Water pressed. The wheel turned. The sound traveled through the boards and softened into the room. Tessa lowered the lamp wick slightly. The amber circle drew closer to the bench, leaving the sacks and housings in a gentler dimness. Nothing disappeared entirely. The nearest boards still showed their warm grain, and the open stairway remained clear. She looked around the main floor. The grain loft was settled above. The wheelroom was aligned below. The bakehouse and orchard rested beyond the kitchen garden. The footbridge and lane waited outside beside the brook. The return path through the mill had brought her back to the place where the evening began, but the building was no longer at rest. It moved now in a quiet, understood rhythm, with every part accounted for. Tessa placed one hand on the folded notes. The listening interval was over. The observations were closed. Only the ordinary night routine remained. To return to the sluice, let the narrow working flow ease away, wait for the unloaded wheel to come gently to rest, and secure the mill before leaving. She lifted the lamp from the bench. Below her, the mechanism completed another slow turn. Then Tessa crossed toward the door, ready to make the final walk to the sluice and bring the settled evening safely to its close. Tessa carried the lamp across the main floor and opened the mill door. Night had settled fully over the yard. The footbridge was a pale shape beyond the brook, and the lane had disappeared between the hedges. Across the kitchen garden, the bakehouse roof could still be made out against the sky. The orchard stood beyond it, its separate trees gathered into one quiet darkness. Behind Tessa, the unloaded wheel continued at its lowest useful pace. The sound followed her through the doorway. Water pressed against a paddle. The mechanism answered from below. Then the wider interval returned, leaving Alder Brook to move steadily beside the mill. Tessa stepped outside and drew the door nearly closed behind her. She left a narrow opening for the lamplight, enough to mark the threshold when she returned. The air was cooler now. It touched her face and hands and carried the damp scent of the channel. Beneath that was the clean smell of grass after evening, and the faint, dry warmth that came through the open edge of the mill door. She stood for one more turn before walking to the sluice. There was no need to hurry the wheel towards stillness. The test was complete, and the notes were closed. The final task was only to withdraw the narrow working flow and allow each part to finish the movement it already held. Tessa followed the side of the building. The route was familiar from the earlier openings and adjustments. Door, outer wall, wheel, sluice control. Her boots made little sound on the firm ground. The brook covered what remained with its low, continuous passage. At the wheel, a wet paddle rose from the race. Water slipped from its edge in a thin line and returned to the channel. Another paddle descended toward the narrow flow. It entered softly, received the pressure, and carried the wheel onward. Everything looked as it had during the listening interval. The level in the race remained even. Water moved away without gathering. The wheel held its unhurried pace. Nothing needed to be corrected before she closed the sluice. Tessa went on to the control. She set the lamp on the broad top of the post, where its glow reached the handle, the pin, and part of the wooden guide. The water below reflected a broken amber line. Beyond that small circle, the channel continued in darkness toward the resting orchard. Tessa laid one hand on the handle. She waited for the next paddle to settle into the flow. The wheel moved through the pressure and entered the clear interval that followed. Then she lifted the pin. The handle came back without resistance. She moved it by the same small measure she had used when reducing the flow, paused, and then brought it the rest of the way to its closed working position. The wooden guide received it with a muted sound. Tessa replaced the pin and checked that it sat fully through its hole. The water changed gently. The narrow stream against the paddles thinned. Some of it continued along the channel from the opening already made, but no fresh working flow followed behind it. The next paddle received less pressure than the last. The wheel kept moving. Tessa left her hand resting on the post and watched. One paddle descended, carrying the final easy push of water. The shaft turned within the mill. A belt passed over its wheel. The wooden gears continued through their aligned meeting. The next paddle approached more slowly. It entered the remaining flow, darkened along its face, and moved onward. Water slipped away beneath it. Then another came forward. By then, the working stream had become only a shallow fold beside the ordinary movement of the race. The paddle accepted what was there and continued, though the interval after it lengthened. Tessa listened to the spaces grow. The mill had sounded settled while it was turning. Now it sounded settled while it slowed. There was no abrupt change and no single part coming to rest ahead of the others. The movement passed through the wheel, the shaft, the belts, and the wooden teeth as one gradually easing rhythm. She lifted the lamp and walked back toward the door. Halfway along the wall, she stopped beside the wheel. A paddle rose wet from the channel. It climbed a little farther and paused so briefly that the pause was almost part of the movement. The weight already carried in the mechanism brought it onward. Another paddle lowered toward the water, but the working flow no longer pressed against it. The wheel made a smaller turn. Inside, the gears answered. Then the mechanism eased forward once more. Tessa watched until the paddle before her had cleared the surface. Water streamed from its lower corner, became a thread, and then fell in separate drops. Each drop joined the race and was carried away. The wheel's movement narrowed. One wooden tooth met the next somewhere inside the wall. The sound was faint from the yard, rounded and familiar. A belt settled a little lower between its wheels. The shaft completed the last part of its turn. Then the wheel came to rest. Tessa remained where she was. She listened through the interval in which another paddle would have entered the water if the sluice had remained open. Alder Brook continued beside her, but the working rhythm did not return. The paddles held their positions. The wheel was still. Tessa raised the lamp slightly and looked back toward the control. The handle remained in its closed position, and the pin held securely. The water followed its ordinary path without pressing the wheel forward. She returned to the door. Warm lamplight had remained in the narrow opening. Tessa stepped inside and closed the door behind her. The latch settled into place beneath her hand. The main floor felt different without the slow movement below. It was not empty. The brook still passed close to the outer wall, and the old boards gave their occasional quiet answer to the cooling night. Yet the soft repetition that had accompanied the listening interval was gone. The silence of the mechanism now stood clearly within the other sounds. Tessa placed the lamp on the bench. The folded working notes lay beside her satchel. She left them there and crossed first to the open stairway. The steps descended into a dim amverse space. Tessa held the rail and listened before going down. Nothing turned below. She took the lamp from the bench and carried it with her. The wheel room had returned to the stillness in which the evening began, though it was no longer quite the same stillness. Earlier, the bearings, belts, wooden teeth, and wheel had been resting before the test. Now they were resting after several easy rounds, their movement observed and understood. Tessa set the lamp on its shelf. The lower belt hung in a shallow curve. Its seam had come to rest near the edge of the light, visible without being centered there. The upper belt hung along its own quiet line. Both had settled naturally on their wheels. She looked toward the bearings. The shafts were motionless. A thin line of oil remained contained at the nearest edge, just as it had throughout the test. The wood around the housing held a mild warmth when Tessa touched it with the back of 2 fingers. She kept her hand there for a moment. The warmth was steady and ordinary. It did not gather beneath her touch. It would fade on its own as the room cooled. At the second bearing, she found the same condition. Tessa followed the clear outer route one final time, bearing first, then the lower belt, then the upper belt, then the wooden teeth, then the wheel. She did not repeat the full inspection from the beginning of the evening. There was no reason to turn the closing walk into another test. She looked only long enough to confirm that each part had come to rest where it belonged. The lower belt was centered. The upper belt held its line. The broad teeth stood evenly within their spaces. 2 of them had stopped just before meeting, their worn working faces close but not pressed together. The old wood looked warm in the lamplight and pale at the smoother edges. Tessa moved toward the inner rim. The tally tag lay flat against the fixed frame. Its cord remained looped twice over the little wooden peg. The faded number faced outward, no longer traveling through the room once each circuit. Tessa touched the corner of the tag lightly. It stayed clear of the wheel and the brace. The harmless tap had been found, explained, and ended before John left. It had not returned during any of the later rounds. Now the tag was secure for the night and needed no further attention. Tessa lowered her hand. At the opening, the paddles were still. The nearest wet surface held a dull shine where the lamp reached it. A few drops fell from the lower edge, each one making a small sound in the race below. She waited until the drops became less frequent. The brook continued beyond them. With the working flow closed, the water sounded smoother beside the wheel. It passed without gathering against the paddles and continued downstream at the same calm level. Tessa looked around the room once more. Everything introduced during the evening had reached a settled state. The mechanism had turned unloaded. The bearings had remained easy. The belts had kept their lines. The wooden teeth had met evenly. The paddle intervals had stayed steady at the first narrow opening and at the lower flow. The loose tag had been secured. The longer listening interval had held from the wheel room, the main floor, and the yard. The sluice was closed. The wheel was still. Tessa took up the lamp and climbed the stairs. On the main floor, the canvas sacks waited in their rows. Their folded tops had not been disturbed. The receiving bins remained closed. Above, the grain loft held the inventory she had already cleaned and arranged, with no grain moved toward the working path. Tonight's motion had carried nothing but the mill itself. Tessa returned the lamp to the bench and opened the working notes. The final written line read, "Test turns, complete." Beneath it, Tessa added, "Sluice closed." Wheel came gently to rest. She listened while the pencil moved across the paper. No mechanism sounded beneath it. Only the brook accompanied the brief scratch of graphite. On the next line, she wrote, "Final position secure." That was enough. She read the page once from top to bottom. Each entry was short, and each belonged to something she had actually observed. There were no uncertain words to carry into another evening, and no mark asking for a later explanation. Tessa folded the notes as along their crease. She placed the pencil inside them, slipped the paper into her satchel, and fastened the flap. The notes were closed in both senses now. The observations were complete, and the page had been put away. She lowered the lamp wick a little more. Its glow drew inward across the bench. The farther sacks softened into shadow, while their outlines remained plain. The wood of the main floor held a calm amber color near her and deepened toward the walls. Tessa walked to the nearest housing and rested one hand against it. Earlier, the mechanism's motion had reached her through the boards and warm timber. Now there was no repeating answer beneath her palm. The wood was quiet. She stood there for a while, letting the new stillness become as ordinary as the turning rhythm had been. Outside, Alder Brook moved beneath the footbridge. Water passed beside the wheel. A faint night breeze touched the orchard leaves beyond the kitchen garden, too far away to be heard clearly through the closed door. The bakehouse rested between the mill and the trees, dark and unused this evening. Nothing called Tessa away in haste. She checked the main floor in its ordinary closing order. The clear path between the sacks and the stairway remained open. The stone housings were undisturbed. The bins were shut. The loft opening showed only the still lower edges of the stored sacks above. At the window, Tessa drew the inner shutter closed. The narrow view of the yard disappeared. Wood met wood with a soft contact, and she set the catch. The room became smaller around the lamp, warm and contained. She went to the stairway again. From the top step, the wheel room lay in gentle darkness. Tessa no longer needed the lamp below. She could picture each resting part where she had just left it. Belts hanging centered, wooden teeth aligned, tally tag secured against its peg, bearings cooling slowly, paddles clear of the closed working flow. She drew the stairgate into place. It was a simple wooden barrier, used as part of the mill's ordinary night routine. The latch dropped easily. Tessa pressed it once to confirm that it held, then removed her hand. The wheel room was secured. She crossed back to the bench and lifted her satchel. Its familiar weight settled against her side. The folded cloth remained inside with the notes and pencil. Nothing had been left on the ledge below, or beside the lamp shelf. Tessa took the lamp and approached the door. Before opening it, she paused in the center of the main floor. The evening had begun with John beside the resting mill. Together they had checked the mechanism and admitted the first narrow run of water. They had heard the faint repeating tap, traced it to the loose tally tag, and fixed it immediately. John had gone home after the wheel's early rounds. Tessa had continued alone, lowering the flow, watching the belt seam, listening from the stairs, the main floor, and the yard. Now all of that work had narrowed into a few settled facts. The wheels turned well without grain. Its alignment held at a slow pace. Its small, unfamiliar sound had an ordinary cause. The mechanism was ready to rest. Tessa opened the door. The night air entered softly. She stepped onto the threshold with the lamp and satchel, then turned to look back. Nothing needed to remain lit inside. The clear boards, closed bins, canvas sacks, and stairgate were all in their places. Tessa lowered the wick until the flame became a small blue edge and went out. A thin thread of smoke rose from the lamp. The mill settled into darkness. Tessa closed the door and turned the key. She tested the latch once, then returned the key to her pocket. For a moment she stood beside the outer wall. The wheel rested against the race. Water moved past it with a low, even sound. The sluice control was only a short distance away, its handle secured where she had left it. She did not need to walk back to check it again. She had watched the flow withdraw, seen the wheel stop, and confirmed the final positions below. The yard was quiet. Tessa followed the path toward the footbridge. Her eyes adjusted as she crossed the open ground. The bridge boards emerged more clearly ahead. Behind her, the mill stood dark beside Alder Brook, closed for the night, but no longer merely waiting after a long rest. Its mechanism had been turned, heard, and allowed to settle into alignment. At the bridge, Tessa stopped. The brook passed beneath her in the same ordinary course that had supported the evening's work. Upstream, the millrace remained full enough for future use. Downstream, the water continued beyond the yard without interruption. She placed one hand on the smooth top rail. The wood was cool now. Across the kitchen garden, the orchard held the night among its rows. Its path would wait for another evening, when there would be fallen apples beneath the trees and simple work to do before the milling day table was prepared. Nothing there needed attention tonight. Tessa stepped onto the bridge. The boards gave their familiar small answer beneath her boots. Water moved below. The mill remained still behind her, its notes complete and its wheels secure. At the far side, she turned once. The building was a settled shape beside the brook. No light showed at its windows. No tap sounded from within. The water passed the resting paddles and continued along the channel. Tessa faced the lane again. She walked between the hedges at an unhurried pace, carrying the cool lamp and the closed satchel. Behind her, night rested over the footbridge, the mill yard, the bakehouse, and the orchard. The old mechanism cooled quietly in the wheelroom, aligned and ready for the ordinary work that would come later. For now, the sluice was closed, the wheel was still, and Alder Brook kept moving steadily through the dark.